establishment stage, their names alone reveal just how powerful they are. Next are attack spells. Thousand Vine Strangulation Technique, Azure Lightning Tribulation Sword, Withering, Flourishing, Desolation, and Extinction. Then there are defensive spells. Mysterious Wood Golden Body Technique, All Spirit Wood Shield, Wood Spirit Substitution Technique. Next are the support spells. Plant-based Psychic Therapy, Wood Spirit's Escape Step, 100 Flowers Illusionary Dream Array, The Art of Resurrection, Spirit Seed Initiation Technique, The Mantra of Springtime for All Trees. In total, there are 3 advanced cultivation techniques and 12 advanced spells. At this moment, Elder Hua reminded him, these advanced cultivation techniques and spells can help you transition from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, so choose them carefully. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing narrowed his eyes and pondered silently. Since these are advanced cultivation techniques and spells used to transition from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, they certainly cannot be chosen haphazardly. In terms of cultivation techniques, he already possesses the even more heaven-defying Azure Lotus creation technique. Therefore, it cannot be changed arbitrarily. It seems we have to choose one of the 3 main categories of magic. After thinking it over, Su Changqing looked distressed and couldn't help but say, I want them all. Whether it's an attack, defense, or support spell, it's suitable for you. But unfortunately, 2,000 points can only be redeemed for one of them, making it a difficult choice. Old Hua smiled and said, do it according to your own needs. Su Changqing took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. If I really had to choose, I would definitely prioritize defensive and support classes. I feel that both the Mysterious Wood Golden Body Technique and the Myriad Spirit Wood Shield are quite good. The former can harden the skin like a precious tree, increasing its resistance to physical attacks. The latter can summon ancient tree phantoms to block magical attacks. But as he looked, his gaze uncontrollably shifted to the auxiliary skills, and even locked onto the Spirit Seed Initiation Technique. Seeing this, Elder Hua explained, when this spell is at a low level, it can accelerate the growth of spiritual plants. At its maximum level, it can transform plants into spirits, temporarily taking the form of wood spirits to protect them. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, so it's different from the green finger. I thought it could have the same effect of mutating spiritual plants. After a while, Old Manhwa asked, well, which one have you chosen? Su Changqing said seriously, I choose the Mysterious Wood Golden Body Technique. Because of the Azure Gourd, it possesses a green wood protective array. It can automatically defend itself when attacked. Therefore, there is no need to choose a second type of defensive shield. However, since the wood spirit root is relatively weak in combat in the early stages, it might as well maximize its defense. After all, the Azure Lotus domain already exists to increase the growth rate of spiritual plants. If we choose the Spirit Seed Initiation Technique, wouldn't the two conflict? Although at max level it can conjure plants into spirits and briefly transform into wood spirit guardians, but ultimately it is an external thing, and it will be unstable and uncontrollable. It might even be forcibly controlled by an even more powerful wood spirit root, which isn't very safe. Hua Lao was surprised, a defensive type. Su Changqing nodded with a smile, yes. Hua Lao Jiang handed over the jade tablet containing the contents of the Mysterious Wood Golden Body Technique. Su Changqing took it, channeled his spiritual sense into it, and instantly imprinted all the contents into his mind. The whole process was completed in an instant, and after it was done, it was returned to Mr. Hua. After thinking for a moment, Su Changqing asked curiously, Manager, if I collect another 2,000 points, can I choose another high-level spell? Elder Hua shook his head, this is a benefit for breaking through to a higher realm. The first time you choose, you only get 2,000 points, but the next time you get 3,000. Su Changqing scratched his head, 3,000, it's not unacceptable. He then said goodbye to Hua Lao, but did not leave. Instead, he found a staff member to inquire about the seeds of the golden crow vine. Because this is a relatively high-level spiritual plant, it's a bit expensive in terms of points. Su Changqing only had a little over 2,000 points. After exchanging for a high-level defensive spell, he was left with a pitiful 5 points. Therefore, having no other choice, they had to hand over another 100 caddies of top-grade spirit rice from the second-grade spirit fields in order to buy it. Subtract the 1,700 jin submitted for the task. 800 caddies were given to Li Lingbai. Hupa Gui received 150 jin of meat. 300 caddies are needed for brewing. The remaining 500 jin will be sold in the market later. Currently, there are still 5,050 jin of premium Lingmai rice remaining. After driving the large-leafed grass back home, Su Changqing began planting it without stopping. The seeds of the golden crow vine are about the size of a pigeon egg, and their surface is covered with fine spiral patterns. It is sharp at both ends, one end is dark gold, and the other end is as red as fire. In terms of quantity, Yu Kaiking doesn't need much because she is an alchemist. Su Changqing chose to plant 100 plants first, leaving the rest of the spirit field for bright moon grass, mutated mother rice, and mutated daughter rice. The growth pattern of the golden crow vine is actually the exact opposite of that of the moongrass. The moongrass needs to absorb moonlight at night to thrive. On the contrary, golden crow vine needs to absorb sunlight during the day to thrive. Su Changqing arrived at the edge of the second acre of second-grade spirit field, intending to plant 100 seeds around the field. However, this time, it wasn't just wood elemental power that was injected, but also fire elemental power. Golden crow vine has two attributes. In the seed stage, it is a wood attribute. As it grows and absorbs more and more sunlight, it will transform into a fire element. According to the records of spirit fields, if a trace of fire elemental power is infused during planting, then the growth rate will be faster, and the quality will also improve. Other spirit farmers really can't infuse fire spirit power. After all, most people only have one spiritual root, which is the wood spiritual root. Su Changqing is different. He not only has a wood spiritual root, but he has also awakened a thunder and fire spiritual root. In the Chi Si, besides a pool of wood spiritual energy, there was also a pool of fire spiritual energy. Normally, it can only be used for starting fires, cooking, and brewing medicinal liquids. Now that we've finally found an opportunity to use it, we're eager to see what these golden crow vine seeds will grow into. Wood elemental power brings life. Fire elemental power activates the source. Two different types of spiritual energy were injected into a golden crow vine seed the size of a pigeon egg, and the two sharp ends immediately showed two different colors. The left side is cyan, containing wood elemental power. The right side is red, containing fire elemental power. However, the two spiritual energies are very stable in the seeds of the golden crow vine. Normally, the fire spiritual energy will devour the wood spiritual energy, since wood generates fire. But now, it seems that this seed has balanced things out. Su Changqing, observing this, exclaimed in surprise, "The seeds of high-grade spiritual plants are truly extraordinary." He tossed the seeds down, right at his feet. Then, he activated the wood spirit entanglement technique, controlling it to burrow into the black soil. Next, the process was repeated continuously. A full 100 golden crow vine seeds were infused with two different types of spiritual power and then buried in the black soil. Because the distance was well controlled, the entire acre of grade 2 spiritual field was barely enclosed. But the story doesn't end there. Since there's still a lot of empty land, they started planting moongrass seeds again. In this way, the outermost edge is covered with golden crow vines. A little further in, there is the moongrass. This time, however, Su Changqing did not plant 1,000 bright moongrass plants. Instead, it's reduced by half, which is 500. After all, we just handed over 1,000 plants to Yu Kaiking, and she hasn't even used them yet. Firstly, we don't need too many this time. Secondly, we must leave room for mutated mother rice varieties. By the time all this was finished, it was already evening. As the sun began to set in the west, the sunlight turned a dim, yellowish hue. The temperature dropped accordingly, and a chill gradually crept in. Seeing this, Su Changqing did not rush to summon his companion Lotus, but instead walked towards the wooden house. "I plan to cultivate these moon grasses after dinner, once the moon has risen. As for the seeds of the golden crow vine, we can only wait until tomorrow when the sun comes out." On the ridge of the field, the guinea fowl left after images with their feet, running ahead in a panic. Behind them, Wang Wang followed closely with a mischievous grin. They could catch up, or even surpass, them in an instant. But it didn't. It was mischievous and had a great time playing around. The dog and chicken only stopped when the aroma of food wafted from inside the house, and then they trotted happily into the house. Time flew by, and it was the morning of the next day. After finishing his daily tasks, Su Changqing once again came to the vicinity of the second acre of second-grade spirit field. Overnight, the moongrass that I cultivated last night has sprouted and grown. The seeds of the golden crow vine remained completely still and showed no reaction whatsoever. Su Changqing was unsurprised and immediately summoned his companion Lotus, then threw it out. As a cool aura spread rapidly, the azure lotus domain instantly enveloped the entire acre of spiritual field. Time passed by second, for about a few minutes. Suddenly, Su Changqing's fire spirit root stirred, and he then felt the temperature near the spirit field slowly rising. He quickly looked down and saw a golden crow vine seed at his feet, its tender shoots slowly emerging from its hard shell. Gradually emerging from the black soil, it begins to absorb the sunlight from outside. Su Changqing nodded slightly. It has sprouted. Before long, all 100 seeds of the golden crow vine sprouted without any problems. Although the temperature near Lingtian is still rising, but it's late autumn now, and winter is just a few days away, so the temperature is low. Even if it rises further, it doesn't reach a level that makes people or spiritual plants uncomfortable. In fact, it's quite comfortable because of the slight warmth it emits. Seeing that there were no problems, Su Changqing walked to the other side. Before long, he arrived at the foot of a poplar tree covered with fallen leaves. Not minding the dirt, he sat down on the ground, leaned against the tree trunk, took out some top-quality yellow rice wine, and began to study the mysterious wood golden body technique. Days passed by. Su Changqing cultivated spirit rice and golden crow vines during the day and cultivated bright moon grass at night. Whenever he had free time, he would study the mysterious wood golden body technique, making his life very fulfilling. Now, the moon grass has grown to 2 inches tall and even shows signs of bending over. The most significant change, however, is in the seeds of the golden crow vine. As they grew, roots began to grow from the nodes. Su Changqing specially found some branches and inserted them next to them so that they could climb and grow upwards by attaching to the support. Today, the overall surface is still mostly green. However, upon closer inspection, a thin red line can be observed. It extends from the top down to the roots in the black soil. During the day, as it absorbs more and more sunlight, it also releases more heat. In particular, its growth rate is even faster than that of Lingdao and Minjiaoiko. I feel that it will take at most 20 days to fence off the entire acre of spiritual field. At that time, we should be able to transplant the mutated mother rice from the Rocky Mountains. Suddenly, the emerald gourd sent a message. Su Changqing's heart stirred, and a communication talisman appeared in his hand. As the wood elemental power was infused, Sun Peng's voice came from the other side. Hello? Fellow deists CAI, it's time to trade spirit rice again. I haven't forgotten. The liquor store is opening soon, and we're just waiting for you to come. Okay, I'll go there at noon. Very well, I will be waiting for you in Dongqing City. Communication was interrupted, and Su Changqing put the other party's communication talisman into his jade gourd. He had always remembered his trip to the market town for scattered cultivators, he had never forgotten it. After all, this is related to whether or not they can earn more spirit stones in the future. However, at the same time, we also need to find some fire attribute cultivation techniques and spells. It doesn't matter whether it's low level or high level, or whether it's an incomplete piece. Anyway, you can reach the maximum level as quickly as possible by consuming your lifespan. Su Changqing has thought it through. Wood spirit roots are mainly used to enhance defense and recovery, serving as a support function. If it really comes to a fight, you need a fire elemental root that's even more frenzied and deals more damage. Therefore, after taking care of the golden crow vines in the spirit field, Su Changqing immediately returned to the wooden house to start making lunch and even dinner for Wang Wang and the pearl chickens. This time, I might spend a day or two in the scattered cultivator market in Dongqing City. Once everything was ready, he summoned his mode of transportation, bigleaf grass, and flew towards the casting peak on the other side. Along the way, you can see many spiritual fields being harvested. However, there are many different ways to do it. Some people, like Su Changqing, prefer to use sickles. Others sought out familiar people with golden spiritual roots and asked them to help them resolve the issue. However, what surprised Su Changqing the most was a spirit beast. It is a large golden toad. Each time they harvest, a golden ball will bulge on their backs. This scene gave Su Changqing the illusion that he had returned to the outskirts of the spirit field. I remember during the third assessment, a golden toad helped me harvest the spirit rice. I vaguely remember that the official disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley was named Luo Buchan. Moreover, this person possesses both water and wood spiritual roots. Unexpectedly, we met again at the core of the spirit field. However, because he was in a hurry to get to the independent cultivator market in Dongqing City, Su Changqing did not go down to meet him. Besides, almost 3 years have passed, people have long forgotten about him. The giant flying sword gently pierced the flying crossing. Su Changqing followed the steps and walked step by step onto the street of the scattered cultivator market. I vaguely remember that when I left last time, something very serious seemed to have happened deep in the black forest outside Dongqing City. Returning now, I find the place has returned to its former state, with pedestrians strolling leisurely and the atmosphere relatively relaxed, without the slightest sense of tension. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, it seems the matter is resolved. Although they had already arrived in Dongqing City, and were even in the Sangzhou market. But as always, the first thing to do upon landing was to find an inn to disguise myself and then investigate the market price of spiritual rice for the day. After confirming everything is correct, we will meet with the Sun family. Soon, near the flight ferry, Su Changqing found an inn called Wangxiang and chose an ordinary room on the left side of the second floor. One low-grade spirit stone can last for 3 days. He then hid the azure gourd and replaced it with a small storage bag, which was used by the vast majority of independent cultivators. Immediately afterwards, he changed out of the white robes of the immortal sect disciples and put on a fake mustache. Disguised in this way, he quickly transformed from a high-ranking disciple of the immortal sect into an ordinary rogue cultivator with a haggard look in his eyes, a sight to behold everywhere. Soon, Su Changqing left the inn and began to visit the surrounding spiritual rice trading points. After inquiring at one shop after another, the price of spirit rice in the scattered cultivator market for today has been confirmed. Yupan Lingmai comes in 3 grades: inferior, superior, and premium. The ratio of inferior to inferior products is 1:6. The ratio of high quality to low quality products is 1:5. The ratio of top quality items is 1:3. This means that one low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for a certain number of kilograms of first-grade spirit rice. As for the second-grade spirit rice, it has changed compared to the last time I came. It is also categorized into 3 quality levels: inferior, superior, and excellent. The ratio of inferior to inferior is 1:1.4. The ratio of premium to high quality is 1:1.3. The ratio of the best quality to the best quality is 1:1.2. The price of top-grade spirit rice produced in second-grade spirit fields is higher than before. Su Changqing stood in a spirit rice trading point filled with the aroma of rice, thinking to himself, if I remember correctly, the ratio of top-grade rice to premium rice was 1:1.3 last time I came here. It may seem like it's only 0.1 more expensive, but it actually reveals a message. The quantity of top-grade spirit rice in the current market for independent cultivators should be very small. That's why the less there is, the higher the price. After confirming that everything was correct, Su Changqing still did not rush to meet with the Sun family. Right at this spirit rice trading point, I spent 358 low-grade spirit stones to buy 500 caddies of high-quality spirit rice from a grade 2 spirit field. Since independent cultivators cannot use their own top-quality spiritual rice to make spirit rice wine, they can only buy some high-quality spiritual rice from the independent cultivator market along the way to make wine. The prices at the independent cultivator market are cheaper than those at the immortal sect market, and when there are promotions, the more you buy, the more you get as a bonus. After making the purchase, Su Changqing still didn't go to meet the Sun family. Instead, he went to the nearby Wintergreen trading house to check out fire attribute cultivation techniques and spells. The female receptionist stepped forward with a smile. "What would you like to buy, immortal master?" Su Changqing waved his hand. "I'll come to you if there are any problems." It wasn't his first time here, he knew the specific procedures. He went directly to a mirror where no one was and poured his fire elemental power into it. Suddenly, the mirror emitted a white light. Then lines of text appeared, such as monster core, spirit plant, cultivation technique, etc. Su Changqing clicked on the cultivation method and immediately switched to the spiritual root aspect. The common spiritual roots are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are also other spiritual roots such as ice, lightning, and wind. However, the numbers under the different spiritual roots are all 0. This indicates that there are none, neither low-level nor fragmentary. Most of them are still common 5-element spiritual roots, with dozens of books in some cases and more than a dozen in others. Of course, these techniques and spells are all incomplete. Any complete techniques and spells would be auctioned off, attracting fierce bidding. Su Changqing first glanced at the cultivation techniques and spells within the wood spirit root. Finding that there was no difference from the last time I came, I immediately lost all interest. Therefore, I went back and clicked on the fire spirit root again, and immediately 8 low-level cultivation techniques and spells, and 3 high-level cultivation techniques and spells popped up. 3 low-level cultivation techniques. Fragment of the Crimson Flame technique. Fragments of the Fire Crow cultivation method. Fragments of Earth Fire ignition. 8 low-level spells. Fireball technique, Flame Shield technique, Blood Burning Release, Blazing Eye technique. Earth Fire Eruption, Fire Serpent Bind, Exploding Flame Hand, Blazing Wind Step. 2 advanced cultivation techniques. Fragments of the True Scripture of Departing Fire. Effect refines the spiritual power of separation fire, resulting in extremely high temperatures that are difficult to control. Disadvantages: the Nurturing the Seed chapter is missing, which can easily lead to spiritual energy going berserk in the later stages of foundation establishment. Fragment of the 9 Flames Mystic Art. Effect: 9 levels of flame cultivation, each with different flame characteristics. Disadvantages: only the first 4 layers of red, orange, yellow, and blue remain, the rest are lost. High-level spells, Part 1. Fragment of the Blazing Sun Finger. Effect: extreme high temperature is concentrated at the fingertips, penetrating defenses. Disadvantage: lacks the long-range technique of finger strength transforms into rainbow. After reading it, Su Changqing was shocked. These are fire attribute techniques and spells. Although it's a fragment, it looks very impressive. After much deliberation, he purchased the Fire Crow Chi cultivation method, 9 Flames Profound technique, and Blazing Sun Finger. A fragment of a low-level cultivation technique. A fragment of a high-level martial arts technique. A fragment of a high-level spell. However, although they are all incomplete pieces, they are not cheap. Except for the Fire Crow Chi cultivation method, which only requires 60 low-grade spirit stones. The 9 Flames Mystic Art and the Blazing Sun Finger together cost a total of 38 mid-grade spirit stones. Low-level cultivation techniques and spells are only applicable to the Chi refining and foundation establishment stages. Advanced cultivation techniques and spells are applicable to the foundation establishment to golden core stages. Even at the nascent soul stage, it can still be used with difficulty if there is no good cultivation method. Su Changqing was extremely excited when he left the Holly trading house. Only at this moment did he finally realize the benefits of having multiple spiritual roots. While cultivation is faster with a single spiritual root, it is limited to that single spiritual root. However, those with multiple spiritual roots cultivate slowly, but can use spells of various attributes. The female receptionist said with a smile, "We respectfully bid farewell to the immortal master and look forward to your next visit." Subsequently, Su Changqing contacted Sun Peng using a communication talisman. "Tell the other party that you have arrived at the Sangzhou market." This time, however, the other party changed the location. Instead of trading at the Sun family mansion, they went to the most bustling street in the scattered cultivator market. Although the location had changed, Su Changqing was not angry. He guessed it was related to the soon-to-open liquor store, so he headed toward the agreed-upon location. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far, only about a kilometer, and we arrived in no time. "Is the Sun family opening a liquor store? I heard that's true. I wonder what it tastes like." "This is a liquor store owned by the Sun family, so the liquor must be of good quality." "That's true." As soon as Su Changqing arrived on this street, he heard people around him talking about it. And the content is all related to the Sun family's upcoming liquor store. The Sun family was indeed telling the truth. Their wine shop was located on the busiest street in the Sangzhou market, a place with high foot traffic and lined with various medicine shops and talisman shops. There is even a market for independent cultivators, and currently the only restaurant serving spiritual cuisine. It is said that even the Golden Elixir Master Wang, the administrator of Dongqing City, would occasionally come here for a meal. This is why this street has become the most prosperous and bustling street in the entire Sangzhou market, with people coming and going every day and the flow of customers is overwhelming. Su Changqing was also quite surprised. It's just a wine shop, yet the Sun family takes it so seriously. The shop wasn't open yet, there wasn't even a signboard, just a layer of red cloth hanging there. After glancing at it a few times, Su Changqing got up and walked towards the tea house directly opposite. "I made an appointment with Sun Peng to meet at a tea house called Pan Chun." As soon as I stepped across the threshold, a male waiter approached and asked, "Sir, are you drinking tea alone, or have you made an appointment with a friend?" Su Changqing glanced at the stairwell and said, "I have an appointment with someone on the top floor." The waiter suddenly realized, "You must be the distinguished guest that Immortal Master Sun has been waiting for." Su Changqing nodded slightly. The waiter's smile widened as he bowed and led the way, "Please follow me." Immortal Master Sun instructed that he must personally take you to the top floor. Su Changqing then followed behind the other person and soon arrived at the stairwell, climbing the steps one by one. The tea house has 3 floors. The first floor is mostly populated by ordinary people who have some connection with cultivators. Of course, this ordinary does not refer to a truly ordinary person. Instead, they are wealthy businessmen, rich people, and those with some background. The tea these people were drinking was a fairly ordinary type of Lingyun tea. The tea leaves are made by frying a mixture of low-grade spiritual plant, kings and grass, and ordinary tea. It has a rather mild calming effect. It can slightly relieve fatigue. It's more invigorating than ordinary tea. Long-term consumption can also slightly improve physical condition. The second floor, however, is mostly occupied by true cultivators. Although most of the people inside are independent cultivators, they are already distinguished from the ordinary people on the first floor. The tea we drank was called bloodvine tea, a blood vine that grows after being contaminated with the blood of a demonic beast. The effects of Lingyun tea are the same as those of Shuetang tea. It has a slightly bloody taste and can temporarily boost blood circulation. As for the third floor, only cultivators, members of cultivation families, or disciples of immortal sects who are famous throughout Dongqing City are allowed to go up there. The tea we drink has a very beautiful name, Orchid Mist Tea. It is made by stir-frying a rare and precious herb, Jinura bicolor. When brewed, it produces a light mist that creates a beautiful visual effect. It not only has the same effects as Lingyun tea and Shuetang tea, but also, it is said that long-term consumption can also increase spiritual power. However, it is expensive. A pot of tea costs 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Led by the waiter, Su Changqing went up to the third floor. Here, 4 private rooms are divided according to the categories of A, B, C, and D. Each private room has a window offering a view of the blue sky and white clouds outside, with a very beautiful view. The waiter stood in front of the private room and grinned. "This Immortal Master Sun is inside." Su Changqing said expressionlessly, "Thank you for your hard work." Upon hearing this, the waiter hurriedly waved his hand excitedly. "It's no trouble at all. It's my greatest honor to be able to guide the immortal." Then, he gently knocked on the door of the private room a few times. "Knock, knock, knock. There's a reason why you knock on the door. I need to get this done quickly. 3 bows are a sign of respect. The 9th is the most honorable. After knocking, the waiter whispered inside, "Master Sun, your distinguished guest has arrived." Almost instantly, the tightly closed door creaked open. There was only one person inside, and that was Sun Peng, whom he hadn't seen for a month. Upon seeing Su Changqing in disguise, his eyes lit up with excitement. Su Changqing squinted, looked the other person up and down, and teased, "You seem to have gained weight in the month I haven't seen you." Sun Peng laughed heartily, "Haha, I have to thank fellow deist CAI for this. Back then, if it weren't for the top-grade spirit rice produced by the second-grade spirit fields, he wouldn't have been able to marry Lei Yuna. Because the Sun family got to know Su Changqing and received a stable supply of top-quality spiritual rice every month, the Lei family thought the Sun family was worth cooperating with, which is why they were able to propose marriage and get married smoothly. Eat a lot, and be happy. How could I not gain weight?" Su Changqing smiled and then stepped into the B-class private room. Sun Peng shouted at the waiter, "Waiter, bring me the best Yalan Miss tea." "Alright, immortal Master Sun, please wait a moment." Upon hearing this, the waiter nodded vigorously and then turned and ran downstairs. After he left, Sun Peng closed the door to the private room and then turned around to look. They noticed that Su Changqing wasn't sitting down, but standing by the window, looking at the liquor store directly below. As Sun Peng stepped forward, he chuckled and said, "Fellow deist CAI, this shop was poached from my father-in-law. Are you satisfied?" Su Changqing nodded slightly, "The location is good, and the position is also good." Sun Peng came to his side, and the two stood side by side. He continued, "Everything is ready. We're just waiting for your Ling Mai wine and the name of the wine shop." Su Changqing pondered for a moment. "A name, huh?" Sun Peng said earnestly, "Although we are in a cooperative relationship, and we are the ones who provide the money and effort, we are ultimately selling your Ling Mai wine, so you will definitely have to come up with the name yourself." Su Changqing thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Changqing Wine Shop." Sun Peng said, "Oh," and asked with considerable curiosity, "What's the meaning of the name?" Su Changqing replied, "I hope this liquor store can continue to operate." Sun Peng nodded vigorously, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Do you have any requirements regarding the font, brushstrokes, or anything like that?" Su Changqing waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, you can decide for yourselves." Upon hearing this, Sun Peng took out his communication talisman without hesitation. Who was notified? Father Sun Wrong. Tell him the good news first, and then let him find someone to handle it. After all, experience counts. Just then, there was a knocking sound at the door. Sun Peng put away the communication talisman and then went forward to open the door. Several people were standing outside the door. Not just the waiter from earlier. These people were all holding something in their hands, which looked like they were all for making tea, such as charcoal stoves, celadone teapots, bamboo and wood tea scoops, and pine-patterned cups. Soon, they had placed all the tea-making supplies on the table. Especially the waiter who led the way was carrying an exquisite blue wooden box. Even before it was opened, a faint yet alluring fragrance filled the air. Once opened, a refreshing and delightful aroma wafts out. Sun Peng stepped forward to examine it carefully. The tea leaves are dark in color, slightly dry, and curled up like green snails. "Master Sun, this is the tea you requested for the Orchid Mist tea." "Yes, that's right, it really works." "Then, shall I serve you?" "No, I want to personally brew the tea for fellow deist CAI." Sun Peng washed his hands with clear spring water to remove any impurities. Next, select the appropriate teapot and teacups for brewing. The pot is a celadone pot. The cup is a pine-patterned cup. Then, I picked up the bamboo tea scoop and measured out 7 leaves and 1 bud of the Yalan Mist tea from the blue wooden box. Too little, and the taste won't be good. Too much, the flavor is too strong. Then, place the 7 leaves and 1 bud into a celadone pot and add hot water at 80 degrees Celsius. But it only lasted 3 seconds before Sun Peng immediately picked it up, poured out the hot water from the kettle, and then poured in the hot water a second time. Gradually, the tea leaves unfurled inside. After the tea was brewed, Sun Peng poured the first brew into another small cup. Then he stood up, holding the teapot in one hand and supporting the body of the pot with the other, and poured the second brew into the pine-patterned cup in front of Su Changqing. It was the third and final infusion before it was my turn. Su Changqing looked at the fragrant Orchid Mist tea and noticed that although the tea leaves were dark in color, the brewed tea was a bluish-green color, with fine spiritual energy rising like mist. Sun Peng extended his hand and said, "Fellow deist CAI, please." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing picked up the teacup in front of him and held it below his nose. No wonder this tea can sell for a mid-grade spirit stone per pot. The first whiff of its delicate fragrance. Let's smell the fragrance of orchids again. A deep sniff reveals a sweet aftertaste. Press your tongue against the roof of your mouth and sip slowly. When you drink it, it tastes quite sour and astringent, and your tongue feels slightly numb, but this is quickly diluted by a refreshing sweetness. When swallowed, it feels like a warm, floral-scented stream has slid down the throat, leaving a faint, pleasant fragrance. After about 2 or 3 breaths, a sweet, honey-like taste suddenly welled up in my mouth. The spiritual energy surged within my abdomen, making me feel completely refreshed. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. Excellent tea. Sun Peng breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. If fellow deist CAI likes it, take 1 gin when you leave. And so, the two sipped tea and chatted casually. Unlike usual, the transaction didn't happen immediately. More leisurely, more relaxed. When does this liquor store open? It should be soon. I'd really like to try the wine sold by the Sun family. Downstairs, there was a lot of discussion. Su Changqing put down his teacup and said half-jokingly, "Your Sun family has a pretty good reputation." Sun Peng grinned. Actually, these are all people we hired with spirit stones. They started hyping it up a few days ago, and now we're just waiting for you to come and put the spirit rice wine on the shelves. Su Changqing was not surprised at all upon hearing this. He had already noticed something amiss when he arrived on this street and stood near the shops. How could a liquor store that hasn't even officially opened for business yet, and hasn't sold a single pound of liquor, attract so many customers to stop by, and even discuss and pay attention to it? There's obviously something fishy going on here. Without further ado, Su Changqing took out 500 gin of top-grade spirit rice and 500 gin of high-quality spirit rice wine that he had prepared in advance from his small storage bag. Sun Peng saw this and his eyes lit up. Both spirit rice and spirit rice wine are necessities for cultivating immortality. To be honest, I'm a little reluctant to sell it to independent cultivators outside. There was nothing they could do. Su Changqing wanted to open a liquor store, so they had no choice but to comply. Then, Sun Peng took out the spirit stones he had used to buy the spirit rice. Last time it was 5 mid-grade spirit stones. This time, there are also 5. Seeing this, Su Changqing said nothing. Although the ratio of top-grade spiritual rice produced in the second-grade spiritual fields today is 1:1.2, but 500 gin only sold for 420 low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 4 mid-grade spirit stones. They gave us 5 coins, which is already higher than the market price in the market for independent cultivators. As for the spirit rice wine, there's no need to rush to pay for it. Because the two parties are in a cooperative relationship, they will split the profits after the Lingmai wine is sold. For the first 6 months, Su Changqing held 60% of the shares, while the Sun family held 40%. 6 months later, regardless of whether business was good or bad, Su Changqing owned 70% and the Sun family owned 30%. This was all agreed upon by both parties during the last visit. After the transaction was completed, the two continued to enjoy tea and chat. It wasn't until almost evening that Su Changqing bid farewell to Sun Peng, and slowly left Panchun Tea House with a pound of Yalin Vucha tea leaves. Where to go? Of course, it's about drinking with courtesans. He came to the Sangzhou market mainly to relax, besides trading. I drank quite a bit of tea that afternoon, and my stomach was rumbling as I walked. It was perfect to take a walk while refining the spiritual energy within. Ouch! This is incredible. A great demon has been slain. Another 500-year-old rolling dragon. Su Changqing was walking towards the invitation fragrance pavilion when he suddenly noticed that the people around him were rushing to the other side like madmen. Listening to the words of those around me, and seeing their excited expressions, after thinking it over, Su Changqing decided to follow them. As long as you don't leave the city, it's fine. Before long, a fairly spacious square appeared ahead. However, it was filled with an extremely complex smell. If I had to describe it, it's like a rotten egg being struck by lightning and scorched. The nauseating smell spread outwards from the square. Many ordinary people vomit immediately upon smelling this odor. Many cultivators also looked quite grim. Even so, no one left. Every single one of them was looking towards the center of the square. Seeing the crowds of people packed together, Su Changqing stomped his right foot and leaped into the air, landing directly on the roof of a nearby high-rise building. There are quite a few people who share his thoughts and behaviors. Then, everyone looked towards the center of the square. There were about 10 people standing inside, all of them independent cultivators. Although they wore different clothes, they all had a tiger descending a mountain embroidered on their chests. They are the famous Descending Tiger demon hunting team of Dongqing City. Currently ranked second, their strength is self-evident. Behind the dozen or so people lay a rolling, earth-yellow dragon at least 10 feet long. How long is 10 zhang? It is about 33 meters. Even though this rolling dragon was dead beyond any doubt, it still exuded a terrifying and intense aura. From the current perspective, there are many injuries, and they are all very serious. He suffered a severe head injury. There was a penetrating wound in his left eye, and the eye socket was ruptured, with thick yellow liquid flowing out. His jaw was torn apart, as if a sharp arrow had pierced his throat diagonally upwards, tearing his mouth into a twisted crooked mouth and revealing jagged, broken teeth. His torso was covered in wounds. The area 7 inches from the ground was charred black, clearly a mark left by a lightning-attracting talisman. The hard outer skin had cracked open, revealing the bluish-purple necrotic muscle beneath. The tail was almost completely severed, with only a small amount of muscle connecting it. The vertebrae were cracked inch by inch, as if they had been crushed by a heavy object. What flowed out was not blood, but a yellowish-brown mud. Su Changqing's pupils contracted slightly as he watched. This is the rolling dragon? This was the first time he had ever seen a monster so close up. Moreover, it seems to be a great demon that is 500 years old. It definitely feels different from the feeling brought by spirit beasts. At this moment, a man on the other rooftop spoke up. This is the third rolling dragon to emerge from that place in the past 6 months. Upon hearing this, a female cultivator beside her said with a grave expression, to this day, Huang Yuanhua's cave has not been fully explored, and it seems that something even more terrifying is hidden deep within it. What do you all think of the main character in Wang? Listening to the whispers around him, Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, it's related to that earth spirit root golden core Huang Yuanhua again. Just who is this person, and what is hidden in his cave? It's absolutely impossible for you not to be curious. But he wouldn't leave Dongqing City out of curiosity, much less venture deep into the Black Forest. For someone at the Foundation establishment stage to go to a place full of monsters seems adventurous, but in reality, it's suicide. Moreover, the matter of Huang Yuanhua's cave dwelling has been going on for almost half a year. There must be a reason why so many monster hunting teams haven't been able to explore it all. We'll see what this tiger hunting team is planning. This is the rolling dragon? So long, no wonder it's a 500-year-old demon. This is the third one already. I wonder how many more are in that cave. The onlookers were either independent cultivators or ordinary people. They were all pointing and commenting on the rolling dragon. Although Dongqing City has always been known for its demon hunting, most of the time no one brings demons, or even their corpses, into the city. The fact that the tiger hunting team is doing this now is definitely attracting everyone's attention, and it must be admitted that they did succeed. It even caused a sensation, with at least several thousand people coming to watch. At this moment, the current captain of the mountain tiger demon hunting team, a burly man covered in muddy blood from the rolling dragon, stepped forward. His sharp gaze swept over everyone in all directions. It seemed as if they wanted to clearly see everyone's reactions, expressions, and eyes. Then, the man said loudly, everyone, I am the captain of the mountain tiger demon hunting team, and my name is Wang Tianba. There are 2 reasons why I brought in the corpse of this rolling dragon. First, let everyone broaden their horizons. Second, conduct a public auction. Upon hearing this, many people gasped in shock. In Dongqing City, almost everyone who wants to hold an auction chooses the city's only auction house, Dongqing Auction House. The manager behind it is none other than the famous golden elixir master Wang. He is also the owner of the entire Dongqing City, the Sangzhou Market, and the Yaoxiang Pavilion. Although Wang Tianba and his group did not break any rules, their actions gave people the feeling of overstepping their bounds. In an instant, many people's expressions changed, especially their eyes, which were filled with complex emotions. Everyone was wondering, isn't Wang Tianba afraid of angering Master Wang? Compared to the surprise, shock, and disbelief of those around him, Su Changqing, as an outsider, didn't react much and even seemed somewhat expectant. Last time at the auction house, I spent 33 mid-grade spirit stones to acquire the seeds of 5 rare spirit plants, which came from the stomach of the rolling dragon. Perhaps, this time there will be some gains as well. Soon, Wang Tianba launched a public auction, loudly announcing, next, we will auction off everything that can be separated from this 500-year-old rolling dragon, including its skin, flesh, bones, spinal cord, essence, blood, stomach, core parts, etc. If you are interested, please feel free to participate. The first thing I need to buy for the camera is leather. Don't be fooled by its current pitiful appearance, covered in wounds. In reality, the skin of great demons is very tough, especially the rolling dragon, which contains a trace of earth energy, so it has no problem in terms of defense. Because there are so many people, quite a few are interested in this. Most of them have the metal elemental root, and there are several blacksmiths among them. Soon, someone successfully acquired the tough hide of the rolling dragon for 10 mid-grade spirit stones. As time passed, all the remaining meat, bones, and spinal cord were sold. After all, it is part of a 500-year-old demon, so even if the price is a bit high, there will still be people who buy it. Soon it will be the turn of the essence and blood. This item is actually more valuable and rarer than the previous one. Therefore, many people looked on with anticipation. Then, Wang Tianba, the captain of the tiger hunting team, used a sharp blade to cut open the inside of the rolling dragon in front of everyone, took out a yellowish-brown crystal, and shouted again, the heart essence of the rolling dragon, starting bid is 10 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid cannot be lower than 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, no wonder it's called the rolling dragon, even its heart's essence is so disgusting. However, the essence and blood of any great demon will never lack an audience. It can be used for alchemy, talisman making, and weapon crafting. Why? Because it has attributes. The rolling dragon is of the earth element, and its heart essence is also of the earth element, even more so. Sure enough, the life essence of this rolling dragon immediately attracted a frenzy of snatching. The number of participants exceeded the total number of previous participants, making the competition extremely fierce. The price skyrocketed from 11 mid-grade spirit stones to 33. Moreover, it continues to rise, showing a strong trend of breaking through 50. Su Changqing clicked his tongue in amazement. Isn't it said that rogue cultivators are very poor? In the end, this earthy yellow crystalline dragon essence blood was acquired by a well-known male alchemist in the loose cultivator market for 55 mid-grade spirit stones. Finally, it was Su Changqing's turn to look at the stomach sac, which he was most interested in. Last time, 5 seeds of rare spiritual plants were extracted from it. One of the green gourds even mutated, resulting in a huge profit. Wang Tianba pulled out the stomach of the rolling dragon, and filthy mud flowed down his hands, filling the air with an even more pungent stench. He said in a deep voice, "The stomach of the rolling dragon is said to be used to refine artifacts and make them into storage spirit artifacts. The starting bid is 5 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 1 mid-grade spirit stone. 6, 7, 8. Although not many people are interested in this, quite a few are willing to take the gamble. The bids were simply increased 1 by 1 each time. This is done to save costs." Although Su Changqing was interested, he did not speak immediately, but planned to wait. Let's see how far these bidding guys will push the stomach to. Before long, they had accumulated 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Seeing that the price increase was not significant and the number of bidders was decreasing, Wang Tianba frowned and reminded everyone again, "Everyone, as I just said, this thing can be used to refine storage items, and its defensive capabilities are absolutely no problem." Even so, the number of people bidding did not increase by many. Although this thing can indeed be used to craft storage items, the problem is, it's too ugly. Moreover, it emitted a disgusting, fishy odor. Using this as a storage item would probably make me a laughingstock. Finally, after a difficult upgrade to 15 mid-grade spirit stones, the conversation went cold. Seeing this, Su Changqing knew it was his turn to act, and immediately said, 16. After a few seconds, someone finally placed a bid, 17. Su Changqing said expressionlessly, 18. The person who had just bid suddenly turned grim and said angrily, "Such an ugly thing, and someone actually dared to snatch it? You're ruthless. I don't want it." Among the tiger hunting team, a charming young woman brought over the stomach of the rolling dragon with a friendly smile and said softly, "Fellow deist, this is what you bid on." Su Changqing's gaze lingered on the other person for a few seconds before he reached out and took the item. At the same time, he expressionlessly took out 18 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them to the other person. Having obtained the spirit stone, the charming young woman smiled sweetly, winked provocatively, then turned and leaped, traversing dozens of meters across the rooftop, quickly returning to the demon hunting team of the tiger descending the mountain. The auction then continued. What follows is far more intriguing than the skin, flesh, bones, spinal cord, semen, and stomach, and many people are eagerly anticipating it. What? The core part of the rolling dragon. Each monster has one or more core parts. They possess powerful effects and are closely related to various attributes. The longer it exists, the higher its value. Since the rolling dragon is an earth element item, the core part of this item is also an earth element item. Is it coming? We've waited so long, isn't it all for this core component? With it, I can try to obtain the golden elixir of moral character. Many people, especially independent practitioners, are eager to try their hand at it. To break through from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, one almost always needs to use the core parts of a demon. Therefore, the rogue cultivators with earth spirit roots who were stuck at this stage were very excited. This was the first time Su Changqing had seen the core of the rolling dragon, so he stared at it curiously. Soon, Wang Tianba, the burly captain of the tiger hunting team, took out a palm-sized yellow crystal from his storage bag and held it above his head with both hands. Suddenly, a crisp crack sound came from the ground beneath my feet. Centered on people, cracks appear like a spider web. Although it looks like a crystal, it is actually a scale. Even the rolling dragon, a great demon who has lived for 500 years, only has one piece. The scales resemble yellow crystals, gleaming like yellow sapphires under the sunlight. A rich, earthy aura permeated the air, instantly making the air, atmosphere, and overall feeling of the square feel substantial and weighty. Those who are close to you seem to be wearing heavy shackles. The response has become sluggish. The ground became muddy. Su Changqing stared wide-eyed. This is the core part of the rolling dragon. Immediately, Wang Tianba shouted, "This is the core part of the rolling earth dragon, which has been accumulated over hundreds of years. It is called the filthy earth scale. It contains a rich earth spirit and even a trace of earth energy. It is not only extremely hard, but also weighs several thousand kilograms. It's finally here." Many people were thrilled. The real show is just beginning. Although the vast majority of people were just watching and enjoying the spectacle. But those who truly understand the industry, or those who have a genuine need for it, have long been unable to resist. Hearing the whispers around him, Wang Tianba's lips curled into a smug smile. He then announced the bidding for the core part. The starting price is 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 10 mid-grade spirit stones. 130, 150, 200. Compared to now, what happened just now was nothing. Previously, the most I had was only a few dozen mid-grade spirit stones. Nowadays, the asking price is 10 coins, or even more. Soon, the price of the impure earth scale exceeded 500 mid-grade spirit stones. This is clearly a hurdle, or a watershed moment. The number of bidders immediately halved, but the price continued to rise. If he had to describe it in 2 words, Su Changqing would say, crazy. As you can see, many of the people still bidding now are in their 70s or 80s. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have been stuck in the foundation establishment stage for many years. If they cannot break through to the golden core stage, they will not live for more than a few years. Therefore, they all chose to take a gamble here. Now it all comes down to who has more savings and more spirit stones in their storage bag. The further along the bidding process goes, the fewer people participate. However, at the same time, prices are getting higher and higher. It was 500 mid-grade spirit stones a moment ago, but now it has soared to 700. Although, no one is bidding in tens of dollars anymore. But accumulating 10 at a time is still quite terrifying. It's likely that many independent cultivators have emptied their life savings. Su Changqing, who was standing on the roof, was stunned by this scene. It's unclear how much time passed, but eventually only 2 people remained, still persevering. No, to be precise, they were 2 elderly people. Old Lu, you're already buried in the ground, why bother continuing? You son of a bitch, Wang Xiang, aren't you the same? It really is different. I'm 3 years younger than you. You, go to hell. No way? You're already in such a hurry? Oh dear. The 2 old rogue cultivators, one directly and angrily cursed, the other spoke in a sarcastic tone. Logically speaking, one shouldn't laugh in such a serious setting, but Su Changqing and everyone else present couldn't help but laugh. It was really interesting to listen to the 2 of them arguing back and forth. Su Changqing looked to his right and saw a kind old man wearing a blue robe. His eyebrows and hair have turned white. Behind him stood several young people covering their faces. This man was Wang Xiang, who had been relentlessly abused by Lu Logui. Facing his furious nemesis, Wang Xiang spoke sarcastically while making faces. In short, do whatever makes the other person angry. It's like they're saying, if you don't mess with me, I'll make you furious. However, although old Lu was angry, he didn't dare to make a move. Not to mention, this is Dongqing City, which is under the control of the Golden Core King. If you act recklessly, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction from the other party, and may even result in punishment. Most importantly, he is old and won't live for many more years. He possesses the foundation building stage, but all aspects of his abilities are declining and deteriorating. Now, he only has half the strength he had at his peak. If a fight were to break out, he might not be a match for his arch-enemy, Wang Xiang. There's nothing we can do, she's definitely 3 years younger. This has led to a very awkward situation. You can't argue with them. They dared not fight. Old Lu was so angry that he glared and his forehead turned red. Su Changqing squatted down, took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his small storage bag, and started cracking them open with interest. At this moment, a male cultivator dressed in black approached. Fellow deist, can you share some with me? Su Changqing turned his head and glanced at the other person. This person is short, probably only half the height of an adult. He had a mustache and his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. They give off a shifty-eyed vibe, and the first impression isn't very good. However, Su Changqing was not stingy and shared half of the melon seeds with the other party. The man smiled and said, thank you, fellow deist. My name is Wang Fada, a talisman cultivator from Dongqing City. Su Changqing thought for a moment and said, Cai Kun, an alchemist from Dongqing City. Wang Fada used his enormous front teeth to bite open the melon rind, then asked in surprise, fellow deist Cai, which of these 2 old ghosts do you think will get the impure earth scale? Upon hearing this, Su Changqing curled his lip indifferently and said, whatever. He didn't care at all which of the 2 would win the Edo Tensei scale, regardless of the other party's reasons. No matter how you look at it, I'm just a bystander watching a show. Ultimately, Wang Xiang won the bid for the impure earth scale. How many spirit stones did it cost? A total of 790, just short of 800. Old Lu couldn't win the argument, nor did he dare to fight, and he didn't have as many spirit stones as the other person. Seeing that he couldn't get the filthy earth scale, he angrily turned around and left. Pay the money and take the goods. The moment Wang Xiangqiu touched the impure earth scale, his entire body suddenly sank, almost breaking his old frame. He hurriedly tossed it into his storage bag, then said with a face full of relief, with this, I can Thus, everything about the 500-year-old demon, the rolling dragon, including its skin, flesh, bones, spinal cord, essence, blood, stomach, and most importantly, its core parts, was sold. In one fell swoop, the tiger hunting team earned over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As the second-ranked demon hunting team in Dongqing City, after deducting all expenses such as pills, talismans, and treatments, their net profit is only about 10 mid-grade spirit stones per month. In other words, a powerful demon allowed them to earn spirit stones equivalent to more than 8 years' worth of earnings ahead of schedule. Of course, since there are many people, everyone has to get a share. Even so, it still earns more than normal monster hunting. Let's go, let's go. They're all gone. It stinks. I've wanted to leave for ages. The corpse of the great demon rolling dragon was dismembered, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. But at that moment, several flying shuttles emerged from the eastern green trees on the other side. Wan Fata reacted quickly, exclaiming in surprise, "Isn't that a junior member of Master Wang's family?" Upon hearing this, Su Changqing looked over and discovered that the quality of these people's flying shuttles was quite good, already very close to the level of disciples of the immortal sect. The people up there were all very young. Almost all of them were handsome men and beautiful women. The leader was a female cultivator, dressed in flowing white robes with a beautiful face. She controlled the flying shuttle to arrive above the plaza, looking down at the tiger hunting team descending the mountain. Then she coldly questioned, "Wang Tianba, what do you mean by this? Let's go, let's go." Seeing this, Su Changqing sensed that a fight might break out, so he quickly turned around and left, not wanting to linger here and afraid of getting involved. Wan Fata paused for a moment, then said with a playful expression, "You are a kindred spirit." Not long after, Su Changqing left the square, but instead of going to the invitation to Fragrance Pavilion, he circled around it several times. Through his spiritual senses, he sensed that several people were following him, but he didn't know what they wanted to do. Perhaps it's because he bought the stomach sack of the road deer that he has attracted so much attention. After shaking them off, Su Changqing thought it over and decided to return to the inn. It's better to play it safe and avoid crowded and noisy places like Yaoxiang Pavilion for now. He quickly returned to the inn and took out the rolling dragon stomach pouch from his small storage bag. The longest part of this thing is as long as an adult's arm. It's like a round ball, big and fat. If it weren't for its extreme ugliness, it would probably be worth washing. The liquid on top is no different from mud. Moreover, it wasn't just pure yellow mud, it also had a pungent, rotten egg smell. Su Changqing frowned and immediately opened the wooden window next to the bed. After a little ventilation, the stench subsided. Then, he took out a sharp knife and began to cut little by little. The more you open it, the stronger the stench emanating from inside becomes. Who's cooking shit? It stinks. Vomit. Soon, all around were sounds of cursing and swearing, and it can be as dirty as you want. Su Changqing remained unaffected and continued cutting open the stomach of the rolling dragon. At that moment, he didn't care about the greetings from those around him, nor did he care about the stench, he just wanted to see if the seed he had been longing for was inside. After all, it cost 18 mid-grade spirit stones. Not long after, a seed actually appeared in the muddy gastric juice. The outer shell is corroded and the surface is covered with scratches. Overall, it looks a bit like a sunflower seed, with one end pointed and the other round. The seed is about the length of an adult's thumb. It is yellowish-brown overall, with a hint of earthy charm. Su Changqing's eyes lit up, there really is one. Unfortunately, as he continued searching, he found only one seed in the enormous stomach. If it's the seed of an ordinary spiritual plant, then it's definitely a huge loss. If it's the seed of a rare spiritual plant, it's equivalent to losing money. Unless this thing is not only rare, but also very valuable. At this moment, Su Changqing glanced out the window and saw that the people who had come to greet him had fallen silent. It looks like it was driven away by the stench. Fortunately, it was finally over, and he quickly put away the stomach sack and the seeds. There's no rush to confirm now, we'll discuss it again upon returning to the immortal sect. Next, we just need to wait for the trial operation of Changqing Wine Shop. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Su Changqing was lying in bed, diligently studying the mysterious wood golden body technique. I received a notification from Sun Peng. The other party said that the signboard had been completed. They inquired whether to choose a suitable time or to start preparing for the trial operation now. Su Changqing didn't want to waste too much time in the scattered cultivator market, so he felt the sooner the better. Anyway, the Sun family has been trying to find people to increase the popularity of their liquor store during this period. Next, as long as the drinks are good, it's only a matter of time before it becomes a huge hit. In fact, everyone who has tasted Lingmai wine praises it without exception. Su Changqing's masterful, high-quality spirit rice wine is practically a game-changer here, with virtually no competitors. Around noon, he left the inn and headed towards Changqing Wine Shop. Perhaps because the evergreen wine shop is about to open for trial operation, the streets are packed with people. Most of them were definitely planted by the Sun family. However, there are also some curious people, or those who simply enjoy drinking. After all, the Sun family must have had the resources to open a liquor store on this bustling street. If things go wrong, I doubt I'll even break even. Before long, a commotion broke out ahead. Sun Rong is here. It seems the Sun family values this wine shop very much. I wonder what the drinks taste like. Sun Rong, accompanied by his son Sun Peng, daughter-in-law Lei Yuna, manager Sun Yun, and others, appeared at the other end of the street in a grand manner, which immediately attracted a lot of onlookers. Surrounded by a crowd, Sun Rong and his entourage arrived at the entrance of the liquor store, which was about to open for trial operation. Several servants of the Sun family brought out the firecrackers that had been prepared in advance. In an instant, the crackling sound echoed throughout the entire street. It immediately attracted more attention, with people looking around curiously. Seeing that it was getting more and more lively and that more and more people were gathering, Sun Rong stood at the door, smiled and called out, "Someone, hang up the plaque." Directly opposite, on the second floor of the Pan Chun tea house, Su Changqing sat by the window, sipping his blood vine tea while looking across the street. The plaque was covered by a red cloth, making the words illegible, but the whole thing was made of a thick, dark piece of wood. After hanging it up, Sun Rong winked at his son next to him. Sun Peng understood immediately, glanced at the second floor of the tea house across the street, exchanged a look with Su Changqing, and then ripped off the red cloth on the plaque. Suddenly, 4 large, gilded characters, exuding an ancient charm, appeared. Changqing Wine Shop. The Lei family is gifting a pair of stone lions to guard the gate. Pan Chun Tea House is giving away a set of exquisite wine utensils. Ling Shen Restaurant presents you with a long night pearl. As the plaque was unveiled, many acquaintances presented generous gifts. Changqing Wine Shop suddenly became the busiest shop on the street. Sun Rong stood on the steps, his gaze sweeping over everyone in front of him, and then he announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is the first day of our trial operation. Everyone can enjoy a small cup of our master brewer's premium spirit rice wine, brewed by him personally, for free." These words caused an uproar among many people. Another master brewer. It's another high-quality Ling Mai wine, and you can also get a small cup for free. Even people who weren't interested before are now eager to try it. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Sun Rong instructed his son, "Go and bring a pot of the high-quality spirit rice wine that fellow deist Cai gave us." Sun Peng nodded, then turned, and went into the store. Not long after, he came out carrying a pot of wine in both hands. After deducting the weight of the wine pot, there is 1 pound of high-quality Ling Mai wine inside. When the people around saw that there was only so much, they all looked disappointed. I thought there would be at least a big bucket so everyone could have a good drink, but I never expected them to be so stingy and miserly, only giving us a small pot. Faced with doubts and ridicule from many people, Sun Peng remained unmoved, even revealing a meaningful smile on his face, before opening the lid. Instantly, a rich aroma of rice mixed with the mellow scent of wine wafted out of the wine pot. Everyone who smelled this odor, whether they had doubts or not, fell silent instantly. Then, everyone's eyes were fixed on the wine pot in Sun Peng's hand. Enticed by the aroma, some heavy drinkers swallowed their saliva, their Adam's apples bobbing up and down. "It smells so good," someone shouted, breaking the quiet atmosphere. The next second, the onlookers seemed to be activated and immediately swarmed forward. Although it is a common spirit rice wine, no similar taste can be found in the entire market of scattered cultivators. The aroma of alcohol doesn't necessarily indicate the quality of the alcohol, but if it can make people's mouths water, that's already quite impressive. It's delicious, really delicious. A fine wine. My goodness, is this really the spirit rice wine that you can drink in the market for rogue cultivators? Those who were the first to taste it all stared wide-eyed, their faces showing disbelief. They were so moved by the excellent quality of the Ling Mai wine that they shed tears. Throughout Dongqing City, especially in the market area for scattered cultivators, while there are some high-quality Ling Mai wines sold, the majority are actually cheap and inferior wines. Almost every independent cultivator who enjoys drinking has tried it. However, compared to the high-quality spirit rice wine sold by the Sun family, it is several levels inferior. It feels like a dream to be able to drink such fine wine now. Are they all colleagues? That guy even cried. He deserves to make money. Wait, something seems off. Faced with this situation, the shills hired by the Sun family looked at each other in bewilderment. Things didn't go as they expected. Before he could even start setting the pace, a pot of spirit rice wine ignited the entire scene. In an instant, large numbers of people flocked into Changqing Wine Shop. However, many people were stunned when they saw the price. How many? 1 pound contains 15 low-grade spirit stones. The price is too high. Other wine shops and distilleries only charge 5 low-grade spirit stones for a pound of high-quality spirit rice wine. Small workshops are even cheaper. A single low-grade spirit stone can buy several kilograms of inferior spirit rice wine. The problem is that the Ling Mai wine sold by the Sun family's Changqing Wine Shop is indeed very delicious, and the aroma alone is addictive. After much deliberation, a male cultivator finally made up his mind, stomped his foot, and shouted, "Buy it. Such delicious wine deserves a higher price." Once the first person buys, a second, a third, and so on, one after another. In just a short while, more than 40 gin were sold. One gin contains 15 low-grade spirit stones. 40 caddies is equivalent to 600 low-grade spirit stones. This means that on the first day of the trial operation, they earned 6 mid-grade spirit stones. Sun Peng said in a panic, "Father, at this rate, the 500 gin of high-quality spirit rice wine we prepared is simply not enough to sell." Sun Rong's expression froze, and he couldn't help but say, "It seems I need to have another talk with fellow Deus Cai." Suddenly, Lei Yuna, the daughter-in-law standing nearby, put down the communication talisman and stepped forward, saying, "Father, my own father just said that you should secretly save 10 jin for him." "Master, Madame Niu also said just now. Sir, the head chef of Lingshan restaurant would like to speak with you in person. Sir, Hangzhou from Yaoxiang Pavilion wants to meet you at our usual place." Next, I started contacting all sorts of acquaintances and friends. A newly opened liquor store is bustling with activity, comparable to a century-old establishment. Sun Rong and his son Sun Peng felt a chill run down their spines. The two of them went to find Su Changqing at the tea house across the street. One person stayed behind to take charge. Sun Peng hurried into the Pan Chun tea house, almost bumping into the waiter. Without exchanging any words with him, he immediately climbed the steps to the second floor. I spotted Su Changqing sitting by the window, savoring his tea. Sun Peng hurriedly said, "Fellow Deus Cai, the spirit rice wine is selling like hotcakes, it won't last more than a few days." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing casually replied, "I only brought 500 jin this time." Sun Peng scratched his head, "Then what should we do?" Su Changqing thought about it carefully and said, "You can limit the quantity, sell only a portion each day, and keep it up until I come over next month." Sun Peng said with a sense of helplessness, "It seems, this is the only way. Given its current popularity, it's estimated that 500 jin of high-quality Lingmai wine will be sold out in just 2 days. If a liquor store that specializes in selling alcohol closes down right after its trial operation, that would be terrible." Su Changqing put down his teacup, stood up from his stool, and reminded the other party, "Today's situation will definitely attract the attention of all the major wine shops, distilleries, restaurants, and small workshops in Dongqing City. You must be vigilant and make sure nothing goes wrong." Sun Peng nodded quickly, "Don't worry." Su Changqing waved his hand, "Very well, I'm leaving now. See you next month." A few days after returning to the Dongting Immortal Sect, it was midnight. While using the Azure Lotus domain to help the bright moon grass in the spirit field grow faster, Su Changqing was also studying the mysterious wood golden body technique. Suddenly, he sensed something and immediately looked at the attribute panel. Mysterious wood golden body technique, level 1. Effect 1, the epidermis hardens like ironwood. Effect 2, ironwood can reflect damage. Effect 3, physical resistance increased by plus 10%. Special effect, abrasions heal in 3 breaths. Su Changqing exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the complete version of a high-level defensive spell? The first layer alone has 3 normal effects and 1 special effect. It's easy to imagine how amazing it would be if it were upgraded to the maximum level." At this point, a system prompt appears. "Would you like to sacrifice 5 years of your lifespan to upgrade the Mystic with Golden Body technique to level 2? Yes." He instantly entered a state of enlightenment. The mysterious feeling lasted for 5 breaths before it subsided. At the same time, this high-level defensive spell was also upgraded once again. Remaining lifespan, 725 years. Mysterious wood golden body technique, level 2. Effect 1, the epidermis hardens like ironwood. Effect 2, ironwood can reflect damage. Effect 3, physical resistance increased by plus 20%. Effect 4, improved bone resilience. Effect 5, can withstand 3 elephants stepping on it simultaneously. Special Effect 1, abrasions heal in 3 breaths. Special Effect 2, bone fracture heals in 1 day. Su Changqing chose to upgrade to the next level because he wanted to see how it would go. Currently, the difference between the first and second layers lies in 4 aspects: defense, resilience, recovery, and resistance to physical attacks. It seems that the effect will become stronger as time goes on. Would you like to sacrifice 30 years of your lifespan to upgrade the Mystic with Golden Body technique to level 5? Yes. Su Changqing answered decisively. Now, my lifespan has long exceeded 700 years. It's only a few decades, there's no need to worry about it. Harvesting just 1 acre of spiritual land will quickly restore it. Immediately, he entered that profound and mysterious state of sudden enlightenment once again. Because this time it's at full power, it will last longer. It felt like I was automatically cultivating myself, and my various experiences became clearer and clearer. I'm gaining more and more experience and skills in the mysterious wood golden body technique. Remaining lifespan 695 years. Mysterious Wood Golden Body Technique, 5th level. Effect 1. The outer skin hardens like ironwood, reflecting damage and increasing resistance to physical attacks by plus 50%. Effect 2. Increased bone toughness, allowing the body to withstand the simultaneous stomping of 5 elements, physical damage reduction plus 40%. Effect 3. Internal organs develop spiritual veins, forming an inner armor that increases physical impact resistance by 30%. Effect 4. The heart transforms into a green with spirit seed, recovery speed increases by 20% when near spirit plants. Effect 5. The entire body is covered in spirit runes, granting pain immunity. Upon near death, the body transforms into a tree, increasing damage resistance by 100%. Special Effect 1. Skin abrasions heal in 3 breaths. Special Effect 2. Bone and muscle cracks heal in 1 day. Special Effect 3. Internal organ damage heals in 3 days. Special Effect 4. Fatal wound turns into feigned death. Hiss! Su Changqing gasped. Although I knew that high-level defensive spells were very powerful, I didn't expect them to be this powerful. With all 5 layers maxed out, the defense, damage resistance, and recovery reach an astonishing level. All I can say is that the Immortal Sect truly lives up to its name. The cultivation techniques and spells exchanged are not only complete, but also extremely effective. If it were a market town for independent cultivators, or an ordinary cultivation family, they would only have 1 or 2 complete cultivation techniques, not to mention that many aspects would be greatly compromised. Seeing the amazing effects of the Mysterious Wood Golden Body Technique, Su Changqing didn't even bother to look after his spiritual field. He ran all the way back to the wooden house and then went into the kitchen. Without any hesitation, he immediately picked up the kitchen knife from the cutting board. He had this knife with him for a long time. It has been used for cooking ever since it was first added to the core of the spirit field. It is sharpened from time to time, making it extremely sharp. Chopping melons and cutting vegetables is a piece of cake. Now it's finally time to deliver the final blow to myself. Su Changqing held the kitchen knife in his right hand and gently slashed at the back of his left hand. Logically, there should be a small scratch, or even stinging and bleeding. But now, there are no wounds, not even any bleeding, only a faint white scratch that is not very clear. Su Changqing grinned. I'm a wood cultivator, so why am I being treated like a body cultivator? But it's good, this is exactly the effect I wanted. He immediately increased the pressure, hoping to break the skin. I tried for a while, but it still didn't cause any damage. This kitchen knife, although considered a type of everyday magical weapon, is extremely sharp. However, due to limitations in materials and forging techniques, it is only of average quality. Today, no matter how much Su Changqing damages himself, he has not caused even the slightest harm. The recovery speed is so fast that scratches that appear 1 second ago disappear the next. After several unsuccessful attempts, he gave up on continuing. It felt weird to be alone in the kitchen late at night, playing with a kitchen knife. Afterwards, Su Changqing walked out of the kitchen and wooden house in a cheerful mood, and returned to the ridge of the second mu of spiritual field to continue taking care of the bright moon grass. These moonflowers grow very quickly within the azure lotus territory. In just 7 days, it has grown to about 3 inches tall. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should mature in about half a month, similar to last time. As he looked at it, Su Changqing suddenly had a thought, remembering the strange seed in the stomach sac of the rolling dragon that he had photographed in the loose cultivator market. He communicated with the azure gourd through his thoughts, and the seed immediately appeared in his palm. Similar to a melon seed, it is pointed at one end and round at the other. The seed is as long as an adult's thumb. It is yellowish-brown overall, with a hint of earthy charm. The shell was covered in scratches because it was corroded by the gastric juices of the rotting dragon. Su Changqing glanced around and found a spot near the irrigation ditch. He then buried the strange seed, which looked like a melon seed, directly into the black soil next to it. When the Azure Lotus domain is activated, it inherently contains a rich elemental power of wood. Therefore, there is no need to specifically inject it into the seed. Time passed slowly, and the moon shifted from east to west. It took longer than expected to cultivate this seed. The few I planted before sprouted and grew in no time, but this one was the only one that seemed to be dead, showing no sign of life. Su Changqing frowned. Does it have specific requirements for its growing environment? Because it contains a trace of earth elemental energy, he thought it was similar to the previous earth guiding grass. Now it seems that it's not that simple. It might be some kind of extremely rare spiritual plant. Faced with this situation, there is currently no other way but to wait patiently. Therefore, seeing that the wood elemental power in his dantian was exhausted, Su Changqing walked towards the wooden house without hesitation. Now, let this seed live and die on its own. If there is still no progress after 3 days, we will have to find another way to cultivate it. Since there is earth elemental energy, it may be related to earth elemental roots, earth veins, or the like. Su Changqing slept until around 10 a.m. Because they had gotten used to their owner's recent lifestyle, Wang Wang and the guinea fowl didn't wait anxiously this time. The two little ones had already learned to find food on their own in the fields, and grass. Su Changqing stretched and walked out of the room, saying, "That was a really good night's sleep." He subconsciously glanced at the second acre of second-grade spirit field on the left. The moonflower has already rested. During the day, it's Jin Yutang's home ground. However, without realizing it, he discovered that the black soil where he had planted the strange seeds the night before had become sticky. Although it is near the canal, this is the only location with this condition. Upon seeing this, Su Changqing hurriedly stepped forward to check. Upon arriving at the location, Su Changqing knelt on one knee and squinted as he carefully examined the area. Compared to its surroundings, this spot where the peculiar seed was buried had a noticeably moist feel, as if it were filled with liquid. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, so he stretched out his right index finger and poked at the sticky black soil directly below. To my utter surprise, not only did it not penetrate, but it even showed a slight elasticity, as if it were not black soil, but a jelly-like substance. The more force you apply, the stronger the elastic feedback becomes. When you don't use much force, your index finger goes in all at once. Then I touched something hard, which, if I'm not mistaken, should be the peculiar seed buried inside. Su Changqing rubbed it a few times and found that it had not taken root or sprouted. It was still the same as last night, with nothing special about it. But the black soil near this seed was stickier than the surrounding soil. Su Changqing pulled out his right index finger and held it up to his eyes to examine it. There are some water stains, but not many. Most of it is sticky black soil. Moreover, the earthy smell here seems stronger than in other places. Especially after a small hole was poked in it, the smell became increasingly pungent. Su Changqing was surprised and doubtful. He quickly covered it again with black soil, and the smell indeed weakened. It seems that all the changes here stem from that seed. Faced with this situation, he pondered for a while, then suddenly patted the green gourd at his waist, and a shovel immediately appeared. He then dug out the entire patch of black soil, along with the seeds. Without any hesitation, they immediately ran towards the rocky mountain. Since we cannot determine the exact nature of the seed, we cannot continue to keep it together with the various spiritual plants in the spiritual field. If something unexpected happens, all the hard work we've done will be for nothing. The black soil at the foot of the rocky mountain is relatively safer. Because Su Changqing planned to transplant the mutated mother rice, he was not in a hurry to plant the mutated daughter rice. Currently, there is only one spiritual plant in the black soil there, which is the mother rice that has undergone 2 mutations. Perhaps combining these 2 spiritual plants will bring unexpected surprises. Not long after, Su Changqing arrived at the foot of the stone mountain. Just as he was about to move the stone at the entrance, his spiritual sense suddenly detected someone on the mountain. This startled him, and he immediately stopped what he was doing and looked up. The spirit can sense that someone is above, but cannot see clearly below. Faced with this situation, Su Changqing thought it over and over, and simply put the black soil and seeds into the green gourd, then quickly climbed up and decided to take a look. In any case, this place is very close to his spiritual field. If someone seems suspicious, you must be wary of them. Not long after, Su Changqing arrived at the top of Stone Mountain again and looked ahead. On the rock directly opposite, an elderly man dressed in formal white disciple robes sat cross-legged, gazing into the distance. Su Changqing thought for a moment and then asked, "And you are?" The old man speculated, "It seems you are the owner of those 2 acres of spiritual fields behind." Su Changqing nodded slightly, "Not bad." The old man smiled slightly, "My name is Zhu Fuxian, and I am also a formal disciple." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "So it's senior brother Zhu. My name is Su Changqing. I've only been with the core of the spirit field for a few years. Where is your spirit field?" Zhu Fuxian raised his right hand and pointed into the distance, saying, "That's my spiritual field over there." Su Changqing looked over and suddenly realized what was happening. When I first climbed the stone mountain and looked out, I saw many spiritual fields and spiritual plants in the distance. There are many spiritual fields. Moreover, spiritual plants have a long growth cycle. With these 2 combined, you can imagine how strong the bamboo plant in front of you is in terms of planting ability. I thought I would never see him again, and that we would never get to know each other in my lifetime. Unexpectedly, we had the pleasure of meeting each other this morning. Zhu Fuxian turned around and looked the young spirit farmer up and down. "Speaking of which, your spirit field has quite a connection with me." Su Changqing asked in surprise, "What?" Zhu Fuxian smiled and said, 10 years ago, an old friend of mine died there." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's lips twitched violently. "So I live in a haunted house." Zhu Fuxian waved his hand dismissively. "We are all cultivators, there's no need to care about this." Su Changqing said, rather speechless, "You're not staying here, so of course you don't need to worry about it." Zhu Fuxian took a deep breath and then sighed. 10 years ago, my old friend forcibly broke through his realm, attempting to reach the level of the golden core of human quality. In the end, he failed and died. Su Changqing didn't speak, but just looked at the other person intently. The man reeked of decay. To put it bluntly, it's just an old-fashioned vibe. Strangely, he did not appear old and decrepit at all. On the contrary, he was vigorous and had a long, steady breath, which was definitely not the state of someone who was about to die. At this moment, Zhu Fuxian took out his communication talisman and said, "Junior brother Su, since your spirit field has a connection with me, that must be fate. Let's keep in touch more often, and you can ask me any questions about spirit plants." Su Changqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the communication talisman from the other party, saying, "Perfect timing, junior brother would like to ask you something right now." Zhu Fuxian paused for a moment, then nodded, "Ask away." Su Changqing described the peculiar seed and then asked, "Senior brother, do you know the origin of that seed?" Zhu Fuxian said thoughtfully, "The rolling dragon is a gluttonous monster, especially fond of all kinds of spiritual plants. The rarer the plant, the more it likes it. The one you saw, if I'm not mistaken, it should be called the earth element fruit." "Fruit?" Su Changqing exclaimed in astonishment. Zhu Fuxian nodded. "Wherever the earth's energy is abundant, almost both earth guiding grass and earth element fruit, two kinds of spiritual plants, will grow, which are also one of the foods of the rolling earth dragon." Su Changqing never expected that this was not just a seed, but also a fruit pit. The great demon, rolling dragon, swallowed the earthly fruit and digested the fruit flesh in its stomach. Only the core remained because it was resistant enough to survive. Before it could be broken down, it was killed by the tiger hunting team. "Junior brother Su, that's all for today. I need to go back and take care of the spiritual plants," Zhu Fuxian said, his body swaying as lightly as a leaf, and he drifted away with the wind. Seeing this, Su Changqing hurriedly bowed again, saying, "Respectfully seeing off senior brother Zhu." Once the other person was completely out of sight, he withdrew his gaze and then narrowed his eyes. "Although I don't know why Zhu Fuxian is here, at least I know what this strange seed is. It's recorded in the Spirit Field Chronicles and the 5-element spirit book that this earthly element fruit is. Dayuan fruit is also known as Wutu. It must grow in places with abundant earth energy. It grows extremely slowly, taking 10 years to take root and sprout, and another 10 years to flower and bear fruit. Moreover, it has a characteristic that Su Changqing remembers vividly. When it is pulp, it is a Wutu spiritual fruit, representing Yang Earth. It can be used for ingestion, crafting defensive magical artifacts, and designing formations. If only the seed remains, it becomes of the earth element, also known as Yin Earth, characterized by mud, which can turn originally dry land into clay. Its main function is to be buried in black soil to improve the earth's energy and increase nutrients, and then to cultivate spiritual plants, or to serve as a carrier for talismans. Therefore, the earth root fruit is an extremely special fruit. This explains why the black soil where the seeds were planted turned muddy overnight. There are currently 3 known variants. 1. The mysterious yellow earth core fruit. The fruit is dark golden in color, with dragon scale-like patterns on its surface, and weighs a ton. When it matures, it will trigger a small earthquake. Its aura needs to be sealed with an array, otherwise it will attract a powerful demon. It can greatly enhance the power of earth-based spells and supernatural abilities. It is also a core material for refining the earth elemental natal magic weapon, the mysterious yellow seal. The current price is 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, and it may fluctuate occasionally. 2. Impure world demon fruit. It needs to grow in a yin and evil place to absorb resentment and earth evil, thus causing mutation. The fruit is jet black with blood-red veins on its surface, and touching it can affect one's mind. It exudes the scent of decaying earth, causing surrounding vegetation to wither, yet it is accompanied by the rare spiritual plant, the soul-devouring vine. It can be refined into the impure earth demon pill, which greatly enhances the power of yin-type spells and supernatural abilities. It is most famously used for refining weapons, creating the infamous impure earth banner. Currently, there is a price but no market for it. The last recorded instance was over 100 years ago. At that time, one of them sold for 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. 3. Space Earth Elemental Fruit. Growing near the entrance to the secret realm, it absorbs the power of space, thus undergoing mutation. The fruit contains a trace of spatial laws, is semi-transparent in color, and has flowing light and shadow like quicksand inside. It is as light as a feather, yet it cannot be stored in an ordinary storage bag. It can be used to comprehend rudimentary spatial supernatural powers and spells, such as shrinking the earth to an inch or small teleportation techniques. They can be used as materials for crafting magical treasures, such as the mustard seed samuru, forming a small space of their own. Of course, this thing is most famous for being the main material for the interdimensional teleportation array. Because it is so scarce, it is impossible to buy, and there is no specific transaction price. Currently, as long as the seedlings are successfully cultivated, they can recoup their costs even without mutations. Su Changqing stood on the rocky mountain, the cold wind blowing, messing up his long hair, but he became more and more calm. The value of an ordinary earthworm fruit is neither particularly high nor low. For cultivators in the chi refining and foundation establishment stages, this is considered a good item. However, the stage at which it truly comes into play is the golden core stage. The more books Su Changqing read, the more knowledge he accumulated about cultivating immortality. Once you reach the golden core stage, your spiritual consciousness will be upgraded to divine consciousness. If one reaches the earth-grade golden core, one can even comprehend additional supernatural abilities. Depending on the number of spiritual roots, one may comprehend one or even multiple ones. This is the main reason why core disciples like Li Lingbai strive to achieve the earth-grade golden core. Why did Xu Feng become possessed by a demon back in the flower field? It's because the golden elixir of human character only possesses spiritual consciousness, but lacks supernatural powers. The watershed moment for the golden core stage occurs here. The golden core cultivator only possesses spiritual consciousness. Most cultivators stop at the nascent soul stage. Earth-grade golden elixir not only possesses divine consciousness but can also comprehend supernatural powers, thus having the potential to transform into a deity. As for the heavenly grade golden elixir, not only does it possess powerful divine sense and supernatural abilities, but it also allows one to gain early access to the power of laws, ultimately leading to immortality. At this moment, Su Changqing's eyes were exceptionally firm. If I can cultivate this earth element fruit seed and then perform the finger pointing technique every day, even if I succeed just once, it will be of great help to me. Actually, making money is secondary these days. If it could mutate into a space earth element fruit and be refined into a Samura mustard seed, it would come with its own small space, and then we would no longer have to sneak around like thieves every day. Then, Su Changqing turned around and went down the rocky mountain. But they didn't move the stone at the entrance, nor did they go inside. Whatever the reason for Zhu Fuxian's appearance here, it is something we should be wary of. In fact, it is necessary to transplant the mutated mother rice out of it as soon as possible and keep it by our side to take care of it. Without any hesitation, Su Changqing turned and walked towards his own spiritual field. After returning to the second acre of spiritual field, he reburied the earth element fruit. Since it doesn't harm the black soil, there's no need to worry about it. Moreover, this thing takes a very long time to grow. It took 10 years to take root and sprout. It takes 10 years to blossom and bear fruit. Even with the help of the Azure Lotus domain to accelerate growth, it won't mature in just a few days. Next, while cultivating spiritual plants, Su Changqing began to study the second fire attribute cultivation technique. What? The fire crow cultivation method. The range that spiritual awareness can cover is ultimately too small. As long as others are a little far away, they won't notice. If you learn this technique, you can use the fire crow as your third eye. Its field of vision is much greater than its spiritual sense, enabling it to quickly detect people nearby. Moreover, Su Changqing also discovered, staying near the golden crow vine during the day not only allows one to absorb fire spiritual energy, but more importantly, it seems to help in comprehending fire attribute cultivation techniques and spells. And so, the days passed one by one. Su Changqing cultivated the golden crow vine during the day and studied the fire crow chi cultivation method. He cultivated the bright moon grass at night. Whenever he had free time, he would brew spirit rice wine and yellow rice wine, and also boil medicinal liquids to make labor-strengthening pills. In short, my days were very fulfilling, and I was basically never idle. During this period, Hubagui rarely came, except for trading ingredients. Zhao Zio only appears when he uses the minor cloud rain technique. As for Bai Linger, Bai Zuer, Zhang Shui, and others, there has been no further news of them. It seems that as the formal disciple competition draws closer, everyone is getting more serious. Once the frost's descent solar term passes, the temperature in the core of the entire spiritual field drops sharply, and the air becomes extremely cold. Su Changqing was standing near the golden crow vine, which was already over a meter tall, cultivating it while studying the fire crow chi cultivation method that he was about to fully comprehend. Suddenly sensing something, I immediately looked to my left. A black dot was rapidly approaching them. At the same time, a familiar sense of oppression could be felt. The wind howled, causing the surrounding trees and flowers to shake violently. Only when we got closer could we see what it was. A white crane with a wingspan of over 20 meters. In the Dongting immortal sect, the white crane, a mythical beast, holds a very high status. They rarely appear outside. Most of them gathered in the Spirit Beast Valley. He Chi. Su Changqing recognized him at a glance. The owner of this 1,000-year-old spirit beast is Chu Chiu, the current genius of the Spirit Beast Valley. Now that it has appeared, the person who has arrived is obviously about to be revealed. The enormous crane descended like a vast shadow. Those huge pink eyes looked down at the small humans on the edge of the field. Junior brother Su, it's been a long time. Chu Chiu's voice rang out from the crane's back. Then he leaped down and landed steadily in the blink of an eye. As Su Changqing bowed respectfully, he asked with a smile, "Senior brother Chu, it's been a long time. Has the dragon boat race ended?" Chu Chu nodded slightly and said, "It just ended yesterday, and I rushed back today." Su Changqing pointed to the wooden house with his right hand and said, "You've worked hard, why don't you come in and have a seat?" Shu Chu waved his hand, "I can't stay for too long." Then, he looked around at the 2 acres of spiritual fields. Once a spirit farmer breaks through to the early stage of foundation establishment, they will be given 1 acre of grade 2 spirit field. The acre on the left is planted with a large amount of spirit rice, as well as some vegetables. On the right side, the outer edge is covered with steaming golden crow vines, and the inner edge is crescent-shaped bright moon grass. The one on the left is more common. The one on the right is rare. This is almost standard equipment for every spirit farmer in the foundation establishment stage. 2 acres of sacred land, 1 acre to ensure basic living expenses, and 1 acre to make a fortune. Su Changqing blinked. "Senior brother Chu, is there something you need to find me at the spirit field?" Chu Chu immediately replied, "Of course it's to celebrate your foundation establishment." Before he could finish speaking, Chi interrupted from behind. "He kept talking about your spirit rice wine the whole way." Upon hearing this, Chu Chu blushed and said rather awkwardly, "Junior brother Su's spirit rice wine is indeed unique in the entire Dongting immortal sect. Hey, it's just spirit rice wine." Su Changqing thought it was a big deal. He opened his right hand, and a pound of top-grade spirit rice that he had prepared in advance appeared in his palm. The reason he still brews top-grade spirit rice wine is to curry favor with these powerful figures. Therefore, storage space is always ready. No matter who comes, give away at least 1 pound. Chu Chu was stunned, not expecting the other party to be so generous. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Senior brother won't take your top-grade spirit rice wine for nothing. If you get a top 10 ranking in the 1000 sales competition, the reward is a high-quality spirit weapon called Azure Dragon Rope. His storage device was neither a common storage bag nor the recently popular jade gourd, but a small and exquisite gray-black storage ring. With a sudden thought, 2 items appeared in his left and right hands respectively. Su Changqing glanced around and saw on the left side the Azure Dragon Rope woven from dragon whiskers and spirit vines. It not only contains the terrifying baleful aura of the Azure Dragon, but also exudes a rich water elemental power. I don't recognize the one on the right. It looks like a small wooden puppet, and it's quite ordinary overall." Seeing the doubt in the other person's eyes, Chu Chu explained, "On the way back, I ran into an idiot. This guy was also in the top 10 and actually tried to rob me, and then, you know what happened." Su Changqing immediately understood and asked with a smile, "What is this?" Chu Chu explained, "This thing is called the Wood Spirit Puppet. It's a puppet made of wood spirit energy. It will enlarge when infused with wood spirit energy and then help you with some simple tasks." Su Changqing said "Oh," indicating that he understood. He had read about puppetry in books. It was a relatively novel puppet mechanism technique that had emerged in the last 1000 years. Chu Chu said magnanimously, "Junior brother Su, you have a wood spirit root, so you should definitely choose this wood spirit puppet first. But if you like this Azure Dragon Rope, that's fine too. A magical artifact? I have it myself, or even better. Mythical beast? I possess it myself, and it's at the 1000-year level. The reason I participated in the 1000 sales racing competition was purely to give Zhao Qinyan face. This magical artifact, a puppet, is better given to Su Changqing than left to gather dust. It would be a good opportunity to bring the 2 of them closer. That way, it won't be so awkward to ask the other party for spirit rice wine next time." When it comes to human relationships, Su Changqing never disappoints. He decisively chose the wood spirit puppet. After all, the Azure Dragon Rope requires water elemental power to use, which is perfect for Chu Chu, who has both water and wood elemental roots. If I were to take it myself, it would either gather dust or be sold. After putting everything away, he took back the pound of top-grade spirit rice wine he was holding. Chu Chu was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what this meant. Su Changqing chuckled and said, "Such a precious gift. If I only give senior brother Chu a pound of top-grade spirit rice wine, then I would be too stingy." After saying that, he immediately walked towards his own wooden house. When he came out again, he was carrying 20 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine. Upon seeing this, Chu Chu's eyes lit up. This junior brother Su is really a real friend. Su Changqing handed 20 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine to the other party, and then smiled and said, "If senior brother Chu finishes drinking it, just use the communication talisman to let me know, and I will send it directly to the Spirit Beast Valley." After accepting the gift, Chu Chu smiled and said, "There's no need to trouble junior brother Su. If you finish drinking, I'll come over myself when I have time, or I can have Chi come." Humph. Chi gave a rather arrogant snort. After chatting casually for a while, Chu Chu excused himself and left, saying he needed to participate in the formal disciple competition. The enormous white crane moved with lightning speed, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Su Changqing turned his gaze away and then looked at the wooden spirit puppet in his hand. If this thing can really help, then I won't have to get up early every morning to clean up the droppings of my guinea fowl and other birds. There's no need to travel to distant places to bring back clean spring water. Everything can be entrusted to this wood spirit puppet, but the premise is that this thing is actually useful. Su Changqing pondered, it's a relatively rare puppet, so it shouldn't disappoint me. He immediately infused it with his own wood elemental power. With a click, the puppet seemed to come to life. As its body grew larger, its weight also increased little by little. Su Changqing casually tossed it onto the ridge in front of him. Before long, the originally small puppet was enlarged several times, even reaching a height of 2 meters, and looked like a stiff green tree man. Its eyes have a rather wise look, almost as wise as one wants. They stood still, neither speaking nor moving. I almost forgot, I also need to leave a double imprint of blood and spiritual consciousness. Su Changqing suddenly remembered and quickly forced out a drop of his own blood. Sure enough, after the dual imprints of blood and consciousness were left behind, the puppet, which had originally been wise in its gaze, gradually developed eyes that shone like emeralds. At the same time, Su Changqing and it developed a deep connection. This thing is similar to magical artifacts and magical beasts. You can give it instructions and commands, or you can let it do whatever it wants. A deep voice came from the wooden spirit puppet's mouth, Master. Su Changqing looked him up and down, then instructed, from now on, you will be called Fortress. You will be responsible for guarding the spirit fields for me, cleaning up the dog poop, chicken poop, and weeds nearby, and fetching clean spring water from a more distant place. Fortress's eyes shone like torches as he nodded vigorously, saying, Yes, Master. Bang! Bang bang. The puppet fortress is centered around a wooden house in a spirit field, and it will circle around it from time to check if it needs to clean up manure, pull weeds, carry water, and chop firewood. Wan Wang had just found a perfect spot to poop, and excitedly spun around several times. After determining the angle and position, he was baring his teeth, ready to strain. Suddenly noticing something, he glanced behind him. The 2-meter-high fortress was staring intently at him. No, to be precise, it's the part of your body that excretes. Now we're in a bind, we can't pull it out, and we can't not pull it out either. A dog and a puppet. You look at me, I look at you. They remained locked in this awkward position for quite a while. Finally, Wang couldn't hold back any longer. He muttered a few curses, then tucked his tail between his legs and ran at top speed toward the distant rocky mountain. Ha ha ha. Su Changqing laughed gleefully when he saw this. However, he had no intention of intervening. Wang liked to defecate in front of the house anyway, so it would be good to let Bao teach him a lesson so he would remember it in the future. Then, he continued to stand beside the golden crow vine and comprehend the fire crow chi cultivation method. It was almost noon, and time to cook. Suddenly, I had a feeling, and then I looked at the attribute panel. Fire crow cultivation method, level 1. Effect 1, contract of fire crow. As expected of a low-level, incomplete cultivation technique, I've mastered it so quickly. Of course, the most important point is actually the knowledge reserves combined with the occasional state of sudden enlightenment, which indirectly affects Su Changqing's current comprehension. In the past, it would probably have taken half a month or even a month to get the hang of it. But now, with the help of the heat from the golden crow vine and various auxiliary effects, I was able to easily master the basics in just a few days. Would you like to sacrifice 2 years of your lifespan to upgrade the fire crow chi cultivation technique to level 2? Su Changqing resolutely refused. No, let's repair this incomplete piece first. The system quickly made adjustments. Should I sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan to fully repair the fire crow cultivation technique? Yes. This time, Su Changqing did not refuse. He immediately entered a state similar to an epiphany. By combining current knowledge, experience, skills, and other factors, we will gradually improve and eventually complete this incomplete work. Suddenly, the content above changed. Fire crow cultivation method, level 1. Effect 1, contract of fire crow. Effect 2, share vision with the fire crow. If it's a fragment, the second normal effect will only appear when it's upgraded to level 2. But now, the first layer appears after the repair is complete. Immediately afterwards, another prompt appeared. Would you like to consume 1 year of your lifespan to upgrade the fire crow cultivation technique to level 2? Shortened by 1 year? Su Changqing nodded slightly upon seeing this. Yes. In just a moment, the fire crow chi cultivation technique was raised to the second level. Fire crow cultivation method, level 2. Effect 1, contract of fire crow. Effect 2, share vision with the fire crow. Effect 3, the fire crow can breathe fire. Su Changqing observed this and thought to himself, in the end, it's just a low-level technique. Each improvement doesn't bring much surprise. Without hesitation, he immediately maxed out the fire crow chi cultivation method. Because I had already mastered all the content during the repair process, I did not enter that state of sudden enlightenment again. Everything happened naturally. The ascent ended after 2 breaths. Remaining lifespan, 680 years. Fire crow cultivation method, level 5. Effect 1, can contract 5 fire crows. Effect 2, shares vision with all fire crows. Effect 3, the fire crow can breathe high-temperature flames. Effect 4, each fire crow generates 1 drop of fire spirit liquid every 10 hours. Effect 5, the fire raven possesses the intelligence of a 3-year-old child and can learn simple commands. Special Effect 1, when forming a fire crow formation and combining it with a fire attribute artifact, its power is doubled. With this, the upgrade of this low-level cultivation technique, Fire Crow Chi cultivation method, is complete. Overall, it's not particularly impressive. But for Su Changqing now, it's enough. After all, the main reason he controlled these fire crows was for surveillance purposes, to prevent a repeat of last time when Zhu Fuxian almost discovered the secret beneath the stone mountain. Since the fire crow is a type of spirit beast, we need to ask Hu Bagui for help with this. Without even cooking lunch, Su Changqing immediately pulled out the other party's communication talisman. Hello? It's me, old Su, what's up? I want to buy a few fire crows. Why buy a bird? Can't I just play? Can't you just play with your own bird? Go to hell. After joking, Hu Bagui said it was a bit difficult. This puzzled Su Changqing. How many more fire crows is the Spirit Beast Valley missing? Hu Bagui quickly explained, because fire crows like to devour fire energy, there aren't many in the Spirit Beast Valley. Su Changqing asked thoughtfully, where can I find it? Hu Bagui immediately said, the Earth Fire Zone of the Alchemy Pavilion is inhabited by many fire crows. If you really want it, I can help you make connections and find someone you know. Okay. Su Changqing certainly wanted it, and was very eager to have it. And so, the two agreed to go together to the Earth Fire Zone where the Alchemy Pavilion was located after lunch. After the communication ended, Su Changqing walked towards the wooden house and began to prepare lunch. During the meal, Wang rubbed against his feet with a fawning expression. His eyes would occasionally dart to the motionless, wooden fortress outside. It's as if it's saying, Master, please do something about it. Su Changqing immediately understood, but he simply ignored the guy and pretended not to see him. Wang persisted for a while, but when he saw that pleasing him was useless, he immediately started to whine angrily. About an hour later, Hu Bagui returned. The two chatted as they rode the large-leafed grass toward the fire zone. As we get closer, the chill is gradually fading. In the volcanic region, there is no spring, autumn, or winter, there is only summer. Dry and scorching hot are everything here. Many cultivators even specifically choose to come to the Earth Fire Zone in winter to escape the cold. However, when Su Changqing and Hu Bagui arrived, they found the place to be very lively. The streets, which are usually deserted due to the sweltering heat, were now teeming with people, all of them cultivators with different spiritual roots. Suddenly, Su Changqing recognized an acquaintance and immediately led Hu Bagui up to greet him. Senior Sister Yu. Su Changqing bowed respectfully. Yu Kaiking was staring at the alchemy tools on the stall in front of her when she heard the noise and turned around. She saw the spirit farmer she was working with and exclaimed, "It's you." Su Changqing introduced Hu Bagui, then asked curiously, Senior Sister Yu, why is the entire Earth Fire District so lively today? Yu Kaiking replied, the pill tasting event hosted by the Pill Refining Pavilion is about to begin. The prices are lower than usual, so many cultivators who need pills will come and take a look. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing and Hu Bagui exchanged a glance, both with expressions of I see. One lives in the sacred field, detached from worldly affairs. One of them was diligently carrying manure in the Spirit Beast Valley. I really didn't know that the Alchemy Pavilion would be holding a alchemy tasting gathering in the Earth Fire Zone at this time. At this moment, Yu Kaiking extended an invitation. Now that you're here, would you like to come with me? Of course we can be together, but it's just the two of us. Su Changqing hesitated. Yu Kaiking frowned slightly. Speak plainly, I don't like guessing. Su Changqing pointed at Hu Bagui and said, he still has some things to do. Yu Kaiking said thoughtfully, there is still half an hour before the pill tasting competition begins. I can wait for half an hour. Upon hearing that the person in front of him was a senior alchemist, Hu Bagui became quite nervous and immediately assured her, don't worry, Senior Sister Yu, it will be done in less than half an hour, and it will not delay you and Lao Su from attending the pill tasting meeting. Yu Kaiking nodded slightly. In that case, you may go about your business. Su Changqing and Hu Bagui exchanged a glance, then walked to the other side. For this purchase of fire crows, Hu Bagui had asked an acquaintance to act as a go-between. Everything was arranged, and if they didn't meet in person, although it wouldn't necessarily lead to a falling out, the favor would be wasted. No one in business likes to waste time and effort on personal relationships. After all, each uses one less time available, and it's also easy to cause dissatisfaction among others. This is why Su Changqing did not immediately accept Yu Kaiking's invitation. Half an hour, which is equivalent to an hour, is enough to buy 5 fire crows. It shouldn't be a problem. Following that, under Hu Bagui's guidance, the two ventured even deeper into the fiery zone. But the direction wasn't the deepest tower, but rather a more desolate area on the other side. There are no trees here, only cracked ground, dry air, and scorching heat. As they went deeper, both Su Changqing and Hubagui could see many fire crows circling in the sky. Crows are black. The fire crow is red. When it flies, it looks like a streak of blood-red light. A large crack appeared ahead. Although the underground fire could not be seen, the high temperature could be felt. Strangely, a stone house stood right next to the large crack. Hubagui's eyes lit up. Old Su, we've arrived at the place to buy fire crows. Su Changqing couldn't help but ask, is the seller from the Spirit Beast Valley or the Alchemy Pavilion? Hubagui chuckled, this person does indeed have a fire elemental root, but he has a deep connection with the Spirit Beast Valley. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the stone house. The temperature here is too high, they are all drenched in sweat. Fortunately, at that moment, the stone house door opened with a creak. A lean man walked out of there step by step. Hubagui's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, is it senior brother Lu Wei? Lu Wei glanced at the two men in front of him and asked in a deep voice, you two are the people Wang Xiang introduced to buy fire crows? Yes, yes, yes. Su Changqing and Hubagui immediately stepped forward. Lu Wei didn't waste any words. One ordinary fire crow costs 20 low-grade spirit stones, 5 costs 100. Considering Wang Xiang's introduction, I'll give you a discount and give you 90 low-grade spirit stones. Ordinary fire crow? Upon hearing this, Su Changqing asked with considerable curiosity, could there be other extraordinary fire crows? Lu Wei nodded slightly. Fire crows are a type of spirit beast that likes to live in groups. If there are 5 or more, a leader fire crow may evolve. If there are dozens or hundreds, a fire crow king may appear. The price will naturally be different depending on the status, strength, and potential. Su Changqing was quite intrigued. This fire crow leader. Lu Wei said with a half smile, a fire crow leader costs 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's expression changed slightly. He was indeed rich, he could easily come up with 500 mid-grade spirit stones, let alone 50. But spending so many spirit stones for a mere fire crow leader seems unnecessary. Hubagui raised an eyebrow and said, I remember that as long as there is enough food, such as feeding the fire crow things like fire energy, crimson flame crystals, and fire spirit rice, it can also evolve, right? Lu Wei said calmly, of course, it's possible, but it will take some time and a bit of luck. After all, different fire crow leaders have different potential. Unless. Hubagui was very curious about this and hurriedly asked, unless what? Lu Wei shrugged, unless you feed them the rare spiritual plant Phoenix Feather, just one plant can evolve any fire crow into a fire crow leader, and the fire crow leader can evolve into a fire crow king. Phoenix feathers? Su Changqing thought to himself. If I remember correctly, I do have a phoenix feather. Last time when I helped Jiang Su harvest the firetail grass, I tried using my green finger, and to my surprise, a mutated spiritual plant actually appeared, which happened to be the phoenix feather that Lu Wei mentioned. The problem is, this thing is worth far more than a fire raven leader, or even a fire raven king, because it is one of the main ingredients of the earth-grade elixir Nirvana pill. A single phoenix feather can be sold for 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That's enough to buy 60 fire raven leaders. Using it to feed animals is a terrible waste. Lu Wei urged, have you made up your mind? Su Changqing came to his senses. 5 ordinary fire crows will do. Lu Wei nodded, then called out, come with me. Immediately, Su Changqing and Hubagui followed behind each other. The three of them approached the depths of the great crevice step by step. The intense heat distorted the air itself. The closer you are, the greater the pressure you feel. As Lu Wei led the way, he said, these fire crows are particularly greedy. They will curiously take a bite of anything related to fire. This method of catching them is always effective. Then, Su Changqing saw the man take out some red pills from his storage bag. If he remembered correctly, this should be the fire-inducing pill, a type of fire attribute elixir. Its purpose is to lure fire attribute spirit beasts and monsters into consuming it. Anyone who eats it will fall into a coma for a period of time. It seems that Lu Wei captured the fire crows in this way. It's so simple, in theory, anyone with a fire elemental root could succeed. It seems that this person's true strength or irreplaceable advantage is related to the fire crow leader, or even the fire crow king, mentioned earlier. After the three of them ventured a little further, they finally stopped. Lu Wei looked around carefully, observing the surroundings to see if there were any fire crows nearby. Although the fire crow is not very intelligent, it is extremely alert. At the slightest disturbance, it will fly into the great crack and hide deep within the subterranean fire. After confirming that there were no spirit beasts nearby, Lu Wei placed the few fire-attracting pills he was holding in the most conspicuous open space, and then asked the two people behind him, did you bring spirit beast rings? Upon hearing this, Su Changqing immediately took one out of the green gourd. I have one. This was a year ago, when Hubagui gave away the pearl chicken. He also brought the spirit beast ring along with it. Its main function is that it has a very small internal space that can store a few small spirit beasts. Lu Wei was very satisfied with what he saw. Very good, I finally met a customer who can save me spirit stones. Su Changqing asked in a low voice, "What do you need this for?" Lu Wei grinned, "Of course it's used to hold fire crows. Go woo, go woo, ga." Seemingly sensing the fiery aura emanating from the fire-inducing pill, several fire crows quickly gathered around, circling in the sky and emitting hoarse cries. Once the fire crow was sure there was no threat nearby, its red body swooped down and instantly transformed into a burning streak of light, swallowing a fire-attracting pill into its mouth. Once the first animal starts eating and there is no danger, the herd mentality is triggered. One after another, fire crows swoop down from above, vying for the fire-attracting pills. In just a short while, 7 or 8 of them couldn't resist the temptation. Seeing this, Su Changqing and Hu Bagui were quite excited. Firstly, the speed at which fire crows can be obtained is very fast. Secondly, it can be done in less than half an hour. Not long after, the first fire crow that ate the fire-attracting pill gradually lost consciousness and experienced double vision as it flew. After swaying in the air a few times, it finally fell downwards. Then, with a loud bang, dust was kicked up everywhere. Then, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, one fire crow after another, having eaten the fire-attracting pill, fell uncontrollably. However, because they fly and glide in the sky, they cannot control where they fall. Some were lucky enough to fall to the ground. Some fell directly into the large crack. Fortunately, we were lucky this time and managed to catch 6 fire crows. Lu Wei called out, "Let's go. The effects of the fire-inducing pills won't last long. We need to throw them all into the spirit beast enclosure as soon as possible." Su Changqing hurriedly stepped forward and injected his own wood elemental power into the spirit beast ring, activating it instantly. It immediately sucked in the fire crows that had fallen to the ground, one after another. In just a short while, they had already caught 5. Hu Bagui pointed to the 6th fire crow and asked, "What about this one?" Lu Wei grabbed it and said matter-of-factly, "I'll keep it for myself." Having obtained the fire crow, Su Changqing readily gave him 90 low-grade spirit stones. "I've mastered the catching technique, I can do it myself next time." Lu Wei took the spirit stone, waited in his hand for a few moments, and then tossed it into his storage bag. He then smiled and said, "Fellow deist, if you want to tame the fire crows, you have to starve them for a while first. They'll only obey when they've given in." "Okay." Su Changqing nodded. Lu Wei continued, "Of course, if you need help, whether it's taming or breeding, considering how smoothly our first collaboration went, I'll definitely help with 3 mid-grade spirit stones." Su Changqing wasn't stupid, he immediately understood what the man meant. For the vast majority of people, especially those who do not have a fire elemental root, taming a fire crow in a short period of time is almost an impossible task. But the other party certainly didn't expect that Su Changqing not only had a fire spirit root, but also learned the fire crow chi cultivation method. Once these 5 fire crows are brought home, they can be tamed quickly without his help. Therefore, I politely declined. Seeing this, Lu Wei didn't press the matter, he had encountered too many people like this. I always felt like I was a cultivator, and that I could easily handle such trivial matters. After much effort, the fire crows were not only not tamed, but several were even killed before they finally learned their lesson. When the time comes, considering their needs, they will definitely come back here to seek his help again, and in this way they can make another fortune. Afterwards, Su Changqing and Hu Bagui left with 5 fire crows. As we moved further away from the large crack, the temperature decreased slightly. But that's all, it's still unbearably hot. Hu Bagui pondered, "Old Su, now that we've got the fire crow, shall I take my leave?" After all, Su Changqing and Yu Kaiking are partners, so there is no problem for them to attend the pill-tasting conference together. If I were to approach him without any reason, it might offend this high-level alchemist. Of course, these are all secondary issues. If this affects my good friend, then things will be bad. Su Changqing pondered and said, "All right, you go back to the Spirit Beast Valley first." Just as Hu Bagui was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and immediately asked, "Is there enough excrement?" Su Changqing carefully recalled the storage situation, then asked in return, "Only 1/3 is left. Why don't you unload some when you go back?" "Of course, no problem." Hu Bagui patted his chest and made a guarantee with a smile. Then, he summoned his mode of transportation. It was still that same enormous camel, which immediately galloped away. Dust billowed up, and Su Changqing quickly dodged to avoid getting his face covered in it. Then he retraced his steps and walked back. Now, there are still at least 25 minutes, or half an hour, left before the agreed-upon half-hour with Senior Sister Yu. Not long after, Su Changqing reappeared on the streets of the Earthfire Zone. The surrounding area was filled with people who had come to participate in the alchemy tasting event, and they had all kinds of spiritual roots. Moreover, it's not just formal disciples, but even core disciples. Several people appeared when Chu Chu and Lan Tian challenged each other to a duel. If we were to name the person who left the deepest impression on Su Changqing, besides the one from the Chu family, it would be Tantai Yuanyu, who sat cross-legged inside the 7-story crystal tower. Although I didn't see her, I did see a 7-story crystal tower floating in the air, with dreamlike 7-colored clouds hanging down from its 4 corners. This also attracted a lot of attention, but no one dared to approach it easily. After all, Tantai Yuanyu was not only a core disciple, but his cultivation level had already reached the Earth-grade Golden Core stage. No Golden Core cultivator is someone that a mere Qi refining or foundation establishment cultivator can afford to offend. Su Changqing searched for a long time but couldn't find Yu Kaiking, so he had to take out her communication talisman. Hello? Senior sister Yu, I'm back. Where are you? If you follow the direction of the pill tower, there's a tea house called Dangzhenlu, I'll be inside. Okay, I'm coming right away. Su Changqing knew where Dangzhen Tower was, of course. He had been there the first time he came to the Earth Fire District, so it was not unfamiliar to him. After putting down Yu Kaiking's communication talisman, he immediately changed direction and headed towards Dangzhen Tower. There were so many people drinking tea and chatting at Dangzhenlu today. The first and second floors were almost full. As everyone knows, the first floor is mostly occupied by apprentices with fire elemental roots. Those who can go up to the second floor must be at least novice alchemists. However, when Su Changqing arrived on the second floor, he still couldn't find Yu Kaiking. Now, only the third floor, which I've never been to, remains. Just as Su Changqing was about to go up, he was stopped by a burly man. Fellow deist, I'm sorry, only advanced alchemists and core disciples can go up to the third floor. Su Changqing looked the other person up and down, then asked, You know Yu Kaiking, right? The burly man nodded. She's a famous beauty in the Earth Fire Zone, and also a high-level alchemist. Su Changqing immediately replied, Yu Kaiking asked me to come find her. Upon hearing this, the burly man frowned. She is chatting with Master Tantai. I cannot confirm whether what you said is true or false. This means that although he knew Yu Kaiking's identity, however, Su Changqing still did not have the qualifications to go up. After all, there was a golden core cultivator above him. If I disturb them, I'll be in big trouble. Just then, a soft, gentle voice came from the third floor. Let him come up. The burly man paused for a moment upon hearing this, then stepped aside to make way for the stairwell. Since you have received permission from Master Tantai, please go up. Su Changqing knew that the other party was doing his duty, so he did not make things difficult for him. He cupped his hands in greeting and then stepped up the stairs to the third floor. This floor has no doors or windows, resembling a giant pavilion. There were only 2 people drinking tea here, and they were all women. Who? One of them is Yu Kaiking, a famous and beautiful alchemist from the Alchemy Pavilion. One of them is a core disciple, a golden core cultivator, Tantai Yuanyu. Tantai Yuanyu was covered with a semi-transparent snow-white gauze, on which lotus patterns were embroidered with gold thread. The outline of her jade-like jaw was vaguely visible, but her whole appearance was not clear. Her eyes were clear and cold, like a deep pool in an ancient temple, where wisdom arises from stillness. Her figure was slender like a green bamboo under the moon, her shoulders were like carved jade, and her waist was like a bound ribbon. She was slender and graceful, lacking the usual feminine charm of female cultivators. She wore a flowing, wide-sleeved gauze dress with a small bronze bell hanging at her waist, and was surrounded by a faint, almost imperceptible scent of sandalwood. Master Tantai. Senior sister Yu. Su Changqing hadn't forgotten the burly man's reminder downstairs, so he treated both Yu Kaiking and Tantai Yuanyu with great respect. Who told him he was just a foundation establishment stage spiritual farmer, while one of them was a genius and beautiful alchemist, and the other was a core disciple and a golden core master. Yu Kaiking put down her teacup. Are you done with your work? Su Changqing nodded. Yes, I'm done. Yu Kaiking introduced Tantai Yuanyu across from her. Sister, this is the spirit farmer I mentioned to you, the one who can cultivate top-grade medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, Tantai Yuanyu glanced at him and then asked, Being able to cultivate top-grade spiritual plants shows that you have remarkable talent in planting. Whose team are you on now? Any spirit farmer who cultivates top-quality spiritual plants will be recruited by the core disciples. Therefore, it is impossible for the person in front of you to be without a team. Su Changqing quickly replied, I'm currently in senior brother Li Lingbai's team. Tantai Yuanyu suddenly realized, it's the Chishui Pavilion, the disciple of Master Mo Zhenjian, the talisman master, the genius Li Lingbai with 3 spiritual roots complementing each other. Not bad, Su Changqing affirmed. Tantai Yuanyu asked thoughtfully, now that you've joined Li Lingbai's team, how do you still have the energy to provide medicinal herbs for my sister? Su Changqing smiled slightly. I have 2 acres of second-grade spirit fields. 1 acre is used to provide spirit rice for senior brother Lingbai, and the other acre is used to grow medicinal herbs. Lingmai. Upon hearing this, Tantai Yuanyu asked again, as if to confirm, top-grade spirit rice. At this moment, even Yu Kaiking on the other side cast a curious glance at them. Su Changqing said seriously, yes, second-grade spirit fields produce top-grade spirit rice. Upon hearing this, Tantai Yuanyu and Yu Kaiking exchanged a glance, both noticing the surprise in each other's eyes. It seems they underestimated this foundation establishment stage Lingnong. No wonder he was able to join the team of core disciple Li Lingbai, he really has some skills. The 2 acres of spiritual fields not only produce top-quality spiritual rice on 1 acre, but also top-quality medicinal herbs on the other. At this moment, even Tantai Yuanyu, a golden core cultivator, was somewhat tempted. She naturally looked down on ordinary spirit farmers, as they were everywhere in the spirit fields. However, it is very rare to find a spirit farmer who can cultivate any kind of spirit plant into a top-quality spirit farmer. If Su Changqing hadn't joined any of the core disciples teams, she would definitely have tried to recruit him, and even poaching him wouldn't have been out of the question. But Li Lingbai is different. He is not only a core disciple, but also a genius with 3 spiritual roots complementing each other. Everyone is looking forward to his breakthrough to the Earth-grade golden core. If successful, the 3 spiritual roots may awaken 3 kinds of golden core divine abilities, at which point their strength and potential will be terrifying. At the moment, this person was riding high, and Tantai Yuanyu didn't want to provoke him, so she chuckled and said, "Don't just stand there, sit down and have a cup of herbal tea." Su Changqing hesitated slightly. Tantai Yuanyu asked, puzzled, "What?" Su Changqing waved his hand, "I'm not thirsty. If they are just being polite, and you take it seriously, you might offend a golden core cultivator. What's more, the other party is Sister Yukaiking, who can decide whether or not to cooperate in the future with just a word. If you offend a golden core cultivator and lose a high-level alchemist over a cup of herbal tea, it would be a losing proposition." Looking at his cautious demeanor, Tantai Yuanyu understood perfectly. After all, everyone progresses step by step from chi refining to foundation establishment. Therefore, I didn't insist and continued chatting with my younger sister, Yukaiking. It mainly concerns breaking through to the Earth-grade golden core stage, as well as other cultivation-related topics. Su Changqing stood obediently to the side when he suddenly heard some news. It seems that Tantai Yuanyu is preparing to act as a matchmaker for Yukaiking, introducing her to her master. Since he is the master of a golden core cultivator, he must at least be a nascent soul true monarch. Actually, Su Changqing was very puzzled. Logically speaking, given Yukaiking's exceptional talent in alchemy and her rapid cultivation, it's truly unbelievable that she hasn't become a core disciple. How exactly does one become a core disciple? What exactly are the standards? Seeing that the conversation had gone on long enough, Tantai Yuanyu waved her hand and disappeared from the spot, leaving only her soft, sweet voice echoing in the air. "Alright, that's enough for today. The pill-tasting gathering is about to begin, so I won't delay your business any longer." Su Changqing subconsciously looked outside and, sure enough, Tantai Yuanyu appeared in the 7-story crystal tower that had been empty. Seemingly noticing their gaze, she nodded slightly at him. Then, the 7-story crystal tower transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Yukaiking put down her iced tea, stood up, and said softly, "Let's go." "Okay." Su Changqing stepped aside to make way for him to go downstairs. Only after the other person started walking down did I follow behind. "Yukaiking? Is this the famous and beautiful alchemist Yukaiking? Who's that ordinary-looking guy next to her?" As a renowned and beautiful alchemist in the alchemy pavilion, Yukaiking attracts attention wherever she goes. Regardless of whether they are from the alchemy pavilion or not, they will greet each other proactively. But Yukaiking ignored them all, not even glancing at them. They led Su Changqing from the street to the vicinity of Danta. "There are more people here." The place was bustling with people and very lively. The air was filled with the aroma of various medicinal herbs and pills. Some smell nice. Some of them smell bad, even pungent. Yukaiking explained, "The Pill Appreciation Conference is divided into an outer area and an inner area. The outer perimeter is the area at the entrance of the Dan Tower. In terms of personnel, they are either other spiritual roots who come here to buy pills, or they are apprentices with fire spirit roots who brew their own medicinal liquids and try their hand at alchemy. Of course, there are also some novice alchemists who want to make quick money. However, compared to the interior, the exterior is several levels inferior. Anyone who can enter the pill tower and participate in the internal pill tasting meeting must be at least a junior alchemist who has refined foundation establishment pills, or a cultivator with other spiritual roots who is quite famous. If Su Changqing comes alone, he can only stay on the periphery. However, with Yukaiking's guarantee, I have been granted the qualification to participate in the internal alchemy tasting event." Squeezing through the crowd, the two arrived at the entrance of the Dan Tower. The number of guards here has doubled compared to usual. Each of them had exceptionally sharp eyes, appearing very alert. The guard captain recognized Yukaiking at a glance and said very respectfully, "You are a senior alchemist staying at the pill tower, so there is no need to register." Yukaiking pointed to Su Changqing who was following behind her. "This is my partner. We will be attending the internal pill tasting meeting together." The guard captain said in a fawning tone, "Since he's your partner, of course there's no problem. Please come in." Su Changqing followed Yukaiking and successfully entered the Dan Tower. The first floor remained the same, surrounded by all sorts of elixirs. However, because of the upcoming pill tasting event, the number of attendees appears to be larger than in previous visits. Inferior elixirs are not even qualified to be displayed here. At the very least, it should be high rank or even earth rank. Several high-level alchemists, who were not usually seen, have now appeared. All of them will showcase their current masterpieces at the internal tasting event. What is a high-quality foundation-building pill? High-quality body-tempering pill. High-quality, mysterious chi-gathering pill. Even the worst products made by high-level alchemists are of high quality. Su Changqing was dazzled by the sheer number of pills he had ever seen before. At this moment, Yu Kaiqing found a good spot and then took out a high-quality Waterfire Dragon Tiger pill that she had refined earlier and placed it there. After all, she was a high-level alchemist, and a renowned beauty at that. Therefore, it quickly attracted the attention of many people, who looked at it with curiosity. Premium-grade Waterfire Dragon Tiger pill? The interplay of water and fire creates a wonderful balance. To have such a level of skill at such a young age is truly impressive. Whether one understands alchemy or not, everyone who has seen it gives it a thumbs up. The fact that so many people recognize her demonstrates just how excellent Yu Kaiqing's alchemy skills are. Su Changqing listened for a while and was surprised to find that this internal pill tasting meeting actually had a scoring list. The pills are scored from 1 to 10 based on their size, shape, quality, and rarity. The scoring group is divided into two types. One type is called layman rating. One type is called expert scoring. Scores given by laypeople are not recognized by the Alchemy Pavilion. Participation is the only important factor. What alchemists truly care about, or value, is the evaluation by their own people. The higher the score, the richer the reward. Yu Kaiqing participated in this internal pill tasting meeting not only to showcase her newly refined Waterfire Dragon Tiger pill, but also for other reasons. It is said that once you enter the top 10, you will be noticed by top alchemists, or even the alchemy masters of the Alchemy Pavilion, and may be accepted as a core disciple. Regardless of the outcome, she wanted to give it a try. After all, success isn't guaranteed for my sister either. Seeing Su Changqing curiously looking around, Yu Kaiqing said, "You can walk around and see what other people are refining. There's no need for you to stand next to me." Okay. Su Changqing had been waiting for these words, and immediately walked to the other side. In fact, he had long been very interested in a certain elixir. What? Jilingdan. This is a pill that is only taken during the foundation establishment stage. If it were a chi refining stage or golden core stage cultivator, the effect would be worse. Throughout the entire immortal sect, once a formal disciple reaches the foundation establishment stage, they receive a monthly stipend for cultivation resources. 1 mid-grade spirit stone and 1 bottle of foundation spirit pill. The one that Su Changqing had his eye on was even a top-grade foundation spirit pill. One can only imagine the skill of someone who can refine top-grade elixirs. Therefore, it wasn't just Su Changqing who was curious, everyone around him was equally curious. This top-grade foundation pill is the size of a longan and has fine spiral patterns on its surface. It has a refreshing herbal scent that invigorates the senses. After examining the top-grade foundation spirit pill, Su Changqing looked at the alchemist. It was a man, not very old, even quite immature. His eyes held both curiosity about those around him and excitement from attending his first internal alchemy tasting event. No matter how you look at it, he seems like a young man who has just joined the Alchemy Pavilion. Although alchemy does not require a high level of spiritual attainment, as long as the heat is controlled properly, anyone with a fire elemental root can attempt to refine pills. But without a certain amount of talent and comprehension, you can't even reach the level of good quality, let alone top quality. Su Changqing observed this and thought to himself, "It seems that he is another genius alchemist, perhaps even more skilled than my senior sister Yu." A novice alchemist standing nearby confidently declared, "Absolutely top grade." Faced with the praise from those around her, Fang Xiaozi blushed, opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. He. Seeing this, Su Changqing asked, "Fellow deist, you are so young yet you can refine top-grade pills. May I ask what realm you are at? What level?" Fang Xiaozi scratched his head and replied, "I've just established my foundation. Although I've refined a top-grade foundation spirit pill, I'm still a low-level alchemist." This statement caused an uproar. It's just the beginning of the foundation building process. Another low-level alchemist. Logically speaking, putting them together doesn't seem out of place. But the person in front of me doesn't even look over 20. To possess such a level of skill and alchemy expertise at such a young age, one's future is destined to be extraordinary. It's as if everyone is witnessing a rising star. A sly glint flashed in Su Changqing's eyes, and he immediately said, "Fellow deist is too young," which will definitely arouse a lot of doubts. Why not refine a batch of foundation spirit pills in front of everyone? Even if they don't reach the top quality, as long as they succeed, it will shut some people up. Yes, many people echoed. Internal alchemy tasting sessions allow for alchemy to be performed in person. Firstly, it can dispel doubts. Secondly, it can showcase the alchemist's abilities. Provoked by everyone's words, Fang Ziazi got carried away and immediately said, "Fine, I'll refine a batch of foundation spirit pills right in front of everyone." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing and the others all revealed meaningful smiles. They are the ones being praised. They are the ones who are questioning it. They're the ones who want to see alchemy. The fire is readily available from the ground. The materials are readily available. The alchemy furnace was also readily available. Therefore, Fang Ziazi quickly began refining the foundation pill. Upon seeing this, Su Changqing and the others immediately crowded around, their eyes fixed intently on the scene, determined not to miss a single subtle movement, attempting to memorize every detail. As they watched, many people showed expressions of sudden realization. So, this is when you add early spring grass. After a quarter of an hour, I actually had to suppress my anger. Impressive. This alchemy experience has been truly enlightening and broadened my horizons. Su Changqing was the most diligent of all those who secretly learned the techniques. So far, he only has one prescription for Lizhuang pill. Although he could refine top-quality pills, his alchemy skills were not particularly impressive. Therefore, after witnessing Fang Ziazi refine the foundation spirit pill, many things that were previously incomprehensible or only vaguely understood became clear to him. By the time Fang Ziazi finished refining, Su Changqing had already learned most of her alchemy techniques for the foundation spirit pill. As long as he went back and tried a few more times, he would definitely be able to refine pills of the same quality. When Jilingdan first starts out, it is in a liquid state and needs to go through several steps such as solidification and weighing before it becomes the round shape that everyone sees or eats every day. When Fang Ziazi finished refining the foundation pill and was overjoyed, she was about to share it when she discovered that all the people who had been watching had left. After leaving Fang Ziazi, Su Changqing continued to wander around. Soon, he arrived at a stall selling pills. People around me said that the stall owner was a senior alchemist. The high-level pill that was refined was called the Mysterious Origin Gathering Chi pill. Its function is to greatly increase the speed of cultivation. However, there is one drawback: you can only consume one per month. Taking too much will not only fail to enhance your strength, but will also easily lead to the accumulation of spiritual energy within your body, which will only cause harm. Different qualities will produce different effects. For example, it's of poor quality and can only last for 3 days. High-quality products can last up to 10 days. As for top-quality items, they generally take about 20 days. All of these are high-quality, mysterious chi-gathering pills. Although it was winter and Su Changqing couldn't absorb much with spiritual energy, after thinking it over, he still took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones to buy one. Regardless of whether it works now, just buy it first. Seeing that it was almost time, he turned around and went to find Yu Kaiking. As a result, there were too many onlookers, and it took a long time before they could see each other. At this time, only an hour had passed since the start of the internal pill tasting competition, so instead of ending, more and more people were entering the pill tower. There are even quite a few famous cultivators among them. For example, the Rong family, the #1 cultivation family in Lingtian. Rong Yan, whom they had met once before, brought his senior brother Li Qingmei with him this time. The two of them chatted and laughed as they strolled around, buying a lot of expensive pill formulas. Some of them are even worth more than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. It was clear that Rongyan didn't care about the price at all. If Huowan wanted something, he would take out handfuls of mid-grade spirit stones from his storage items without hesitation. Although Su Changqing hadn't counted them carefully, he estimated in his mind that he had already spent over 1,000 coins. That's outrageously extravagant. This Waterfire Dragon Tiger pill is very well made. I feel like it could reach 9 out of 10. This is one of the few female alchemists in our pill tower, with extremely high talent in alchemy. A large crowd had gathered around Yu Kaiking. Although she doesn't like being surrounded by people, especially strangers. But in order to gain more points and successfully enter the top 10, they had no choice but to endure it. She currently has many reviews and ratings, and her ranking is also very high. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they will definitely be among the top 10 in this internal pill tasting competition. Seeing this, Su Changqing couldn't help but say, "Senior sister Yu, if you need to rest, I can help you for a while." Yu Kaiking was taken aback and looked at him with considerable surprise. Su Changqing continued to volunteer. "Although I don't have a talent for alchemy, I'm fine when it comes to communication." Yu Kaiking's lips twitched into a faint smile, and she said, "Thank you for your kindness, but this is my choice, and I should bear the consequences myself." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing did not insist and silently stood guard by his side. As time ticked by, the internal alchemy tasting event was in full swing. The Dan Tower, which is usually not crowded, was unusually lively this time. The air was filled with all sorts of smells. Its aroma is the most prominent and strongest. Just then, a strange fragrance wafted out, attracting everyone's attention. The taste is like the cold dew that occasionally drips in a pine forest after a snowfall, refreshing and invigorating, clearing the mind. Everyone looked around curiously, eventually focusing their attention on the staircase leading down from the tower. As the sound of footsteps echoed, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark robe with crimson patterns came into view. He had long, dark blue hair, which was tied up high with a red jade crown. In his right hand, a strangely shaped pill floated. At first glance, it looks like a prismatic crystal, and has a wonderfully fragrant aroma. The flowing spiritual energy formed a faint vortex on the surface of the pill. Yukaiking exclaimed in surprise, "This is Wang Yanjian, one of the 3 top alchemists of the pill tower." Wang Yanjian, a top-tier alchemist? It is said that he is refining a high-grade elixir called the Earth Soul Crystal Pill? Now it seems to be the one on the right. He is one of only 3 top-tier alchemists in the entire pill tower, and even in the entire Dongting Immortal sect. Everyone was thrilled to be able to participate in the internal pill tasting event. Apprentices with fire elemental roots can refine common low-level pills and elixirs available on the market. A novice alchemist can refine all low-level pills available on the market, and a few high-level pills. Advanced alchemists are powerful. They can refine most high-grade pills and a few low-grade pills. Top-tier alchemists can refine all high-grade pills, and even most low-grade pills. As for alchemy masters, the starting point is heaven-grade pills. Of course, it's important to note that this refers to pills available on the market. If it has never appeared before and there is no recipe for it, then it definitely cannot be refined. In fact, the novice alchemist is already considered a watershed moment in this profession. Some people, limited by factors such as talent, comprehension, or luck, may be stuck for 10 or 20 years before they can improve. Some people even remain novice alchemists their entire lives. The pills refined by both low-level and high-level alchemists are exclusively supplied to the entire Immortal sect. As for top-tier alchemists, aside from the one who just died, there are now 3 remaining, including the one before us, Wang Yanjian. His fame stemmed from his constant attempts to refine all sorts of strange and unusual elixirs, especially those kinds of elixirs that haven't appeared for 100, a few hundred, or even 1,000 years. For this reason, although Wang Yanjian did not refine pills many times, he was still highly regarded by the Pill Tower, the Alchemy Pavilion, and the upper echelons of the Immortal sect. This person is most famous for refining a low-grade elixir that only appeared 800 years ago, called the Awakening of Insects Pill. This elixir helped a golden core cultivator from the Earth's veins, whose lifespan was nearing its end, to survive by utilizing its special effects and even break through to the nascent soul stage. From then on, Wang Yanjian became famous throughout the Dongting Immortal sect, and many people came to him begging for elixirs. The current Earth Soul Crystal Pill was refined for someone else. Although it also reaches the Earth rank, it is not as amazing as the Awakening of Insects Pill, but it also has special effects. It is mainly used in conjunction with the Earth rank yin-oriented cultivation technique, Xianming de Shaju, to enhance the level of the cultivation technique. It is said that if someone with a water elemental root takes this pill, they can even transform into someone with an ice elemental root. Su Changqing clicked his tongue in amazement. This time I've really broadened my horizons. Not only did I see a large number of rare pills, but I also met a top alchemist. Oh, Wang Yanjian was slightly taken aback when he saw so many people, then suddenly realized, is it the annual internal pill tasting meeting again? This time, I spent a long time refining pills, staying on the 17th underground floor every day. I had no idea how much time had passed, and I never expected to find myself at an internal pill tasting gathering. Seeing so many people made me feel a little dazed. At this moment, an internal alchemy tasting group leader stepped forward and asked, "Master Wang, would you like to?" Wang Yanjian snapped out of his daze and shook his head, saying, "I'm not participating. I always come in first place, it's really boring." Wang Yanjian's words were undeniably pretentious. However, as one of the 3 top alchemists in the entire Dongting Immortal sect, he truly has the ability and qualifications. Upon hearing that this person would not be participating, many people showed expressions of disappointment, especially the senior alchemists at this internal alchemy tasting event, including Yukaiking, whose eyes all dimmed. If one were to be valued by a top-tier alchemist like Wang Yanjian and become his core disciple, one would not only learn more profound alchemy skills but also be exempt from the monthly alchemy tasks assigned by the Immortal sect. Even cultivation resources have increased at least tenfold. Wang Yanjian didn't even glance at the surrounding pills, and walked straight towards the exit of the pill tower. You can continue. Although everyone was disappointed that this big shot did not participate in the internal pill tasting meeting, conversely, when he wasn't there, everyone felt less tense and reserved. Before long, the first floor of the Dan Tower became lively again. As more and more people participate, the number of elixirs on display is also increasing. As we gradually approach the climax, the selection of the top 10 takes place. Whether they were novice or advanced alchemists, they all brought out their best pills. However, it is clear that only rare and exotic high-level pills, or Earth-level pills, are more likely to attract more people and thus obtain higher ratings. With her outstanding appearance and exceptional alchemy talent, Yu Kai-king easily secured a place in the top 10 with her Waterfire Dragon Tiger pill. However, they did not win first place. Who came in first place? Fang Xiazi? No, although he did display a top-grade foundation pill this time. Moreover, he successfully established his foundation at a young age, and his talent, potential, and level of attainment have been recognized by everyone, but were not qualified yet to take first place. The winner of this internal alchemy competition is a senior alchemist, male, named Wang Gang. He has been a member of the alchemy pavilion of the Dongting Immortal sect for 10 years. In the past few years, he kept a low profile and had almost no fame. However, the pills displayed this time surprised many experts. The elixir is called the 9 Apertures Yin Devouring Pill, Earth-grade elixir formula, of inferior quality. Logically speaking, there are many more alchemists than him, and their pills are of even higher quality. But why did such a low-grade Earth-rank pill actually win first place this time? It's very simple. Because it's a fragment of a prescription from 1,000 years ago, it can outperform many of its fellow practitioners. Restoring a fragmented prescription from 1,000 years ago is far more difficult than refining a common Earth-grade pill. The prize for first place is this time the top-grade spiritual artifact, the mysterious Azure Flame Furnace. It contains a wisp of Azure Phoenix Life Flame, which can eliminate impurities and optimize the elixir. The effect is that the medicinal properties are spontaneously harmonized during alchemy, increasing the success rate of pill formation by 20%. Yu Kai-king ranked 4th, and her reward was a high-quality spiritual artifact, the Spirit Nourishing Futon. Woven from ancient, soul-nourishing wood, it allows for sitting or lying down for spiritual practice. The effect is that it allows one to enter a state of no thought during alchemy, thus avoiding external interference. Su Changqing stood to the side, dumbfounded, his mouth agape. I knew alchemy could make money, but I never imagined it could be this profitable. The rewards for 1st to 10th place are all magical artifacts, except for the 1st place, which is a top-grade spiritual artifact. The remaining 2 to 10 are all high-quality spiritual artifacts. Outside, even a single item would cost at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yu Kai-king was fairly satisfied with the result. Although she hadn't attracted the attention of top alchemists, the reward was quite good. Therefore, she said, with this, the success rate of the yin-yang intertwining pill will be improved. Su Changqing immediately cupped his hands in greeting. It seems I should congratulate senior sister Yu on breaking through to the golden core stage in advance. Yu Kai-king blinked and said half-jokingly, ever since I met you, I've had great luck. It seems you're my lucky star. Su Changqing scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, hee. Yu Kai-king then asked, how are the cultivation of the golden crow vine and bright moon grass going? Su Changqing quickly replied, they're all doing well and have grown up strong. Yu Kai-king pondered, now all that's missing is the yang-type medicinal herb, red yang ginseng, the yin-type medicinal herb, xian yin lingzi, and I've already got my hands on the auxiliary herb, taiji flower. Su Changqing thought for a moment, how about I ask around in the spirit field for you? Yu Kai-king nodded slightly, okay, ask around for me. If any spiritual farmers grow these medicinal herbs, I'm willing to buy them at a price higher than the market price. Okay. Su Changqing nodded vigorously. After that, the two parted ways. Yu Kai-king lives in the Earth Fire Zone, so she doesn't need to go out. After bidding farewell to the other party, Su Changqing rode away swiftly on the large-leafed grass. By this time, the sun had already set. The night was as dark as ink, and the Milky Way hung upside down. The withered trees were coated with a layer of silver frost. The flowing river water shimmered with a cold light. Winter nights are exceptionally cold and quiet. When Su Changqing returned home, Wang and the guinea fowl were already huddled in their respective nests. Only the Honest Man Fortress continues to patrol around the spirit field, circle after circle. The sounds of banging broke the silence. As soon as its owner landed, Wang immediately crawled out of its warm doghouse, wagging its tail and rubbing against its owner's body. Su Changqing squatted down, held the dog's head, which was full of fawning expressions, in his hands, and rubbed it back and forth angrily, thoroughly enjoying himself. At this point, having completed their inspection of the fortress, they returned to the wooden hut. Su Changqing stood up and said, you don't need to patrol tonight. Although this thing doesn't need to rest and can patrol 24 hours a day, the problem is that it makes a bang 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 sound when it moves. It's fine during the day, but it gets too noisy at night. Yes, master, the fortress replied immediately. Next, Su Changqing casually tossed the companion green lotus into the second-grade spirit field on the right. Let it release the azure lotus domain to help the moongrass within grow. He went into the cabin and started making dinner. No, it should be called a midnight snack now. It wasn't particularly lavish. There was a plate of mutated spirit rice stir-fried with eggs laid by pearl chickens, and then a bottle of premium yellow rice wine was brought from the basement. while eating fried rice with eggs. They were drinking yellow rice wine, another simple meal. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they washed the dishes and immediately lay down on the wooden bed. Then, with a thought, he took out the spirit beast ring stored in the emerald gourd. As my spiritual sense probed into it, images from inside appeared in my mind. The 5 captured fire crows looked listless and had no energy at all. In their bloodshot eyes, only exhaustion, fear, confusion, and pain remained. Su Changqing observed this and thought to himself, according to Lu Wei, these fire crows need to be starved for a few days before they will submit and become obediently tamed. However, this method is based on the absence of a fire spirit root in cultivation techniques. Only through such rudimentary means can the fire crow be tamed. But I am different. I have already maxed out the fire crow chi cultivation technique, so I don't need to wait that long. I can even start now. Immediately, Su Changqing summoned one of the lying fire crows. Yu Ka Iking. The blood-red fire crow didn't react immediately after being summoned. Having gone without food for several hours and imprisoned in a cramped space, and having failed to escape after multiple attempts, hunger, fear, and other factors combined, he had begun to give up. After it appeared in Su Changqing's hand from the inner space of the spirit beast circle, the man and the fire crow stared at each other for at least 10 seconds. Only then did the fire crow realize what was happening. Its pupils contracted, and it began to flap its wings frantically, emitting a piercing, unpleasant cawing sound. However, it turned out that although they had seemingly escaped the cramped space, they were actually still trapped in the 5 Fingers Mountain of humanity and had no way to escape. Exhausted, hungry, and thirsty, he quickly gave up and even sighed, looking completely resigned to his fate. Su Changqing chuckled and said, "So dramatic, are you a performer?" He channeled the fire elemental power within his dantian, gradually injecting it into the fire crow's body through his left hand that was gripping it. As is well known, anything with fire energy can become food for fire crows, so after absorbing this fire elemental power, their condition improved. But instead of struggling, he trembled and his eyes showed deep fear. Su Changqing saw this and couldn't help but nod slightly. The adage, "give a beating and then a sweet treat," seems to apply to any living being. Then, with a thought, a handful of top-grade spirit rice from a second-grade spirit field appeared in his right hand, and he tried to put a grain of spirit rice into the fire crow's mouth. At first, this thing gritted its teeth and dared not open its mouth, fearing that it was poisonous and would die if it ate it. As a result, after sensing the rich spiritual energy contained within, I suddenly had the idea of eating one, and then I actually ate one. Then it couldn't stop, eating grain after grain, and soon the handful of spirit rice was completely gone, even smacking its lips with lingering satisfaction. After finishing the spirit rice, the fire crow looked at Su Changqing with less fear and even a hint of anticipation, as if waiting for the next favor. Seeing this, Su Changqing knew it was time, and immediately activated the fire crow chi cultivation technique to quickly communicate with the fire crow he was holding in his left hand. The warm fire elemental energy, coupled with the harmless behavior and the max-level fire crow chi cultivation technique, quickly broke through the fire crow's psychological defenses. As a wisp of spiritual consciousness was drawn out, Su Changqing and it became one. The fire crow's thoughts and ideas will be fed back into his mind. For example, right now. Spirit rice. Tasty. I want more. Su Changqing couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected this fire crow to be such a glutton. However, he did not rush to feed them, but instead loosened his clenched left hand. Sure enough, after controlling the fire crow using the fire crow chi cultivation method, it no longer showed any fear or panic. Even though it knew that the hand had been released, it did not have any thought of escaping and even deliberately rubbed against the hand. At this point, relevant information appears. Common fire crow. Potential value 6. Intimacy level psychic. Loyalty level based on self-interest. Because Su Changqing has thoroughly mastered the fire crow cultivation method, he is very knowledgeable about the potential value, intimacy level, and loyalty level of the fire crows. First, the potential value indicates whether this fire raven can evolve into a fire raven leader, or even a fire raven king. The minimum is 1, and the maximum is 10. The one in front of us has reached a level of 6, which is already considered to be above average. Intimacy is divided into 4 stages. Recognizing the Lord. Behavior. Fire crows are reluctant to obey commands, but they are wild and will occasionally resist orders. Ability. Can understand simple instructions, but may not follow commands during combat. Interaction. It may peck at its owner occasionally, but it will not cause any harm. Spiritual communication. Behavior. The fire crow trusts its owner and can understand more complex commands. Ability. Can share vision and can coordinate simple tactics in combat. Interaction. It will take the initiative to land on its owner and occasionally rub its head to show affection. Symbiosis. Behavior. The fire crow shares its life with its owner, and when the owner is injured, the fire crow shares the damage. Ability. The fire crow can transform into a flame tattoo and attach itself to its owner. Interactive. Fire crows will depend on their owners like family members, and may even get jealous and compete for their affection. Special ability: the master can use the fire crow's natal fire to refine pills or fight. Super bond. Behavior: the fire crow is no longer a spirit pet, but a partner that grows together with its owner. Ability: it can cultivate autonomously and even replenish its master's cultivation. Interaction: the relationship is more like that of brothers or deist partners, and they can fight against calamities together. Special ability 1: when its master improves his cultivation level, its potential value will also increase. Special ability 2: there is a certain chance that the natal true fire will evolve into solar true fire. Loyalty is divided into 5 stages. Fear and submission. Manifestation: obeying due to contracts or force, but harboring resentment and ready to retaliate at any time. Behavior 1: during combat, they may not put in their full effort, or even deliberately make mistakes. Behavior 2: when the owner is seriously injured, the dog may take the opportunity to escape or attack the owner. Benefits. Behavior: temporary cooperation based on elixirs, spiritual materials, or cultivation resources. Disbandment when there is no benefit. Behavior 1: willing to bargain and ask for more. Behavior 2: when encountering a strong enemy, they may observe or flee. Approval. Behavior: recognizes the master's strength or character, and is willing to follow sincerely. Behavior 1: will actively protect its master, but may prioritize self-preservation in a situation where certain death is inevitable. Behavior 2: they will obey their master's commands most of the time. Die-hard fan. Behavior: completely trusts its master, and would rather perish than betray them. Behavior 1: it will shield its owner from fatal attacks. Behavior 2: even if the master falls into depravity, they will still remain loyal and devoted. Concentric. Manifestation: transcending the master-servant relationship, becoming partners who share life and death. Behavior 1: it can sacrifice itself to help its master break through a higher realm or escape danger. Behavior 2: if its master dies, the fire crow will either die a martyr's death or seek revenge in a frenzy. In fact, potential value, intimacy level, and loyalty level can all be applied to all spirit pets. This is the real reason why the cultivators in the Spirit Beast Valley, though diverse and possessing all sorts of spiritual roots, are not to be underestimated. A spirit pet is like a second self, and the two complement each other. Fire crow, although it belongs to one of the lower-level spirit pets. However, 1,000 years ago, there was a nascent soul cultivator who could control tens of thousands of fire crows to form the 10,000 crows burning the sky formation. He was respectfully called the Crow Venerable by many cultivators. At that time, it was so powerful that it could set the sky ablaze and boil the seas, and its influence was unparalleled. Su Changqing pulled himself out of his thoughts and looked at the first fire crow he had tamed. Seeing that the creature was uneasy and looked like it wanted to move but dared not, he couldn't help but smile. In the future, perhaps I will be like the Crow Venerable and control tens of thousands of fire crows. With a thought, he issued the first command. The fire crow, which had been motionless, suddenly flapped its wings and flew towards the cold night outside the window. At the same time, Su Changqing closed his eyes. At first glance, it looks like it's sleeping. In reality, he saw images of fire crows sharing a field of vision in his mind. There are 2 in total, one on the left and one on the right. At this moment, the entire night sky is laid out before you, regardless of the cold moon or the stars in the sky. The shadows of the trees still sway gently. The river flows quietly. Although I couldn't hear anything, I can't smell anything. But Su Changqing could see everything clearly, from flowers and birds to fish and insects. Fire crows will lock onto objects that generate heat immediately and then observe them carefully. From the current perspective, there is not much difference between night and day for fire crows. Then, following its master's command, it flapped its wings and flew over the 100-meter-high Rocky Mountain. At an extremely fast speed, like a blood-red ghost under the moonlight, it flew towards a more distant place. Where to go? Bamboo-covered, leisurely fields. Previously, Su Changqing had never been there because it was too far away. Now that the fire crows are helping to scout the way, let's go take a look. Of course, we should also test the shared field of view to see if there are any issues. As the flight distance increased, one problem after another arose. First of all, the fire crow will indeed obey its master's instructions and try to complete them. However, due to the closeness and loyalty involved, their attention is not focused. Sometimes, when they see other birds, the weaker ones will try to scare or chase them. If it encounters a bird that is larger or more powerful than itself, it will quickly run away. From Su Changqing's spiritual field to Zhu Fuxian's spiritual field, it's a straight-line distance. It only takes a few minutes to fly there. Unfortunately, the fire crow was not focused and kept dawdling and fidgeting, causing it to arrive 10 minutes later than expected. That is to say, it took a full 10 minutes to arrive at Zhu Fuxian's spiritual field. Fortunately, this lack of concentration, and even procrastination, will gradually change as Su Changqing and Hoya's relationship improves. Although it took a little time, we finally got to see Zhu Fuxian's spiritual field. How many acres? A full 15 acres. It covers a large area. Some grow spirit rice. Some grow medicinal herbs. Some cultivate rare and precious plants. Some places, whether due to recent harvest or some other reason, had no spiritual plants at all, appearing completely empty. Su Changqing was shocked. Just how many years has this senior brother Zhu stayed in the core area? If he is only at the foundation establishment stage, it would be difficult for him to obtain so many spirit fields, right? They have 15 new, while I only have 2 new. The difference is simply too great. The fire crows circled above the bamboo-grown spiritual field. At first, nothing happened, but perhaps because they stayed there for a while, a bright blue light suddenly appeared below. Suddenly, the fire crow seemed to be startled by something and turned to run away. Inside the room, Zhu Fuxian, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and revealed a thoughtful expression. Why would a fire crow appear here? An hour later, Su Changqing, who was lying in bed, opened his eyes, quickly reached out the window, and immediately caught a streak of blood-red light. This is the fire crow that fled in panic. I spent an hour wandering around outside before I finally decided to come back. Although the owner can share the view with it, that's all. If the distance is too far, it is impossible to control the behavior with commands. Even an hour later, it still looked shaken. Curled up in its owner's palm, its body trembling, it looked terrified. Afraid. Horrible. Old monster. Su Changqing used his spiritual sense to perceive the fire crow's thoughts and ideas, and couldn't help but frown. In the very last moment, he still couldn't see what it was. A burst of blue light terrified the fire crow, which then flew uncontrollably for an hour before finally returning to the cabin. Of course, this wasn't without its gains. This at least proves that Zhu Fuxian was by no means an old, dying farmer. Everyone has secrets, and as long as the other party doesn't cause trouble, Su Changqing won't care. Then, he took out a handful of top-grade spirit rice from a second-grade spirit field and fed it to the frightened fire crow. It didn't stop until it had completely calmed down. But the domestication process didn't actually end there. After all, there are still 4 fire crows in the spirit beast circle. Su Changqing named the first fire crow he successfully tamed Yeda. Then, a second command was issued to the great crow, instructing it to do everything in its power to make the remaining 4 of its kind submit in the shortest possible time. I threw it into the spirit beast enclosure and simultaneously entered with my spiritual sense, wanting to see what this thing would do. But they unexpectedly discovered a secret about the Crow King. It was actually a bully who preyed on the weak. He appears timid and hesitant when faced with external things. When faced with its own kind, it actually launched a powerful attack. One wing lashed out and sent one of its kind flying. One claw tramples a fellow human. In just a short while, they were all knocked down. Compared to the large crow, the other 4 of their kind were tired, hungry, and thirsty, and their emotions were extremely unstable, so they quickly became docile. Gay. They kept making sounds of begging for mercy. Yadao, on the other hand, looked every bit the victor. They straddled their own kind, chests puffed out, heads held high, arrogant and haughty. Oh no. Done. This guy has clearly forgotten that just an hour ago at Zhu Fuxian's spirit field, he was so scared that he ran for an hour before daring to go home. Seeing this, Su Changqing summoned the remaining 4 fire crows, which had already submitted, from the spirit beast circle one by one and began to tame them. The whole process was very smooth, without any obstacles. The other 4 fire crows were also given names. Crow 2, Crow 3, Crow 4, Crow 5. Unfortunately, these 4 fire crows have far less potential than the crows. Fortunately, with a number of 5, we can form the most basic fire crow formation. Moreover, every 10 hours, they will generate a drop of fire spirit liquid. This thing is equivalent to fire attribute spirit rice, which can help Su Changqing increase the fire spirit power in his Qi. Soon, the 5 fire crows gathered together and stood at the head of the bed. In the middle is Yada. The 2 on the left are Crow 2 and Crow 3. The 2 on the right are Crow 4 and Crow 5. Compared to the large crow, the other 4 were a bit nervous at first, but gradually relaxed as their owner, Su Changqing, fed them with top-grade spirit rice. At the head of the bed, 5 fire crows looked expectantly at their master, waiting to be fed. Su Changqing's heart stirred, and he suddenly closed his eyes. The next second, a very absurd scene appeared in my mind. 5 fire crows actually shared 10 images. All 10 images depict Su Changqing sitting on the bed. You can see even the fine hairs on his body clearly. He raised his hand, and without delay, he raised his own hand in the shared field of vision. No matter what action they take, it's as if they're being broadcast live. After playing for a while, feeling that the wood elemental power in his Danshin was completely exhausted, Su Changqing retrieved his companion Green Lotus and then issued a collective command to the 5 fire crows. You all circle around the spirit field in the air. If anyone gets close, immediately make a sound. It was morning. Su Changqing took a chair and sat by the door, holding 3 communication talismans in his hand. They are Li Sankei, Zhang Su, and Zhu Fuxian. Since I promised yesterday to help you Kaiking find the yang-positive medicinal herb Xiang Ginseng and the yin-negative medicinal herb Xuanyanlingzi, I must take it seriously. But in the very core of this vast spiritual field, there are only a handful of people I truly know. Besides Zhao Ziao and Zhao Ying, who have lost contact, there is also Lin who has gone missing. Currently, the only people who can help and might know the whereabouts of the medicinal herbs are these three. The first person to contact is Li San-Kei. After all, he was his good older brother and senior, so the two were closer. Therefore, Su Changqing decisively injected the wood elemental power in his danshan into the other party's communication talisman. After a long while, Li San-Kei's slightly tired voice finally came through. Hello? Senior brother, it's me. Is there something you need so early in the morning? Do you know where I can buy red sun ginseng and dark yin lingzi? The spirit farmers who usually cooperate with the alchemy pavilion grow medicinal herbs, but I don't recognize them. Excuse me. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing chose to hang up. You can tell from his voice that senior brotherly stayed up late last night. Let him get some more sleep. Logically speaking, Lingnan was used to going to bed early and getting up early. Is 6:30 early? It shouldn't be too early, right? The sun is out. Immediately, Su Changqing contacted the second person, Zhang Su. Senior brother Zhang works with the people from the alchemy pavilion, so he has a better understanding of medicinal herbs. As a result, the call took even longer to connect, and the person sounded more tired. Hello? Senior brother Zhang, I am Su Changqing. Junior brother Su, is there something you need so early in the morning? Do you know any Lingnan who cultivates red sun ginseng and dark yin lingzi? Anode medicinal materials and cathode medicinal materials. Yes. I, huff, rat-a-tat-tat, click. Ah. Suddenly, a deafening snoring sound came from across the street. It felt like the communication symbols were vibrating. It was terrifying. Su Changqing's lips twitched. Senior brother Zhang was sleeping while driving a tractor. It seems that both senior brother Li and senior brother Zhang stayed up late last night. In that case, we can only place our hopes on Zhu Fuxian. After all, this person had spent many years in the core of the spirit field. They should know, and probably even have connections. Of the three, Zhu Fuxian connected the call the fastest. Almost as soon as the wood elemental power was injected, the other side noticed it. Su Changqing quickly received an affirmative answer to his question. Although Zhu Fuxian hasn't been cultivating red sun ginseng and mysterious yin lingzi recently, he still has a batch of them stored in his personal storage items. Su Changqing can buy it any time he needs it. This place is neither too far nor too close to Lingtian, where Zhu Fuxian lives. The fire crow or big leaf grass can be reached in about 10 minutes. After all, there are no obstacles in the sky, and there is no need to cross mountains and rivers. Soon, Su Changqing and Zhu Fuxian arranged a time to meet. Shi, approximately 9:30 a.m. Then, the two simultaneously lost contact. This thing doesn't consume spirit stones, but it does consume spiritual energy. Moreover, the longer it lasts, the more it consumes. After carefully putting away the three communication talismans, Su Changqing pondered, when I visit senior brother Zhu this time, bringing only spirit stones will definitely not be enough. I also need to bring 10 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine. Firstly, it helps to build a closer relationship with the other party. Secondly, it helps to build a closer relationship with the other party. Thirdly, it's about building a closer relationship with the other party. Even if Zhu Fuxian had noticed what Fire Crow was spying on last night, it wouldn't have caused any trouble. After all, using fire crows to guard spirit fields and catch insects is a very common practice. Even if questioned, one can simply say that the fire crows fly around randomly. Next, Su Changqing continued to take care of his 2 mu of second-grade spiritual fields. Whether it's the golden crow vine, the bright moon grass, or the spirit rice, they all grow very vigorously. These 2 rare spiritual plants, in particular, are almost mature. Another issue is that the transplantation of mutant mother rice must be put on the agenda. It's such a waste not to leave it at the foot of the Rocky Mountain, it has such a good effect. An hour later, feeling that it was about time, Su Changqing retrieved his companion green lotus, then summoned the large leaf grass and immediately flew towards Zhu Fuxian's spiritual field. The scenery along the way was quite nice. Withered, yellow leaves. The river water was cool and clear. Frozen soil. The most striking feeling was one of profound tranquility. If autumn is a time of desolation, when all things begin to wither, that winter was cold and desolate, and everything hid away. This scene reminded Su Changqing of something he read in an ancient book. The book is titled The 72 Seasonal Phenomena. There are 24 solar terms in a year, and each solar term is divided into 3 pentads, for a total of 72 pentads. The current state of Lingtian is exactly the same as that of the Jekong Pihu recorded in the book. The temperature is too low, the insects can't withstand it, and they prepare to hibernate. All things in the world are beginning to gradually enter the stage of concealment. About 10 minutes later, Su Changqing arrived outside Zhu Fuxian's spiritual field. As soon as I got close, I had a strong feeling that I was being watched. No matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find the source. At this moment, he began to understand why Fire Crow had been so panicked last night. If Su Changqing hadn't known that the owner of the spirit field was Zhu Fuxian, he probably would have turned around and left. Then he called out to it. "Senior brother Bamboo. They're here. They're here." Soon, a response came from inside. Not long after, Zhu Fuxian walked out of the house step by step. A smile graced his aged face. Seeing this, Su Changqing controlled the large-leafed grass to land, waiting for the other party to open the door. The vast majority of spirit farmers will build fences and enclosures around their spirit fields. Although it's pointless to do this, and no one can prevent it. But they will tell others that this place is occupied and not to mess around. More advanced spirit farmers would hire array masters to build a complete set of defensive arrays. It's completely undetectable on the surface, but once you get close or even break in, you'll be attacked immediately. Su Changqing guessed that there must be some kind of powerful formation buried in this senior brother Zhu's spiritual field. After all, 15 acres of second-grade spirit fields can generate an annual income of at least 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Not to mention installing formations, even purchasing spiritual artifacts is a piece of cake. Zhu Fuxian opened the fence gate and beckoned, "Junior brother Su, come in." Don't underestimate this action. As soon as the door opened, Su Changqing felt much more relaxed. Then, as he walked in, he took out the 10 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine he was carrying. "Senior brother Zhu, this is my first time here, so the preparations were a bit rushed. This is the spirit rice wine I brewed." Zhu Fuxian was surprised. "Junior brother can also brew wine?" He opened the stopper, took a sniff, and his eyes widened immediately. Then, the look in his eyes as he looked at the person in front of him was one of disbelief. "Senior brother can also brew wine?" Su Changqing blinked. Zhu Fuxian nodded slightly. "When I'm bored, I brew wine, grow vegetables, and research spiritual cuisine." I never expected that my junior brother would be so skilled at brewing wine at such a young age. Although he hadn't tasted it yet, he could tell the quality just by smelling it. It doesn't have that unpleasant smell typical of cheap alcoholic beverages. Instead, it has a rich aroma of rice mixed with a mellow fragrance of wine. Just the aroma alone makes Zhu Fuxian's throat bob, and he can't wait to take a sip right now. The house where Zhu Fuxian lives is quite unique. Other houses were either wooden, stone, or earthen, and his house was actually made of bamboo poles. It looks like there are only 2 floors from the outside, but each floor is 4 or 5 meters high. The roof is covered with large patches of lush green bamboo leaves, which rustle in the wind. Yet it doesn't feel out of place at all. On the contrary, it blends perfectly into the environment. When Su Changqing followed Zhu Fuxian into the house, almost everything he saw was related to bamboo. Without exception, all the items, such as tables, chairs, benches, pots, pans, and bowls, are made of bamboo. The air inside was filled with the fresh scent of bamboo. Zhu Fuxian pointed to the stool made of green bamboo and said, "Junior brother, please sit down." "Okay." Su Changqing plopped down. Zhu Fuxian placed the spirit rice wine on the bamboo table beside him, then asked with a smile, "This crimson yang ginseng is a yang-type medicinal material, and the profound yin lingzi is a yin-type medicinal material. Are you helping a certain alchemist find materials?" Su Changqing gave an affirmative answer, "Yes." Of course, Yu Kaiking was not an ordinary low-level alchemist. He was a highly renowned senior alchemist. At this moment, Zhu Fuxian took out his storage item, a 3-inch long piece of emerald green bamboo tube with silver cloud patterns on its surface, which was quite beautiful. Su Changqing asked in surprise, "What kind of storage item is this?" Zhu Fuxian replied, "The green spirit hides in the empty tube." Su Changqing carefully recalled the books he had read, but found that he had no recollection of them. This storage item didn't even appear in the book. Or perhaps they haven't read enough books. Either this thing is extremely rare. Seeing the puzzled look on the other person's face, Zhu Fuxian explained, "It's a very niche storage item that can't be bought on the market. I personally planted and cultivated it, and then had someone refine it." Su Changqing suddenly realized, "No wonder I have no recollection of this." Zhu Fuxian glanced at the small turquoise gourd at his waist and smiled, "Junior brother, this is not bad either." Su Changqing chuckled, but didn't show off intentionally. After all, they are guests, we shouldn't overshadow them. Since they know each other, that's enough. Zhu Fuxian tapped the surface of the Azure Spirit Hidden Void cylinder with his right index finger, and it immediately produced a very crisp click-click sound. In the blink of an eye, a crack appeared on the surface, and 2 medicinal herbs emerged from it. They landed perfectly on the table, one on the left and one on the right. Su Changqing scanned it with his spiritual sense and instantly identified it. On the left is a pale golden yellow ginseng. On the right is a bluish-gray Ganoderma lucidum. All of them are full of spiritual energy and perfectly preserved. These are the very medicinal materials that Yu Kaiking needs to refine the yin-yang intertwined pill. Zhu Fuxian asked, "Junior brother, how many do you want to buy?" Su Changqing replied, 100 each. Yu Kaiking has already mentioned this before. If used for alchemy, the quantity must not be too much, but it also cannot be too little. Taking into account factors such as failed alchemy attempts and accidental damage, 100 plants are just right. Zhu Fuxian nodded slightly and began to estimate the price. The current market price for red sun ginseng is 3 low-grade spirit stones per plant, so 100 plants would cost 3 mid-grade spirit stones. The current market price for a single Xianyan Lingzi is 5 low-grade spirit stones, so 100 Lingzi would cost 5 mid-grade spirit stones. 8 mid-grade spirit stones in total, how about that? Su Changqing used the spirit mirror to investigate the price of these two rare spiritual plants, and it was exactly as the other party had said, neither higher nor lower. Therefore, he decisively took out 8 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them to the other party. With the spirit stones in hand, Zhu Fuxian didn't waste any time and quickly spat out 100 Crimson Yang Ginseng and 100 Profound Yin Lingzi from the Azure Spirit storage cylinder. The transaction was completed, and the two smiled at each other. That's the rhythm I'm looking for. This shows that neither of them are indecisive. Zhu Fuxian was in a great mood at the moment, so he immediately got up and walked to the other side. Before long, he returned with a green bamboo tube with fresh knife marks on it. Besides the fresh scent of bamboo, it also exudes a faint aroma of alcohol. What is this? Su Changqing asked with a curious look. Zhu Fuxian explained, "This is a spirit wine that I have brewed by combining decades of experience, knowledge, and skills." Su Changqing's eyes lit up, and he pressed on, "What's your name?" Zhu Fuxian said with considerable pride, "Green bamboo wine." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing exclaimed, "What a wonderful name." Zhu Fuxian opened the container, releasing an even stronger aroma, and then poured a cup for Su Changqing. The wine is the tender green color of newly sprouted bamboo shoots, and it shimmers with a silvery sheen when light shines through it. Judging from its color, it already belongs to the category of fine wine. It contains a faint wood elemental energy. With anticipation in his eyes, Zhu Fuxian said, "Junior brother, please try it and see how my green bamboo wine tastes." Su Changqing picked up the wine glass and first smelled it under his nose. The taste is like the refreshing coolness of bamboo forest after rain mixed with mountain spring water, with a faint hint of the sweet fragrance of candied plums. Bring it to your lips and take a gentle sip. The moment it touches the tongue, there is a cool sensation like a clear spring, which then transforms into a smooth, bamboo-like texture, but it is not sticky at all. The seemingly cool drink, once drunk, actually warms you up. Su Changqing looked at the other person in surprise. "What's added to this?" Zhu Fuxian nodded. "Red sun ginseng." The initial version of green bamboo wine had a cool and refreshing taste. Drinking it feels like a snow blade slicing through bamboo, chilling you to the bone. The quality has indeed improved, but he still feels something is missing. After various attempts, they finally added honey-preserved plums and ginseng to it. The texture, flavor, and how it melts in your stomach are immediately elevated to a whole new level. Su Changqing put down his wine cup and couldn't help but say, "Senior brother's winemaking skills are among the top 3 in the entire Dongting Immortal sect, if not the best." Upon hearing this, Zhu Fuxian smiled meaningfully and then poured himself a bowl of spirit rice wine. The wine was clear and bright, rippling with a spiritual light. The flavor has both the sweet aroma of rice and a hint of fresh earthiness after the rain. Upon tasting, it causes a slight tingling sensation on the tip of the tongue, and is as smooth and mellow as cloud-like cotton water. It has none of the astringency of ordinary spirit rice wine, but instead has a natural sweetness like honey. It slid down my throat without any burning sensation. Instead, it's like drinking from a spiritual spring, with a warm, moistening sensation flowing directly into the internal organs. It has a lingering sweetness and a fragrant aftertaste, just like having just eaten a bowl of spiritual rice. The wood elemental energy in the qi even accelerated its circulation. Zhu Fuxian blurted out, "Good wine." The mere spirit rice wine actually had such a taste, texture, and effect, which made him look at his junior brother Su in a new light. This young man's brewing skills are definitely no less than mine. Your green bamboo wine is also a fine wine, senior brother. Su Changqing picked up his wine cup, the two clinked it together, and then drank it all in one gulp. Then, they drank and chatted. They didn't seem like they'd only known each other for a few days, rather, they felt like longtime drinking buddies. Zhu Fuxian sighed, "It's been a long time since anyone has accompanied me for a drink. Seeing you, junior brother Su, always reminds me of that old friend who has passed away." Su Changqing blinked. "From now on, junior brother will often come to drink with you." Zhu Fuxian grinned and said, "That's great." 1 hour later, Su Changqing got up and left. Zhu Fuxian personally saw him off at the door. Once they were outside the fence, Su Changqing cupped his hands in greeting and said, "Senior brother, I'll see you off here." Zhu Fuxian suddenly asked, "Junior brother Su, do you know that there are fire crows in this area?" Su Changqing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded happily, "I know." Zhu Fuxian reminded him, "Fire crows like to eat things with fire attributes. Don't expose the Crimson Sun ginseng you just got, or it will attract its covetousness." Su Changqing waved his hand and readily admitted, "Don't worry, senior brother, I bought these fire crows from the Earth Fire Zone yesterday. There are 5 of them in total. Since the other party has already noticed and specifically reminded us. Therefore, one cannot pretend not to know, or even deliberately conceal it. There are quite a few people who know about this. For example, Hu Bagui, Lu Wei, and the introducer Wang Xiang. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. Anyone who is interested in investigating will soon find out the answer. After all, most fire crows come from the Earth Fire Zone." Zhu Fuxian suddenly realized, "So it was raised by my junior brother. Then it's all right." Su Changqing asked knowingly, "How did you know there were fire crows, senior brother?" Zhu Fuxian replied with a smile, "There was one last night that happened to fly over here. I was wondering where it came from when I found out it was my junior brother who just started raising it." Su Changqing immediately asked anxiously, "Did it harm your spiritual plant?" Zhu Fuxian said with considerable confidence, "In my spirit field, there is a complete set of advanced defensive formations. A mere fire crow, let alone attacking spirit plants, would be killed by the gang metal energy if it dared to enter. Then you can rest assured, junior brother. I'm off." Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief, cupped his hands in greeting again, then summoned the large leaf grass. As soon as he stepped on it, he was lifted into the air and flew away into the distance. Zhu Fuxian watched his departing junior brother Su with a particularly profound gaze. On the way home, Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. "That's not right. The chi of gang metal is white, but what I saw last night was clearly blue. This shows that the other party was not telling the truth." However, this allows us to analyze 2 possible scenarios. First, the senior brother Zhu probably doesn't trust me. Second, the other party was unaware that the fire crow could share vision. Upon realizing what was happening, Su Changqing gave a wry smile. Everyone has secrets. Neither of them told the truth. But as long as their respective interests are not affected, they will definitely not break off relations. After all, in the area he lived in, only Zhu Fuxian could be considered a neighbor. Of course, we should add the phrase, neighbors who are a 10-minute flight away. The reason Su Changqing chose this acre of second-grade spirit field was because it was remote enough that there were no fellow disciples around, so he didn't have to worry about being spied on. Now, with 5 more fire crows surrounding them, security has been greatly enhanced. 10 minutes later, Su Changqing returned to his own spiritual field. "It's the same as when I left, it's the same as before." Wan Wang wandered around, occasionally digging at a spot in the soil. The guinea fowl waited nearby for its chance to strike, and if there was an insect, it would eat it in one bite. The fortress, having been filled with the spring water it normally needed, was sitting under the poplar tree, seemingly idling in the spring. Seeing that it was already noon, Su Changqing threw the companion lotus into the second-grade spirit field on the right and went into the kitchen to start cooking. But this time, there was an extra item in the food called fire spirit liquid. This thing looks a bit like red chili oil. Because they learned the fire crow chi cultivation method, the 5 fire crows can produce 5 drops of fire spirit liquid containing fire spirit energy every 10 hours. Its function is actually similar to that of spirit rice. Both can be used for absorption and refining. Because there are only 5 fire crows, there are only 5 drops of fire spirit liquid, which together make up only a small dish of vinegar. Su Changqing drank it down in one gulp, feeling a warm sensation flow down his throat and into his stomach. After refining using the fiery refining method, the fire elemental power in my chi C increased slightly. He estimated that 100 drops of fire spirit liquid should increase fire spirit power by 1%. 100 drops of fire spirit liquid require 100 tamed fire crows to provide. No matter how you look at it, the price-performance ratio is very low. The best way to increase fire elemental power is actually to move to a fire-dominated area. The area was filled with fire elemental energy, which was especially concentrated when alchemy was being performed. Therefore, for cultivators with fire spiritual roots, each alchemy session is equivalent to cultivation. This is similar to how wood-based spiritual roots cultivate crops, water-based spiritual roots draw talismans, and earth-based spiritual roots mine minerals. Different spiritual roots have different cultivation methods. After having some free time, Su Changqing lay on the wooden bed, seemingly taking a nap, but actually pondering whether to cultivate the cultivation technique, 9 Flames Profound Art, or the spell, Blazing Sun Finger. As the name suggests, the 9 Flames mystic art has a total of 9 colors. Different colored flames have different effects and powers. Currently, this incomplete piece only has 4 colors: red, orange, yellow, and blue. Of course, if Su Changqing learns this, he can use his lifespan to make up for it. As for the Blazing Sun Finger, its effect is to concentrate extreme high temperatures at the fingertips. After the completion, it seems that the finger force transforms into a rainbow ranged attack method can be obtained. After much deliberation and weighing the pros and cons, Su Changqing abandoned the spell, Fierce Sun Finger. It's not needed for now, since I'm not participating in the formal disciple competition. As for cultivation techniques, although the blazing fire cooking oil technique is sufficient, its level is not high, as it is a chi refining stage technique. Switching to the 9 flames profound technique, which offers even greater control over flames, would undoubtedly be a better choice. Su Changqing immediately began to study diligently. The fire crow will give an early warning if someone approaches. The fortress will proactively clean up the droppings of the guinea fowl and other birds. As for the 2 acres of grade 2 spirit fields outside, there's no need to pay attention to them all the time. In this way, Su Changqing will have more time to learn the 9 flames profound technique. Although neither the finest spirit rice wine nor the finest yellow rice wine can accelerate the learning speed of fire attribute cultivation techniques. Fortunately, one of the effects of the premium yellow rice wine is that it increases the speed of comprehending advanced techniques by 30% when one is slightly tipsy. Given your current comprehension and knowledge base, you should be able to get started smoothly in less than a month. Days passed by. The temperature is dropping day by day. A chill that seeped into the very bones enveloped the vast spiritual field. It does have some impact on spiritual plants. But for Ling Nong, and especially for Su Changqing, there was no major problem. When he had the wood spirit root, he was no longer afraid of the cold. Now that I have the fire elemental root, I have even less to fear. At this moment, Su Changqing was only wearing a thin white shirt, standing on the edge of the field. A cold wind blew, and Wang Wang at my feet couldn't help but shiver a few times. The fawning look on its face vanished instantly. It was so cold that it ran back to its doghouse in a flash, curling its whole body into a ball. As for the guinea fowl, they haven't left their nests for a long time. They've already settled into a life where food is served to them, living a very carefree existence. Only the fire crows remained active, flying around every day. At this moment, Su Changqing looked at the mature golden crow vine and bright moongrass in the spirit field and silently raised the sickle in his hand. Su Changqing first went to the side of the bright moon grass. Because it was already mature, it did not absorb moonlight. Each plant is 7 inches long and curved like a crescent moon. The cool, serene environment, combined with the silver spiritual plants, creates a very beautiful scene. Moon grass. Mature. Abundant spiritual energy. No damage. Today's best. 500 strains. 500 bright moon grass plants were planted in this acre of grade 2 spirit field. The quantity is half that of last time. The main reason is that Yu Kaiking's demand has decreased, and she no longer needs that much. Fortunately, these 2 rare spiritual plants grow very quickly, maturing every half month and being harvested twice a month, which makes up for the loss caused by their small quantity. Therefore, Su Changqing did not hesitate and decisively harvested the crops. Harvest 1 premium moon grass plant, lifespan increased by 7 days. Harvest 500 premium moon grass plants, lifespan increased by 3,500 days. Because the quantity is small, the efficiency is high. After finishing, Su Changqing immediately headed towards the golden crow vine. It's winter now, and the temperature is very low, yet they exude a warm aura. Mature golden crow vines, each over 3 meters long, look fierce and menacing. The proper way to harvest is not to cut off the entire plant, as that would be wasteful. Once they mature, they will form a round nodule at the base, which contains all the solar energy absorbed throughout the entire process. This is exactly what Yu Kaiking needs for refining elixirs. Although the entire golden crow vine will shrink once it loses its nodes, it may even wither if the soil is not nutrient-rich enough. However, the tendrils, leaves, and other parts will still be preserved. Simply put, as long as there are enough nutrients in the soil, new nodules can form. There's no need for a second round of planting. Once the time is up, harvesting can continue. Su Changqing was not worried about this at all, as the soil in this acre of grade 2 spiritual field was extremely nutrient-rich black soil. Not only were there excrement from century-old spirit beasts brought by Hubagui from the Spirit Beast Valley, Zhao Zio also uses the little cloud rain technique every now and then, and the disciples with the earth spirit root loosen the soil before planting. He even cultivates it himself every day using the companion lotus. If it still withers, then there's really no reasoning with it. He immediately scanned the area with his spiritual sense to confirm the information. Golden crow vine. Mature. Abundant spiritual energy. No damage. Today's best. 100 sticks. Sure enough, this applies to the moongrass, which absorbs moonlight and grows only at night. It is a golden crow vine that absorbs sunlight and only grows during the day. With Su Changqing's current planting capabilities, once it grows, it will definitely reach the highest quality. This time, however, he didn't use a sickle, but instead used a small hoe for digging. He then squatted down and began to dig out the round nodules in the black soil one by one. Harvesting one premium golden crow vine increases its lifespan by 7 days. Harvest 100 premium golden crow vines, increasing its lifespan by 700 days. Only half an hour had passed by the time everything was finished. This harvest added 4,200 days to Su Changqing's lifespan. Final remaining lifespan, 691 years. The losses incurred from improving cultivation techniques and spells have now been partially recovered. Although it's not much, don't forget that this is just the harvest from 1 acre of spiritual land. On the other acre of second-grade spiritual field, many spiritual rice, vegetables, and 4-leaf clovers also grow. This is the main event, and one of the main sources of the harvester's lifespan. Of course, there were also some regrets. Su Changqing tried both the moon grass and the golden crow vine with his fingertip. Unfortunately, without exception, none of them mutated. If even one stalk or one plant succeeds, the profits will increase tenfold. He didn't continue planting moon grass in the empty spirit field, intending to wait and see. We'll wait for news from Yu Kaiking to see if she wants any other spiritual plants. If not needed, Su Changqing transplanted the mutated mother rice. Take advantage of the winter season to cultivate a batch of mutant rice. We must have a prosperous new year no matter what. Time flies, and it's noon. Su Changqing was making lunch when Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou arrived together. What a coincidence, it just happened to be lunchtime. Not to mention the long distance the two of them had traveled. One is in the Spirit Beast Valley. One is in the Imperial Water Pavilion. This was clearly planned in advance. Hu Bagui looked around and couldn't help but say, "Old Su, you used to only have one person and one dog here, how come you have everything now?" Nowadays, besides dogs, there were also guinea fowl that I had given them myself. And the 5 fire crows that I bought not long ago. There was even a 2-meter-tall puppet. Zhao Ziyou wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "It's even more lively than my fish tank." "Have you ever had any fish in your fish tank?" Su Changqing asked, pursing his lips. Zhao Ziyou was speechless. Su Changqing continued, "Isn't it better to make it more lively?" Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou exchanged a glance, then chuckled, "Although it looks lively, I always feel like something's missing." Su Changqing could tell from the guy's expression that he was up to no good, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "What's missing?" Hu Bagui pulled a paper figure out of his storage bag and said with a wicked grin, "Remember this thing? I wouldn't sell it to anyone else who wanted to buy it, so I specially saved it for you for 2 years. Su Changqing opened his mouth, but after a long pause, he managed to utter a single word, "Get lost." Hu Bagui was just joking, so he immediately put it away. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyou couldn't help but ponder, "Old Su, it's meaningless for you to just raise dogs, chickens, fire crows, and even puppets. What you really need by your side is a living deist companion." Hu Bagui nodded, "That's right, we're both looking for Deo partners, but he only knows how to farm all day long. He probably didn't even attend the spirit field meeting a few nights ago." Su Changqing was taken aback. "What meeting?" Seeing his reaction, the two were not surprised at all. Hu Bagui said irritably, "A few nights ago, a meeting was held in your core management office palace. It was like a matchmaking event in a sea of flowers, specifically to solve the problem of Lingnan lacking deist partners." Zhao Ziyou asked incredulously, "Even we know this, how come you don't?" Su Changqing was stunned, and then he realized why senior brother Li and senior brother Zhang still looked like they hadn't woken up yet, even though it was 6:30 in the morning. Wow, so they were all at a meet and greet that night. At that time, I was completely absorbed in the shared vision of the fire crows. There's no doubt that someone will notify you, but he was completely unaware, or perhaps oblivious. Well, Hu Bagui sighed softly, "Old Su, sometimes I really wonder if there's something wrong with your sexual orientation." Su Changqing rolled his eyes, "You're the one with the problem." Hu Bagui snorted, "If you had no problem, why did you replace Bai Linger with old Zhao?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyou's face turned red with anger, "You fatso, why are you trying to sway me?" He didn't know if there was anything wrong with Lao Su's sexual orientation, but my own orientation is absolutely fine. It's just that, nobody wants it. Su Changqing wanted to explain, but looking into Hu Bagui's wise eyes, it took him a long time to finally manage to utter a complete sentence, "I really want to improve." Upon hearing that Su Changqing's obsession with farming stemmed from his desire to improve himself, it became clear that he was obsessed with it. Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou were speechless for a moment. After all, no outsider can stop Su Changqing from making progress, let alone his own people. However, both Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou were somewhat surprised, and even admired. Other spiritual farmers, or rather most cultivators, find it difficult to settle down and focus on their careers. Either they are dissatisfied with the status quo, either they are naturally restless. Unlike Su Changqing, who has lived a secluded life ever since joining the core of the spiritual field, staying in his own little world and not even interested in a deist partner. Admittedly, being only 20 years old is nothing compared to the long lifespan of cultivators, which can easily reach hundreds of years. But days pass one by one, not in the blink of an eye. If you don't enrich yourself, every day will be extremely boring and tedious. Why do many spiritual farmers want to find a spiritual partner? This is one of the reasons. Even if a person keeps dogs, cats, or all sorts of spirit beasts and pets, it seemed like there were many people, and it was very lively. But in reality, he is still the same person, and has never changed from beginning to end. As Su Changqing served the food, he said, "I really can't understand why people are so eager to find a deist partner." Hoopa Gui scratched his head and tentatively asked, "Lonely?" Zhao Zio glanced at the two of them and truthfully said what he was thinking, "I'm too bored by myself, I want to find a deist partner to go fishing with." Pooh! Su Changqing and Hoopa Gui spat at him simultaneously. Zhao Zio was a little unconvinced and questioned, "I just like fishing, so is it wrong for me to find a deist partner who also likes fishing?" Hoopa Gui was stunned for a moment. What old Zhao said seems to make sense. Su Changqing waved his hand and pondered, "Forget it, I don't care whether you find a deist partner or not, but why does the immortal sect care?" Another blind date amidst a sea of flowers. It's another Ling Tian meet and greet. It seems that the high-ranking immortals place great importance on these lower-level cultivators finding deist partners. Zhao Zio spoke first. "I have heard of this. The immortal sect intends to form small cultivation families within itself, thereby deeply binding the lower-level cultivators." "Oh," Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Hoopa Gui said thoughtfully, "I haven't heard anything about Lao Jiao, but I know something from someone who's been there in the Spirit Beast Valley that might be the answer you're looking for." Su Changqing and Zhao Zio exchanged a glance, then looked at each other curiously. "What?" Hoopa Gui said seriously, "Children born to cultivators with compatible spiritual roots who become lovers or husband and wife have a higher probability of awakening their spiritual roots. For example, the father has a wood elemental root and the mother has a water elemental root. That child will most likely awaken a wood elemental root. Of course, there is also a small chance of awakening the water elemental root. There is even a very, very small chance of awakening the dual spiritual roots of water and wood. As for different spiritual roots, they do exist, but they are very rare. Although most cultivators who awaken their spiritual roots come from the secular world, they are selected from among them, much like the process of sifting through sand. However, small cultivation families or households within the immortal sect do not have as many concerns. Because they watched him grow up, and his parents are deeply connected to the immortal sect, they are more trustworthy." Su Changqing suddenly realized, no wonder there are so many families. What Ling Tian Rongjia? The Li family of Yu Shui Pavilion. There is also the Bai Feng Cliff Chu family. Each region has one large cultivation family and many smaller cultivation families. As for families focused on cultivating immortality, they are countless. To put it bluntly, the children born to low-level cultivators will most likely remain at the low level in the future. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, exceptional comprehension, and remarkable luck, one cannot escape the clutches of the immortal section. Looking at the rather plentiful meal on the table, Hoopa Gui couldn't help but swallow hard. "I'm telling you, there's no point in thinking too much. Low-level cultivators should have the awareness of low-level cultivators. Let's eat early." Zhao Zio understood immediately and nodded hastily. "Yes, neither of us has had lunch yet." Su Changqing knew these two wanted to freeload a meal, so he felt bad refusing. "Eat up, eat up." Hoopa Gui chuckled, "I'll get the bowl." Zhao Zio followed closely behind, "I'll get the chopsticks." After saying that, the two went into the kitchen. Su Changqing hadn't noticed at first, but when there was still no movement inside, he couldn't help but glance over and discovered that the two weren't in the kitchen at all. He immediately said irritably, "There's no light in the basement." "What's in the basement?" "Ling my wine." These two guys aren't content with just free meals, they also have to freeload on drinks. Fortunately, they didn't take too much. Each person took half a gin of the finest spirit rice wine. Half an hour later, the three of them finished all the food on the table. Sweet potato and rice, mixed grain rice, stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, stir-fried eggs with chili peppers. There wasn't a single drop left. They practically licked the plate clean. "Oops." Hoopa Gui patted his round belly and smiled with satisfaction. "Old Su, your cooking is still the best to my taste." Su Changqing placed the bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen sink, then came out and raised his chin. "We've eaten and drunk the spirit rice wine, now it's time to get down to business." Hoopa Gui nodded slightly and took out a small storage bag. "Inside are our franchise fee, food supply fee, and all sorts of other fees for this month." "How much?" Zhao Zio asked eagerly. Upon hearing this, Hoopa Gui opened the small storage bag, then turned it over and shook it against the table. Immediately, one spirit stone after another rolled out from inside. For a moment, the sounds of clanging and banging rang out continuously. It even sounds somewhat pleasant. The dazzling light made the three of them dizzy. After pouring them all out, Su Changqing scanned them with his spiritual sense. 380 mid-grade spirit stones and 3,663 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Zio was surprised. "It's much less than last time." If he remembers correctly, it was during the last time they split the profits. 440 medium-grade spirit stones. 5,683 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, that's the net profit after deducting costs. Hubagui shrugged. It's good enough if we can make a profit. Casting Peak is no longer our exclusive domain. It's now a place where all sorts of people are gathered. Franchise fees are getting lower and lower. The main sources of income are the supply fees for ingredients provided to the stalls, as well as the fees generated by regular customers who come to buy ingredients. Following this trend, the number of spirit stones earned will decrease over time. Su Changqing remained calm, as he had anticipated this outcome and thus focused most of his attention on the loose cultivator market. Don't underestimate the poorness of independent cultivators, their numbers are numerous. Now, the cost of 20 mid-grade spirit stones has been reduced. Su Changqing, Li Sankei, Zhao Ziyu, and Hubagui will divide the remaining 360 mid-grade spirit stones and 3,663 low-grade spirit stones. Li Sankei took 20% of the total profit, including 72 mid-grade spirit stones and 732 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining 80% of the total profit will be divided among the three people. Zhao Ziyu took 1/10 of the prize, taking away 29 mid-grade spirit stones and 293 low-grade spirit stones. Hubagui took 20%, taking away 58 mid-grade spirit stones and 644 low-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing took 70% of the prize, including 201 mid-grade spirit stones and 52 low-grade spirit stones. After Hubagui and Zhao Ziyu left, Su Changqing took out Li Sankei's communication talisman. As soon as a trace of wood elemental power was injected, the other end quickly connected. Junior brother Su. Senior brother, how did you know it was me? No one but you will ever reach out to me. Senior brother, it's that time of day again at the weapon forging peak. Come to wealth? May wealth come. Come. After the communication ended, Su Changqing carefully put away the communication talisman. He then went outside and found the fortress, instructing it to take good care of the spirit field. Then he summoned the large-leafed grass, and his whole body rose from the ground, quickly disappearing into the distance. When they arrived at Li Sankei's spirit field, he was already sitting in the pavilion waiting, and even the fence gate had been opened in advance. In fact, Su Changqing didn't need to walk in through the door. He could have simply flown to Li Sankei's side using the large-leaf grass without any problem. After all, the two were too familiar with each other and had a very good relationship. But Su Changqing wouldn't do that, it would be impolite. Only by respecting others will you earn their respect. No matter how many times he came, Su Changqing would ride the big leaf grass to land outside the fence gate, then wipe the mud off the solace of his shoes before stepping inside. Li Sankei filled the empty teacup opposite him with hot tea, then asked, "Junior brother, why couldn't you get in touch with him on the night of the Lingtian meeting?" Su Changqing was taken aback at first, then replied, "I had to take care of Minjiaoiko at night, so I was probably asleep and didn't notice." Li Sankei nodded and continued, "Old Hua even came specifically to find you." "Looking for me?" Su Changqing asked in surprise. Li Sankei gestured for him to sit down, and then continued, "Old Hua said you were honest and upright, but your biggest problem now is that you lack a deist partner." After sitting down, Su Changqing chuckled and said, "When it comes to deist partners, I believe in letting things take their course. When the time is right, they will come naturally. This is something that cannot be rushed." Li Sankei complained, "You're not in a hurry, but I've already arranged several for you. I hadn't originally planned to attend the Lingtian meet and greet that night. It's mainly because it's boring and a waste of time. I might as well stay home and sleep." But Old Master Hua wanted Su Changqing to go, so he arranged for him to make the contact. As a result, they couldn't get in touch with him no matter what they tried, so they had to go over to explain, and then Hua Lao forced them to go on a blind date. It wasn't enough for me to do my own divination, I also had to do Su Changqing's as well. That night was incredibly busy. I didn't get home until after 5 a.m., and then this guy woke me up at 6:30 a.m. Su Changqing's lips curled up several times, but he forcibly suppressed it, and couldn't help but ask, "Why doesn't Elder Hua contact me?" Li Sankei said helplessly, "Is it possible that Elder Hua can't contact you either?" Very few people in the entire spirit field possess Su Changqing's communication talisman. I have one in my hand. Jiang Su had one in her hand. Hua Lao not only sought him out, but also Jiang Su. As a result, neither of them could be contacted, and they were even arranged to go on several blind dates. Su Changqing cupped his hands in greeting, "Thank you for your hard work, senior brothers." Li Sankei took out 3 communication talismans from his storage bag and pushed them over with a wicked grin. "I've selected 3 for you, one with a water elemental root, one with a wood elemental root, and one with a fire elemental root." "Ha!" Su Changqing was immediately dumbfounded. Li Sankei said gloatingly, "Jiang Su's side has even more, a full 5. Su Changqing wore a look of utter despair, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. He realized that both senior brother Li and senior brother John were harboring malice. Lee San-K waved his hand. Anyway, I've given you the communication talisman. Whether you contact me or not is none of my business. All right. Su Changqing took it and temporarily put it into the green gourd. Next, he took out the other party's share. 72 medium-grade spirit stones. 732 low-grade spirit stones. It was less than last time. Su Changqing was about to explain, but before he could even finish speaking, he realized that it was less than last time. Lee San-K said with a hint of sympathy, I don't care much, you don't need to explain. This sum of spirit stones was an unexpected gain. Moreover, it's impossible to make that much money in business forever. As the weather gets colder, fewer and fewer cultivators are heading to the forging peak. Su Changqing nodded. I'm glad you understand, senior brother. The two chatted casually. Suddenly, Lee San-K mentioned participating in the formal disciple competition. Su Changqing was quite surprised. Senior brother also wants to participate. Lee San-K took a deep breath and explained, ever since I lost to Huo Wan last time, I've been holding my breath. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well give it a try. Su Changqing reminded him, then you must be careful, senior brother. Wood spirit roots are not suitable for combat in the early stages, especially since we spirit farmers have no experience at all. It's alright if we encounter someone with an earth elemental root, since wood counters earth, so we still have a fighting chance. If you encounter a metal, fire, or even water elemental root, things could turn out badly. The problem is that the formal disciple selection process involves random matching. You can encounter all kinds of spiritual roots, especially those that are incompatible with your own. Lee San-K said with a half smile, of course I know. Whenever I have free time, I go to Casting Peak to fight one-on-one with people, constantly enriching my combat experience and honing my combat skills. Impressive. Su Changqing gave a thumbs up. After a while, it became clear that there was nothing left to talk about. He got up to take his leave, intending to return to his own sacred field. I feel like I'll be able to master the basics of the Nine Flames mystic art in a few more days. This is a high-level fire attribute cultivation technique, so its benefits to oneself must be significant. But not long after leaving Lee San-K's spiritual field, the gourd transmitted images. A communication talisman was flashing with spiritual light and vibrating slightly. Hello? Junior brother Su, I am senior brother Zhang. Did senior brother Zhang need something from me? Of course something's urgent, so come quick. Please just tell me what's urgent. Oh, you'll see when you get here. I know, it's about the Lingtian meeting. Ahem. The person I'm supposed to meet on a blind date is already at my house, just waiting for you to come over. Ah, this person is very familiar with your senior sister Wu, she's practically one of us. After finishing their conversation, Su Changqing carefully put away the other party's communication token. He really didn't plan to go if it was just to get the other 5 communication tokens. Unfortunately, the person he was supposed to meet was already at Zhang Su's house, and he had even met his deist partner, Wu Xier. If you don't go, it's like you're disrespecting them. Zhang Su is actually doing alright. I'm afraid Wu Xier will whisper sweet nothings in my ear. So after thinking it over, I decided to go and take a look. Immediately, Su Changqing changed direction and flew towards Zhang Su's spiritual field. The journey was freezing cold, and there were hardly any cultivators to be seen. Fortunately, the spiritual plants are quite resilient and are still growing vigorously. Before long, they approached Zhang Su's 10 acres of spirit fields. The quantity of common spirit plants, rare spirit plants, and medicinal herbs inside was no less, and was even more abundant than before. Outside the fence gate, a horse-drawn carriage was parked. Yes, it's the horse-drawn carriage that exists in the secular world. But there are differences. The carriage was made entirely of sandalwood with cold patterned patterns, and its surface was covered with fine blue runes. On both sides of the carriage shaft, perfectly round and lustrous luminous pearls floated in jade cups, emitting a soft glow. Silk curtains made of ice silk hung from the 4 corners of the carriage, with flowing clouds embroidered on them in gold thread. The chariot was not drawn by ordinary horses, but by a pair of pure white cloud-patterned beasts. Su Changqing was startled by what he saw and thought to himself, something feels off. The carriage was of the secular style, but this horse is no ordinary horse. This car is no ordinary car. From top to bottom, inside and out, everything about this carriage reveals that its owner either has a powerful background or is incredibly capable. But, does someone like this need to go on blind dates? Feeling puzzled, Su Changqing let the large-leafed grass land on the ground, and then called out into the room, Senior Brother Zhang. Not long after, the door across the hall creaked open, and Zhang Su strode out. Oh my junior brother Su, you finally arrived. When the other person got closer, Su Changqing pointed to the cloud-patterned beast carriage next to him and asked in a low voice, Senior brother, is this carriage the vehicle my blind date is using? Zhang Su nodded vigorously and said excitedly, Junior brother, you're going to make it big this time. Really? Su Changqing suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. Jiang Su grabbed his hand and pulled him inside. Since we're already here, let's go inside and talk. With a mix of reluctance and encouragement, Su Changqing slowly approached the door, his heart pounding wildly as if drumming, and his breathing becoming rapid. Soon, the two crossed the threshold and entered the house. Before even seeing anyone, one could smell the rich and luxurious fragrance of peonies. Su Changqing's gaze swept to the chair opposite him, where a mature woman was leaning languidly. Her eyebrows resembled two faded mountain ranges. They looked all right at first glance, but became blurry upon closer inspection. His eye sockets were slightly sunken, and his pupils looked like glass beads shrouded in mist. The brown spots on both sides of the nose were barely covered by thick makeup powder. She was slightly plump and wore a moon-white brocade dress. Well-maintained skin has a subtle, dewy glow, but it can't hide the sagging jawline and the faint wrinkles on the neck. The fine lines around her eyes were cleverly concealed by her carefully drawn almond-shaped eyes. Her hair was divided into two sections, each coiled into a loop and standing upright on either side of her head. A dazzling golden phoenix hairpin was tucked into her hair. Perhaps hearing a noise at the door, she tilted her head, revealing a look that was 3 parts curiosity, 7 parts flirtatious glances, and 90 parts world-weariness. They say that marrying a woman 3 years older than you is like finding a gold brick, and this woman in front of me is at least a gold mine. Su Changqing felt his mouth go dry and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, why is mom here?" Senior brother Jiang said awkwardly, "This isn't my mom, this is your blind date's mom." Ha! Su Changqing was stunned. At this moment, the person inside heard the noise outside and came out. There were 2 women. The person in the lead was Wu 11er, Jiang Su's deist partner. The other woman looked to be in her 30s or 40s. Her ivory white, cloud-patterned wide sleeves covered her slightly thin and frail body. Sunken eye sockets. His eyes were quite sharp. The cheekbones are slightly prominent. The corners of the lips habitually turn downwards. It gives people a sarcastic and mean feeling. As soon as he came out, he looked Su Changqing up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. If they see something they don't like, they make no attempt to hide their disdain. Wu Xier was the first to greet him, saying with a light laugh, "Junior brother Su, it's been a long time." Su Changqing snapped out of his daze and nodded in response, "Senior sister Wu, it's been a long time." At this moment, Jiang Su winked at Wu Xier across from him, who immediately understood and began to introduce them. "These 2 people beside me are from the Great Yu dynasty in the eastern region. The older one is Lu Futang, and the younger one is her 3rd daughter, Zhao Yingli. In fact, one can tell a person's status and position from their temperament. Let's not talk about Zhao Yingli. Lu Futang exudes the luxurious aura of a wealthy socialite. She was undoubtedly a great beauty in her youth." After she finished speaking, Jiang Su followed up with an introduction. "My junior brother Su, whose full name is Su Changqing, has only been with the core of the spirit field for less than 3 years. He is already at the foundation establishment stage and has remarkable talent in planting." Now, both sides have finished their introductions. Instead of becoming lively, the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Zhao Yingli was extremely discerning and her attitude did not change much just because Su Changqing was a foundation establishment stage spiritual farmer. After all, their names and identities were already known when they arrived. To be honest, if it weren't for his identity as a foundation establishment stage spiritual farmer, she wouldn't even want to meet him. As for Su Changqing, after learning that his blind date was not the wealthy socialite Lu Futang, he felt relieved but also a little regretful. As for my first impression of Zhao Yingli, it was extremely bad. Whether she's good looking or not doesn't really matter, the key is that her eyes are too sharp. They didn't seem like they were there for a blind date, they looked more like they were there to select goods. The undisguised look of disgust on his face made Su Changqing feel even more averse to it. At this moment, the wealthy socialite Lu Futang spoke first, breaking the awkward silence, and said in a soft and melodious voice, "Now that we have met the person, let's talk about our respective requirements." Jiang Su asked curiously, "Yes, junior brother Su, what are your requirements?" Su Changqing didn't even look at the other person, so he said expressionlessly, "I don't have any requirements." Lu Futang glanced at her 3rd daughter and saw that she didn't say a word. Feeling helpless, she had no choice but to continue, "Our requirements are not high. As long as you provide my daughter with spiritual plants and medicinal herbs, you will receive 100 mid-grade spirit stones every month." Su Changqing frowned, feeling that something was off about those words, and asked, "What do you mean?" At this moment, Zhao Yingli finally spoke, saying in a rather shrill voice, "What else could it mean? Of course, it means marrying into the family." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing couldn't help but look at Jiang Su, who was quite nervous beside him. "Senior brother, you didn't tell me this before we came." Before Jiang Su could explain, Wu Xier chuckled dryly, "It was my fault. I didn't make it clear at the time. Sister Zhao really wanted to find a son-in-law with a wood elemental root." Lu Futang nodded slightly and said, "My daughter has awakened a fire spirit root and is now a well-known alchemist in the earth-fire region. If you become her son-in-law, you will not only receive pills, but also a stable supply of spirit stones, and you will also receive support from our secular world. Su Changqing wasn't stupid, and he bluntly said, "What kind of bullshit son-in-law is this? In the end, isn't he just a beast of burden?" Zhao Yingli's face darkened. "How dare you? Don't you know your place? How dare you speak to us in such a tone?" Su Changqing laughed angrily. "Perhaps you do have a lot of status and background in the mortal world, but don't forget that this is the lofty Dongting immortal sect." Upon hearing this, Lu Futang's pupils twitched slightly, but she remained seated. Zhao Yingli, who was behind her, immediately bristled. "Even if I don't use my worldly identity to suppress you, don't forget that I am still a novice alchemist." Su Changqing was stunned upon hearing this, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Such a big mouth, I thought you were a high-level alchemist, but it turns out you're just a low-level one." Zhao Yingli was speechless for a moment. You. Su Changqing cupped his hands in thanks to Zhang Su and Wu Xier. "Thank you for your care, senior brothers and sisters, but it is clear that I have no affinity with this low-level alchemist, so I will take my leave now." He turned and left without giving the two of them a chance to stop him. Watching his resolute departure, Zhao Yingli felt her pride had been insulted like never before. She gritted her teeth and said, "You, a mere spirit farmer, dare to offend a novice alchemist?" Su Changqing waved his hand without turning his head. "Here, even novice alchemists don't qualify to cooperate." Su Changqing rode the large leaf grass and flew towards his own spiritual field at an extremely fast speed. With a thought, the 3 communication talismans of female cultivators that he had obtained from Li Sankei appeared out of thin air in his right palm. He didn't even glance at it, instead channeling the fire elemental power within his dantian, his palms growing warm, and then with a hiss, the 3 communication symbols burned to ashes under high temperature. With a gust of wind, it vanished without a trace. Meeting someone like Zhao Yingli on his first blind date made Su Changqing lose interest in the others. Keeping it will only slow down his farming speed. It would be better to burn them all and end it all. Soon, Su Changqing returned to the spirit field. "There's no difference between here and when I left." The fortress worked tirelessly, patrolling round and round. Wan Wang and the guinea fowl stayed huddled in their warm nest, too lazy to come out. 5 fire crows circled in the air at times, and at other times flew away. As for the spiritual plants in the spiritual field, apart from the harvested moongrass and golden crow vine, the spiritual rice, vegetables, and 4-leaf clover are growing well and will be ripe in a few more days. An hour later, as Su Changqing was accelerating the ripening of the spiritual plants in the first acre of Grade 2 spiritual field, the fire crows in the sky suddenly let out a cawing warning sound. He quickly closed his eyes and checked the image in the shared view. They noticed Zhang Sufei approaching, followed by a group of disciples with earth elemental roots. These people seemed to be Wu Guangman's team, with whom they had collaborated before. Su Changqing was quite surprised. "What's going on?" Soon, Zhang Su appeared on his mode of transportation, and before he even got close, he called out, "Junior brother Su." Having discovered it in advance, Su Changqing had already put away the companion lotus. Upon hearing this, he asked the other party, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Seeing his somewhat cold attitude, Zhang Su's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said apologetically, "What happened just now was indeed wrong, senior brother." Su Changqing waved his hand. "I understand your good intentions, senior brother, but I just don't want it to happen again." Zhang Su nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, there will never be a next time. A year ago, I would never have been so humble. But times have changed. The person in front of me is no longer the clueless newcomer who just joined the core of the spirit field. Now, not only does he have the 3 spiritual root genius Li Lingbai as his backer, he even broke through to the foundation establishment stage, bringing the 2 to the same realm." Su Changqing's attitude softened slightly. "Let's leave it at that. You and senior sister Wu shouldn't take it to heart." Zhang Su's face darkened, and she said with disdain, "Without me, how could Wu 11er be qualified to be your senior sister?" "Ha!" Su Changqing was taken aback. Zhang Su explained, "I don't know that novice alchemist named Zhao Yingli at all, and I didn't see this woman at the spirit field meeting. It was Wu Xier who, upon hearing that she wanted to help you find a blind date, suddenly became your matchmaker." Su Changqing asked, puzzled, Why did she do that?" Zhang Su sneered. "Her family in the mortal world offended a big shot in the Great Yu dynasty for some reason. It just so happened that the Zhao family wanted to find a son-in-law with a wood spirit root for their 3rd daughter, so the 2 sides hit it off and that's how the incident just happened." Su Changqing suddenly realized, "I see." Zhang Su continued, "I've already dumped Wu Xier. Someone who takes advantage of our brotherhood doesn't deserve to stay by my side." Su Changqing was stunned and didn't know what to say. Zhang Su revealed a fawning smile. "How can the bond between us be so easily destroyed by a mere deist partner?" Su Changqing nodded slightly. "What you say is true, senior brother. Senior brother Zhang. Senior brother Su. We're here. Has the location been determined?" At this moment, Wu Guangman led his team of territorial spirit roots over. Su Changqing voiced his doubts. "Senior brother, what does this mean?" Jiangsu took out a land deed for a second-grade spirit field. Although Wuxier was behind this, my senior brother is also involved. This acre of second-grade spirit land is compensation for my junior brother. Su Changqing shook his head and said, "This compensation is too much." Jiangsu said earnestly, "Junior brother, with your talent in planting, you will rise to prominence in the core of the spirit field sooner or later. What you lack now is simply the number of spirit fields." Su Changqing frowned. "You don't need to do this." Jiangsu forcefully shoved the land deed into his hand, saying, "Consider this an investment in you. If you become successful in the future, don't forget your senior brother." Feeling the weight of the land deed in his hand, Su Changqing gave the other person a deep look. "If I remember correctly, for every acre of grade 2 spirit field I add, the other side will lose 1 acre of grade 2 spirit field, which would mean all the spirit plants I cultivated before would be wasted. This is a significant loss." Jiangsu felt a sense of relief and then smiled and said, "I won't keep you any longer, senior brother. Come over to my house when you have time." He turned and left, speeding away in his vehicle. They were afraid that Su Changqing would change his mind and return the land deed. Accepting this land deed means that today's events are over. Speaking of which, a cousin named Zhang Er had interfered with things before. Now, her dayist partner Wuxier has other plans. Every time, Jiangsu suffered a massive hemorrhage, which made her feel incredibly aggrieved. Wu Guanwen stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Senior brother Su, where should the third mu of spirit field be located?" Su Changqing glanced around, then pointed to the side of the second acre of spirit field. "That's fine. Alright, brothers, let's get to work." Wu Guanwen called out to the team. Bang, bang, bang. The ground continued to shake. Each weed shattered on the spot. Each stone turned to dust. Because it's winter now, the soil is frozen solid, so it's taking a while. Moreover, it's impossible to get it done today. It will take at least until tomorrow. It was already afternoon, and it would be dark soon. It was impossible for Wu Guangmen and others to work around the clock. The time came to a morning a few days later. The third acre of grade 2 spiritual land has been secured long ago, but planting has not yet begun. The spiritual plants in the first acre of grade 2 spiritual field, whether spiritual rice or Oregon vegetables, have already matured. However, Su Changqing did not rush out to harvest, but continued to lie on the wooden bed. He had a wine flask in his left hand, which originally contained a pound of yellow rice wine, but now it was all gone. Because of his tireless study day and night, he finally mastered the fire attribute technique, the 9 Flames Profound Art. 9 Flames Mystic Art, Level 1. Effect 1 can detect the location of open flames within 3 jang, approximately 10 meters. Effect 2 condenses a fireball the size of a fist. Effect 3 attacks deal an additional 10% fire damage. Effect 4 fire damage reduction of 15%. Su Changqing was surprised, the first level, and it's even an incomplete version, yet its effect is already close to the third level of the boiled oil with raging fire technique. It truly deserves to be called a high-level technique. He spread his right hand out, and the fire elemental power in his dantian was rapidly depleted. At the same time, his palm turned red and hot, and then with a hiss, a burning crimson fireball condensed into shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's as big as an adult's fist, and the high temperature it releases instantly dispels the chill in the room. Should I sacrifice 15 years of my lifespan to fully repair the 9 Flames Mystic Art? Yes. In an instant, Su Changqing entered a profound state of enlightenment. Countless details and techniques about the 9 Flames Mystic Art emerged. With the powerful support of the system, it is being improved little by little. I don't know how much time passed before I snapped out of my state of enlightenment. At the same time, the content on the Properties panel changes. 9 Flames Mystic Art, Level 1. Effect 1 can detect the location of open flames within 5 jang, approximately 10 meters. Effect 2 condenses 2 fist-sized fireballs. Effect 3 attacks deal an additional 20% fire damage. Effect 4 fire damage reduction by 30%. Special Effect 1 Shield Breaking Inferno. At this point, the effect of the first level of the complete version of the 9 Flames Profound technique has surpassed the effect of the third level of the Blazing Oil Cooking technique. It even has an additional special effect, capable of breaking shields and defenses. Would you like to sacrifice 3 years of your lifespan to upgrade the 9 Flames Mystic Art to Level 2? Yes, Su Changqing affirmed. Basically, after each technique is fully repaired, he will check the effect of the second layer. This way, you can have a clear idea of what's going on and still increase the word count. Instantly, the crimson fireball in his hand gradually changed from crimson to orange. As the temperature doubled, it emitted an eerie halo. Caw! A fire crow swooped down. Fortunately, Su Changqing reacted quickly and dodged. It's not that I'm worried about burning this thing to death. Instead, the fireballs would have to be reassembled, which would be a waste of fire elemental power. The fire crow missed its target and immediately turned around, intending to make a second swoop. Those fixed gazes were completely captivated by the orange fireball. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. The first layer is crimson flames, which seem to have the effect of breaking shields. The second layer, while increasing in power, seems to have other effects as well? Then he gave the fire crow the order to leave and not cause trouble. The fire crow was initially conflicted when faced with its owner's instructions. The glow emanating from the orange fireball before it aroused in it the urge to devour it. Fortunately, the domestication during this period has been effective. After much hesitation and deliberation, the fire crow reluctantly flew out of the window. The room fell silent again. Su Changqing closed the window and then focused his attention on the attribute panel. 9 Flames Mystic Art, Level 2. Effect 1 can detect the location of open flames within 10 jang, approximately 33 meters. Effect 2 to confuse the consciousness of living beings within a 10 jang radius. Effect 3 fireball size halved, power doubled. Effect 4 attacks deal an additional 30% fire damage. Effect 5 fire damage reduction of 40%. Special Effect 1 shield breaking inferno. Special Effect 2 bewitching illusory fire. Su Changqing suddenly realized no wonder the fire crows were like moths to a flame just now. It turns out that their consciousness was bewitched by the illusionary fire generated by the second layer. As a result, he developed a strong interest in the max level 9 Flames Profound technique. Would you like to sacrifice 37 years of your lifespan to upgrade the 9 Flames Mystic Art to level 9? How much? Su Changqing's eyes widened. To date, this is the first cultivation technique that requires 40 years to reach its maximum level. If we include the 15 years of repairs, it reaches an astonishing 55 years. This also indicates that a fully upgraded version of the 9 Flames Profound technique will be extremely terrifying. Therefore, without much hesitation, Su Changqing decisively chose yes. He didn't care how many years of life he needed. Anyway, we can make up for it when we harvest the spirit rice later. Instantly, the color of the fireball in his hand changed again. The first layer was red, the second layer was orange, and now it has turned yellow. As the volume shrinks further, the temperature becomes even hotter. An invisible heat wave surged in all directions. Soon, a burning smell filled the room. Su Changqing scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found that many wooden items had turned to ashes. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Upgrade failed. Warning, host's current cultivation level is insufficient. Warning, host's current fire elemental power is insufficient. This was the first time Su Changqing had encountered such a situation, and he asked in confusion, what does that mean? Your current cultivation level is insufficient to master the max level 9 Flames Profound technique, otherwise, your life would be in danger. Ha! Su Changqing exclaimed in disbelief. This 9 Flames Mystic technique is truly outrageous. It would take 55 years to repair it to its maximum level, not to mention the current danger to my life. The system quickly provided an explanation. The first 3 levels of the 9 Flames Profound technique are Foundation Establishment Stage techniques, while the last 6 levels are Golden Core Stage techniques. With this explanation, Su Changqing understood. The 9 Flames Profound technique at its maximum level can only be cultivated by those at the Golden Core Stage. Forcibly improving during the Foundation Establishment stage could be life-threatening. He is currently in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, and it is unknown when he will reach the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Whether it will get stuck at the Foundation Establishment stage is also unknown. In other words, it will probably take a long time to master the 9 Flames Profound technique at its maximum level. Of course, for a wood elemental spirit that doesn't need to fight, it's not like they can't wait. Besides, there's still a high-level spell, Fierce Sun Finger, that I haven't learned yet. After clearing his mind, Su Changqing looked at the attribute panel again. Remaining lifespan, 669 years. 9 Flames Mystic Art, Level 3. Effect 1 can detect the location of open flames within 15 jang, approximately 33 meters. Effect 2 to confuse the consciousness of living beings within a 15 jang radius. Effect 3 can sense evil energy within a 15 jang radius. Effect 4 condenses 3 compressed fireballs. Effect 5 attacks deal an additional 40% fire damage. Effect 6 damage to yin/evil targets plus 30%. Effect 7 fire damage reduction by 50%. Effect 8 negative impact reduced by 30%. Special Effect 1 shield breaking inferno. Special Effect 2 bewitching illusory fire. Special Effect 3 righteous and evil yang fire. Hiss! Su Changqing gasped. The 9 Flames Mystic Art, with only 3 levels, has as many as 8 ordinary effects and 3 special effects. No wonder there are extremely strict requirements for cultivation level and fire elemental power. Judging from the current situation, an ordinary fire spirit root can only be upgraded to level 2 at most in the mid-foundation establishment stage. I estimate that I was able to advance to the 3rd level by virtue of my mutated lightning and fire spiritual root. Su Changqing looked at the fireball in his right palm, which was only the size of a baby's fist, and his breathing became rapid. He could clearly feel that the intense heat contained within was very similar to the earth fire at the alchemy pavilion. It seems that with the help of the 3 levels of the 9 flames profound technique, I can not only refine pills, but also craft weapons. Next time I go to the market for freelance cultivators, I need to buy a special alchemy furnace and books on weapon crafting. Su Changqing then withdrew his fire elemental power back into his dantian, and the fireball in his hand quickly extinguished and dissipated. He looked up and scanned the entire wooden house. Many bowls and chopsticks were reduced to ashes. The walls and floor were covered with charred marks from burning. Seeing the scene, Su Changqing had the idea of moving to a different house for the first time. In the future, if you want to refine pills or forge weapons, you can't live in a wooden house. It might collapse one day because the temperature is too high. It won't kill anyone, but it's still embarrassing. A cold wind howled and whistled outside. The closer it gets to the new year, the lower the temperature becomes. Extreme cold, attempting to freeze everything. Wang Wang and the guinea fowl are too afraid to go out and stay in their warm nests every day. Only a fortress, a puppet that is impervious to both heat and cold, can remain completely unaffected. Holding a sickle, Su Changqing walked step by step to the ridge of the first acre of second-grade spiritual field. In the heart of the spiritual fields, many spiritual farmers do not plant spiritual rice during the winter. The colder the weather, the greater the impact on ling rice, and the lower the yield. Unless you, like Su Changqing, raise your cultivation technique to the maximum level, you won't have the confidence and assurance to do so. Immediately, he used his spiritual sense to scan the spiritual field in front of him. In an instant, information about the spiritual plants inside appeared in his mind. Premium spirit rice, mature, no loss, abundant spiritual energy, today's best. Production, 4,000 jin. As expected, Lingdao remained the most stable one. Regardless of the season or the number of plantings, as long as the nutrients are sufficient, the yield will remain at the limit of 1 mu of second-grade spiritual land. In fact, ever since he added the second acre of grade 2 spirit field, his attention has been focused on rare spirit plants. He doesn't pay much attention to them usually, or even very little. For example, when I only had 1 acre of spiritual field, I would try the green finger technique every day. But nowadays, it only comes when I remember it. Fortunately, there's still one more chance during the final harvest stage. With the current concentration of wood elemental energy in my Qi Si, it's enough to sustain me until the very end. Immediately, Su Changqing began pointing and directing as he harvested the crops. Harvesting 1 supreme spirit rice plant increases lifespan by 6 days. Harvesting 1 premium sweet potato increases its lifespan by 5 days. Harvesting 1 premium cabbage increases its lifespan by 5 days. A probability of 1 in 1,000 is indeed quite low. From beginning to end, Lingdao never succeeded even once. As for the vegetables, they made 2 consecutive dings. Sweet potato once. 1 serving of cabbage. However, the changes in these 2 vegetables surprised Su Changqing greatly. As the sweet potato gradually grew larger, a layer of reddish-brown veins appeared on its surface. He possessed a fire elemental root and a mutated lightning fire elemental root at that, so he immediately sensed the intense heat emanating from the sweet potato. Suddenly, the system displayed information. Fire spirit potato. Effect 1. After consumption, the power of fire spells is temporarily increased by 15%. Negative effect 1. Due to different properties, consuming this product may trigger heartburning syndrome. Then, Su Changqing's gaze fell on another mutated cabbage. Normally, cabbages are green after they mature in autumn and winter. But this one now has leaves as clear as ice, with a pale blue light flowing between its veins. In addition to its larger size, it also exudes a chilling aura. The surrounding black soil was covered with a fine layer of frost. Chinese cabbage. Effect 1 grants immunity to low-level ice attribute damage for a period of time after consumption. Effect 2 reduces the fire toxicity generated in the body by fire attribute techniques. Su Changqing was stunned after reading the information provided by the system. 2 kinds of vegetables from the same acre of spiritual field mutated in completely opposite directions. One is ice, the other is fire. They are mutually restraining in terms of attributes. Su Changqing couldn't help but look at the golden crow vine in another acre of second-grade spirit field. Could it be due to its influence and that of the moonflower? Moreover, this mutation is completely different from the previous ones. The system will not provide detailed information about the vegetables previously grown. He acted as if he didn't care. But this time, they seemed unusually attentive. Su Changqing squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, usually, vegetables only differ in size and taste after mutation, but this time they have been given attributes. Is it the effect of applying blue finger dots? Or is it a change brought about by the environment? Thinking about it over and over again is pointless. He simply swung his sickle and harvested the crops directly. Harvest 1 mutant fire spirit potato to increase lifespan by 66 days. Harvest 1 mutant cold cabbage and its lifespan will increase by 99 days. At this point, all the spiritual plants in the entire acre of Grade 2 spiritual field have been harvested. An additional 13,532 days of lifespan. Final remaining lifespan, 706 years. Not only did the lifespan I lost return, it also exceeded 700 years again. A spirit farmer in the foundation establishment stage had a lifespan of over 700 years. Who would believe that if I told them? As for the reserves of top-grade spiritual rice, they are even more astonishing. Currently, the premium Lingmai rice is 10,250 jin, approximately 5,165 catties. It has successfully exceeded 10,000 jin. Although 1,000 jin, 500 catties, had to be handed over. They also need to give Li Lingbai 800 jin, dividing Hu Bagui into 150 catties, and sell 500 jin at the market where you practice martial arts. It takes 300 jin to brew the finest Lingmai wine. That leaves 7,500 catties of premium spiritual rice. After everything was packed away, Su Changqing returned to the wooden house. He has made his decision. From now until the Lunar New Year, we will not grow any ordinary vegetables or ordinary spirit rice. We must focus all our energy and attention on the mutated spirit rice. First, the mutated mother rice was transplanted, and then an experiment was conducted. Let's see how many mutated spirit rice plants can be grown in 1 acre of Grade 2 spirit field, and how many kilograms of mutated spirit rice can be produced. It should be noted that the mutated spirit rice contains more spiritual energy than the top-grade spirit rice. In other words, it is more efficient in improving one's cultivation level. Of course, there is another reason. That's also the main reason. After nearly a year of hard work, Su Changqing wanted to take a break and relax. Previously, he had been taking care of rare spiritual plants day and night, and studying various cultivation techniques and spells. This action, while increasing the spiritual energy in the Qi Si to some extent, however, it also leaves one feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Once inside, instead of returning to bed to lie down, he took out the cold cabbage and placed it on the table in front of him. Although it has left the black soil and separated from its roots, however, the chill it emitted did not decrease. Soon, the entire wooden table was covered with a thin layer of frost. Su Changqing observed, if I remember correctly, there is a certain probability that a blue-white ice soul pearl will be formed in the heart of this cold cabbage. This situation is similar to when lotus seeds fell out during the cultivation of the earth lotus. It has a certain probability of occurring, but the probability is very low. However, the ice soul pearl is not cheap at all. Even a small one can gradually transform a water spirit root into an ice spirit root. It can even be forged into spiritual weapons and magical artifacts, which are extremely powerful. At the current market price, an ice soul bead the size of a grain of rice sells for 200 mid-grade spirit stones. A single ice soul bead the size of a broad bean can sell for 300 to 400 mid-grade spirit stones. As for larger ones, they would need at least 500 mid-grade spirit stones to start. In short, the larger the size, the better the effect, and the higher the price. But this time, Su Changqing did not use a kitchen knife. As a cultivator with a wood elemental root at the mid-foundation establishment stage, I can't afford to be so humiliated. He directly activated the max level Azure Lotus creation technique, and a rich wood elemental energy surged out from his danshin. In an instant, the cabbage was peeled away layer by layer at a speed visible to the naked eye, like peeling an onion. Before long, a blue and white bead the size of a fingernail emitted a dreamy blue light. There really is one. Su Changqing said in surprise. The probability of this thing appearing is as low as the probability of a spiritual plant mutating. Unexpectedly, a single cabbage yielded an ice soul pearl. That means at least 300 mid-grade spirit stones will be earned. Looking at the ice soul pearl, which was originally wrapped in the cabbage heart but is now exposed, Su Changqing pondered, it was only harvested not long ago. Should I put it back in time? Thinking of this, he reached out and grabbed the ice soul pearl from the heart of the vegetable. The moment they touched, a chilling coldness seeped through their flesh and into their very bones. But it was quickly put into the green gourd and temporarily stored away. Immediately afterwards, Su Changqing controlled the wood elemental power, causing the open cabbage to close up layer by layer. Once back to normal, he immediately held it in both hands and rushed towards the spirit field outside the door. Locate the location where the previously mutated cabbage occurred as quickly as possible. Because we hadn't yet practiced /and-burn agriculture, vegetable roots and such were still in the black soil. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. If my idea is correct, wouldn't I be able to keep obtaining cold cabbage, or even ice soul pearl? He immediately pressed the cold cabbage back down and then summoned his companion green lotus. He infused it with rich wood elemental energy, while doing their best to repair the cut. As time passed, the already chilly cabbages, combined with the extremely low winter temperatures, quickly froze. At first glance, it looks like an ice sculpture of a cabbage. Of course, because of the loss of the ice soul pearl, the chill has been greatly reduced. So far, this method is effective, at least the harvested area has begun to heal. It's just unknown whether it can continue to be cultivated, or even regenerate the ice soul pearl. But seeing a mutated cabbage in the barren spiritual field felt a bit too obvious, or rather, too blatant. Anyone who comes by can be spotted at a glance. Although it's winter now and there are very few people coming, it's not like there aren't any. Hubagui comes at least once a month to settle his monthly earnings. Zhao Ziyu came even more frequently, occasionally using the minor cloud rain technique. Occasionally, Jiangsu, Li Sankei, or other acquaintances would suddenly appear over for some reason. In short, placing it so openly in the spirit field would easily attract attention. After thinking it over, Su Changqing looked toward the rocky mountain on the other side. There was only one mutated mother rice plant left inside, and the space was relatively spacious. Why not take this opportunity to transplant it there and check on the condition of the mutant mother rice? Thinking of this, he took out the greenwood water dividing hoe and dug around the cold cabbage little by little, trying to avoid the roots as much as possible. During this time, the wood elemental power never stopped. The Azure Lotus domain continued to envelop the only mutated spiritual plant in the entire acre of spiritual field. Once it was dug out, Su Changqing immediately picked it up and ran towards the rocky mountain without stopping. This action left Wang Wang and the guinea fowl completely bewildered, having no idea what their owner was trying to do. Wang Wang wanted to follow and take a look, but as soon as he poked his head out, a gust of cold wind blew by. It was so cold that it immediately shrank back, and its curiosity vanished instantly. Soon, Su Changqing, carrying the healed Han Bai Kei, arrived at the entrance inside the stone mountain. Not much has changed here, except there's now a lot of dog poop. But that's normal. Ever since the fortress appeared, Wang Wang has been afraid to poop in front of his house and always runs far away. Looking at the frozen dog poop, Su Changqing not only didn't find it disgusting, but even smiled slightly. With all this filth around, no one would think there's an entrance here. Anyone who sees this will immediately run away. Then, Su Changqing moved the stone blocking the entrance and carried the huge cabbage inside. Because I had something in my hands, I didn't check the concealment array this time. Before long, he entered the deepest part. In the black soil, a lone mutated rice plant stands alone. It has 9 ears of rice, and the rice seeds on each ear are exceptionally plump. Su Changqing scanned the rice paddies with his spiritual sense to check their condition. Fusion mutant mother rice. Many children, many blessings. Reiki cultivation. Domain 2 Zhang. Special effect, doubles the yield of spirit rice within the area. Every time he saw this special effect, he felt an itch to try it. If used to cultivate spirit rice, whether it is the best variety or a mutation, the yield will increase significantly. Unfortunately, he was not kind to anyone and was trapped in this dark and gloomy rocky mountain for at least a year, wasting all his talent. But this time, Su Changqing was truly determined to have the transplant done. The tendrils and leaves left by the 100 golden crow vines have already surrounded the second acre of spiritual field. Next, all we need to do is look for things like disguise formations, and that should be enough. After all, the concealment array to mask the smell already exists. The only problem right now is that it's visible from the sky. Su Changqing whispered to the mutated mother rice, "Wait a little longer, it will be in the next few days." Then, he chose a corner, keeping as far away from the mutated mother rice as possible, and replanted the cold cabbage in the black soil. Next came watering and a continuous output of wood elemental power. They only breathed a sigh of relief after things stabilized. Then, Su Changqing walked up to the mutated mother rice and cut off the 9 heavy ears of rice. Actually, he has no shortage of seeds nowadays. Regardless of whether it was cut from a mutant mother rice, it was harvested from a mutant rice variety. Even the previous golden rice gathering spirit rice, which had 100 grains, is now preserved in the azure gourd. They can be cultivated at any time and then sown on a large scale. Then, Su Changqing turned and walked out. When he passed by the concealment array, he dug it out and checked it. Although there was still some spiritual energy remaining in the spirit stone, and the transplantation of the mutated mother rice was only a few days away, for safety reasons, it was still necessary to replace it with a brand new low-grade spirit stone. As for what gets replaced, it will naturally be used for absorption. Even a small amount is still a tribute less spiritual energy. To throw it away or destroy it would be too extravagant and wasteful. Soon, Su Changqing came out of the cave. Since the fire crow had not given any warning, he didn't need to worry about anyone nearby. He then blocked the entrance with stones again. Everything was settled, and I strolled leisurely home. Master! It happened to pass by the patrolling fortress and stopped to greet it. Su Changqing chuckled and said, "The spirit plants have just been harvested. You don't need to patrol the spirit fields for the next few days. When the water runs out, fill it with water. When the firewood runs out, chop firewood. Rest the rest of the time." Upon hearing this, Fortress's emerald-like eyes flickered a few times. "Yes, master." It was very obedient. It immediately abandoned its patrol and turned to walk towards the poplar tree behind the wooden house. Perhaps because they share the same attributes, they naturally become close. Staying under or near the poplar trees, Fortress instinctively felt comfortable. Su Changqing glanced at the scene and was immediately surprised to find something. After a while, the poplar tree grew even taller. Driven by curiosity, Su Changqing soon arrived near the poplar tree. Normally, in winter, in order to adapt to the cold climate, all the leaves on its branches should fall off. Actually, they had all fallen off by autumn. But now, some bright green shoots have actually sprouted. As Su Changqing released his spiritual sense, he simultaneously activated the Azure Lotus creation technique, stimulating the wood elemental power in his danchan and sensing it with extreme care. Sure enough, they discovered that the interior of this poplar tree contained a rather rich wood spirit energy. It should be noted that even the finest quality rice cannot reach this concentration, especially in winter. It actually achieved it. Before this, the poplar was just an ordinary tree. Especially after being repeatedly abused, its surface is covered with scars. But now, it has not only grown taller, but even the previous scars have disappeared. It should be noted that Su Changqing currently possesses two types of spiritual roots, both of which are mutated: wood and fire. The wood is a green wood spirit root, and its effect is natural and compatible. Changes in all the surrounding plants can be detected quickly. Since no one noticed it, it means that the changes in the poplar trees are not a problem. However, after losing all its leaves in winter, it sprouts new buds in early spring, which clearly violates the laws of nature. So far, Su Changqing has only sensed a rich wood elemental energy within the poplar tree. Apart from that, there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. Faced with this situation, he couldn't help but shift his gaze to the fortress. This 2-meter-tall puppet seems to be the first to notice the changes in the poplar tree. No, it's also possible that the changes in the poplar trees occurred after it arrived here. To be honest, Su Changqing didn't know much about puppetry. Much of the knowledge comes from books, which is rather one-sided and not very detailed. All that is known is that behind the art of puppetry lies a new profession that has existed for just over 1,000 years. His name is Puppet Master. They created puppets with different attributes based on their own different spiritual roots. Some highly skilled puppeteers create puppets that are said to be indistinguishable from real cultivators. It can cultivate, fight, and even explore secret realms in place of its master, accomplishing all sorts of things. If the changes in the poplar tree are indeed related to this puppet, this indicates that it possesses some kind of special talent or effect. Unfortunately, Su Changqing knew nothing about this. It seemed that he could only find an opportunity to ask Chu Chu or buy some books about puppetry. Speaking of which, it seems that puppeteers have quite a connection with wood spirit roots. It is said that the cultivator who invented the profession of puppeteer was a wood spirit root. After observing for a while and seeing that there was no problem, Su Changqing turned around and went back into the house. However, he didn't just sit idle, he took out a communication talisman. Han Xin. Since we're going to install an array, we definitely need to find a trustworthy array master. The only array master Su Changqing knew was this one. Although the other party likes to drink and is always drunk, making him seem unreliable, his expertise, talent, and strength in formations are beyond doubt. Hiccup. Who? It's me, Lao Han. Su Changqing. Are you free lately? I'm fine, what's wrong? I'd like you to help me set up a formation. Upon hearing that Su Changqing wanted to create another array, Han Xian was quite surprised. If I remember correctly, it's only been a year since I helped you with the concealment array, right? Su Changqing said seriously, as you know, I have more spirit fields here, and one concealment array is not enough. I need to make at least another one. Upon hearing this, Han Xian thought about it carefully and realized it was indeed true. Therefore, she asked curiously, so this time, do you need the same concealment array, or should we choose a different one? Su Changqing voiced his thoughts. Are there any formations that can enhance privacy? Privacy. After taking a big gulp of liquor, Han Xian pondered. There are some, but they're generally quite expensive. Are you sure you want to get them? Su Changqing immediately became interested. Tell me what they are first. Han Xian introduced them one by one. The low-level ones are bamboo shadow formation, shifting position formation, and rising mist formation, while the high-level ones are mirror flower formation and water moon formation. These two combined are close to the earth-level mirror flower water moon formation. Su Changqing didn't know what to choose. How about you recommend one for me? Han Xian hummed a few times. If it were me, I would definitely choose the advanced mirror flower formation and water moon formation. If I had money, I would arrange the mirror flower water moon formation, which is close to the earth level. From the perspective of a formation master, one should not skimp on formations if possible. If it's even slightly off, it's easy for others to see through it and even sabotage it. The higher the level of the formation, the more complex it is, and the higher the level of defense it requires. Su Changqing asked thoughtfully, what is the ability of this mirror flower water moon formation? How many spirit stones are needed? If the price is acceptable, simply choose the best formation. This way, you can solve the problem once and for all and not have to worry about so many issues. Han Xin explained in detail. Mirror flower water moon array absorbs sunlight during the day to create a flower in the mirror effect. At night, it absorbs moonlight, creating a moon-like effect in the water. Whether it's day or night, outsiders can only see things that appear to exist but are actually unreal. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Changqing immediately understood. I see. The standalone flower in the mirror formation can only operate during the day. The standalone moon in the water formation can only operate at night. Only when they are combined to form a near-Earth level mirror flower water moon formation can it operate continuously throughout the day. Han Xin chuckled and said, if I had to describe this formation in one sentence, it would be sound in the air, color in the mirror, moon in the water, and image in the mirror. Its variations are endless. Su Changqing asked cautiously, it must be very expensive, right? Han Xin stated the price directly. Considering that we've known each other for a long time, it would cost 400 mid-grade spirit stones to sell to others, but for you, it only costs 350 mid-grade spirit stones. Hiss! Su Changqing gasped. Admittedly, I do have that many mid-grade spirit stones. Even the contents of the Azure board could be sold for the price of the entire formation, with a profit to be made. The problem is, what if pulling out so many mid-grade spirit stones at once arouses the other party's curiosity? Although the two had worked together once and had known each other for several years, they could be considered acquaintances. In any case, it's always better to be careful. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Han Xin pondered and said, it is indeed a bit expensive. If it really doesn't work out, you can pay in installments, or use spirit rice wine to offset the debt. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. I can only offer 150 mid-grade spirit stones. If the rest can be paid for with spirit rice wine, I would be very grateful. Han Xin was the most excited person. She subconsciously licked her lips and then asked, how many kilograms of top-grade spirit rice wine can I get from you with 200 mid-grade spirit stones? Su Changqing carefully estimated for a moment, then replied, 1,000 jin. 1,000 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine cannot be produced all at once. Because the monthly production of premium Lingmai wine is not high, sometimes as much as 200 jin and sometimes just over 100 jin, it can only be produced in installments. Su Changqing and Han Xin discussed it and agreed that they would give each person at least 50 jin of medicine per month, and try to pay off the debt within 2 years. In this way, he wouldn't have to hand over more mid-grade spirit stones, thus revealing his wealth, nor would he arouse Han Xin's curiosity. It was a win-win situation. Next, we just waited for them to arrive. About half an hour later, a gag sound was heard outside. Su Changqing immediately recognized the warning from Huoya and closed his eyes to carefully examine the shared view. On the horizon, a swaying black dot was rapidly approaching. It started out as a very small one, but it kept getting bigger and bigger. As they got closer, they discovered it was Han Xin's dark-colored flying shuttle. Perhaps the allure of the premium spirit rice wine was too great, which is why it arrived so quickly this time. Then, under Su Changqing's personal witness, the black shuttle, along with Han Xin on it, fell diagonally downwards. The moment I opened my eyes, there was a loud bang outside, and the ground shook slightly. Su Changqing was already used to this, and even took it for granted. When the two first met, Han Xin would restrain herself and wouldn't get too drunk. But as their relationship grew closer and they spent more time together, she simply stopped pretending. He wouldn't care as long as it didn't delay the installation of the formation. Then they went outside from the wooden house. The location of the crash was well chosen, with the lander being more than 10 meters away from both the sacred field and the wooden house. Han Xin climbed out of the shuttle, muttering, why does this thing feel so unresponsive? Should I get a new mode of transportation? Su Changqing curled his lip. Even if you replace it with 10,000, it will still break down. With this kind of landing method, no mode of transportation could withstand it. To be honest, he was quite surprised that the black shuttle could last so long. Han Xin rolled her eyes. Don't forget, kid, I'm your creditor now. Su Changqing was speechless. Han Xin glanced at it and froze. She knew that once the spirit farmer broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he could gain an additional acre of grade 2 spirit field. But now, there are 3 acres of spiritual fields in front of them. In other words, the other party has recently acquired another acre. Seemingly noticing her shock and confusion, Su Changqing explained, this 3rd acre of 2nd grade spirit field was a gift from a senior brother. Han Xin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. You scared me half to death. I thought you had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage so quickly. Su Changqing blinked, his expression slightly strange. At this moment, Han Xin jumped off the black flying shuttle, her gaze sweeping over the 3 acres of spirit fields as she asked, have you decided which acre to install it on? Su Changqing had already thought it through and immediately said, the 2nd mu. The 1st mu of spiritual field must be planted with spiritual rice. This is the foundation and cannot be lost. The third mu of spiritual field has just taken shape and has not yet undergone /and-burn cultivation, fertilization, or rainfall. Therefore, the second mu of spiritual land will definitely be chosen. But the main reason is that the golden crow vine grows around the second acre of spiritual field. If we choose the first or third acre, we would have to transplant it again, which would be too time-consuming. Han Xin waved her hand. Give it to me. Su Changqing handed over 150 mid-grade spirit stones. Han Xin said irritably, I'll give you the spirit stones after the formation is installed. What I want is top-grade spirit rice wine. Su Changqing gave an awkward smile and exchanged the mid-grade spirit stones for top-grade spirit rice wine. No more, no less, exactly 50 pounds. Han Xian's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, oh, we can drink again. Su Changqing whispered, why don't you finish installing the formation first before you drink it? Hiccup. Han Xian took the bottle and gulped down a mouthful. After letting out a burp, she slowly said, you don't understand. The better the wine, the faster I can install it. Seeing this, Su Changqing knew he couldn't continue. They were afraid of offending the other party. Installing the formation is simple in some ways. It can be roughly divided into 5 steps: surveying the feng shui, planning the terrain, arranging materials, installing the array points, and finally activating it. Han Xian held a wine flask in her left hand and a compass in her right. Drinking. They surveyed the feng shui and terrain around the sacred field. Although it wasn't the first time Su Changqing had seen it, he still followed along out of curiosity. He always felt that the profession of array master was very mysterious. Blacksmith, alchemist, and talisman master, these 3 professions can be learned to a great extent once you grasp the underlying principles. However, array masters not only require extremely high comprehension, but also need to constantly adjust their arrays because the situation is different each time they are set up. Time passed, second by second. Han Xian paced back and forth around the second mu of spiritual field. Using a compass, we changed angles and positions one after another. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the poplar tree not far away. Seeing this, Su Changqing asked, what's wrong? Han Xian looked the tree up and down. This tree is located in the west, which belongs to the metal element. There is an inherent metal overcoming wood relationship, so it should be constantly persecuted. But now it is gathering spiritual energy, as if it is about to be reborn. Su Changqing was surprised and quickly asked, what else did you see? Han Xian shook her head. I can't tell the specifics, but the feng shui layout here has changed because of this tree, so it needs to be rearranged. Su Changqing couldn't help but feel a little regretful. This poplar tree has indeed changed, and quite significantly. Unfortunately, the reason why this happened is still unclear. Although Han Xian noticed it, she didn't have a wood spirit root and couldn't explain the specific reason. Dig the canal here and bring the water over. Good. This formation requires a lot of spirit stones, low-grade ones will do. No problem. And this place, the terrain is a bit high. They're here. The 2 of them worked for 2 whole hours. I haven't eaten or drunk anything. They were focused intently on installing the formation. After their tireless efforts, they finally got it done. The key point of the formation is located near the water channel. Several low-grade spirit stones were placed around it. In the center, a mid-grade spirit stone was installed. This formation can absorb sunlight during the day and moonlight at night, but its biggest drawback is that it requires a lot of spirit stones. If it were an ordinary spirit farmer, especially with only 1 acre of second-grade spirit land, they simply couldn't afford to raise them. But Su Changqing is different. He now has 3 acres of spiritual land and many other ways to make money. Therefore, there are no problems raising them. The moment the mirror flower water moon formation was activated, not only the second acre of spiritual field, but the surrounding area also changed. First, one's sense of direction is easily compromised. Secondly, what you see is a mix of reality and illusion. Of course, Su Changqing is the right person to manage the formation. He closed his eyes and looked at the shared field of vision of the fire crows, only to be surprised to find. Originally, the outer perimeter of the second acre of spirit field was planted with 100 rare spirit plants, the golden crow vine, but now it looks like the entire spirit field is filled with them. Visually, the number of golden crow vines has increased, as if they have filled an entire acre of spiritual field. In reality, it's still just the outer 100 strands, nothing has changed. Whether it's a mirage or the moon's reflection in water, both essentially create or reflect false scenes to deceive the eye. Han Xian asked with a smile, how is it? Su Changqing nodded slightly. These few hundred mid-grade spirit stones were well spent. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about the mutated spirit rice being discovered. Although the golden crow vine planted throughout the spirit field is also quite expensive, at least there is a legitimate reason for it. No matter who asks, you can simply reply with Advanced Alchemist. Han Xian stretched out her right hand and shook it vigorously. If it's worth it, then we should give you spirit stones. Without wasting words, Su Changqing immediately transferred the 150 mid-grade spirit stones from the emerald gourd back to the other party. After Han Xian put it away, she said, free reinforcement and repair within 1 year. Su Changqing chuckled, they even handle after-sales service, that's impressive. Han Xian took a big gulp of the finest spirit rice wine, then added, only if I have time. Su Changqing was speechless. Alright, I have to go back and have a drink. You can have fun by yourself. Han Xian walked straight towards the dark shuttle that had crashed on the other side. Before leaving, she took one last look at the poplar tree. To be honest, I'm very curious, but I can't figure out why. I feel that this poplar tree is no longer just a poplar tree. Then, the dark shuttle rose from the ground and carried Han Xian away in a leisurely motion. Su Changqing watched the other person disappear, then muttered to himself, now, with this mirror flower water moon array, which is close to a level 1 array, I can transplant the mutated mother rice. But not now. I hadn't even had lunch, and now it's evening. I'm fine. As a cultivator, not eating or drinking for a period of time won't have much of an impact. I'm just worried that Wang Wang and Pearl Chicken won't be able to handle it. Therefore, he immediately went to the kitchen inside the house to start preparing dinner. Time flies, and it's late at night. The cold wind howled and whistled, sending chills down one's spine. This winter is colder and chillier than last year. Su Changqing used the fire crow's shared vision to survey the area around the spirit field. After confirming that no one was around, he walked out of the house and ran towards the stone mountain against the cold wind. Who would have thought that during the day they said to wait a bit? As a result, they secretly came over that night to get the transplant done. There's always this feeling that he never tells the truth. They skillfully opened the entrance, crawled inside, and saw the mother rice. Today, only 2 spiritual plants grow in the black soil inside the stone mountain. One of them is a mutated cold-resistant cabbage. One of the plants is a mutant mother rice that has mutated twice. Currently, it seems that Chinese cabbage is more suited to this dark environment. The chill emanating from the area was stronger than during the day. Su Changqing didn't care. The protagonist this time was the mutated mother rice he had been longing for. Immediately, he activated the max level Azure Lotus creation technique, and with spiritual power surged out from his dantian, enveloping the entire mutated mother rice plant. Because it has been growing here for nearly 2 years, its fibrous roots are relatively long, which is good because they spread horizontally and are all distributed in the shallow layer of black soil. Under Su Changqing's control, fibrous roots emerged from the black soil like earthworms. In no time at all, the entire mutated mother rice plant was completely exposed. Overall, both the main body and the rootlets are golden yellow, making it look extremely extraordinary. However, Su Changqing did not clear away all the black soil, leaving some behind, and then turned and left with the mutated mother rice and sunflowers. While passing by the concealment array, I casually dug it out of the ground. Once outside, they didn't forget to block the entrance with stones again. Although there are no more mutated mother rice varieties, there's still the cold-resistant cabbage. Taking advantage of the night when no one was around, he quickly arrived at the 2nd acre of Grade 2 spirit field, found the right spot, and transplanted the mutated mother rice near the center. Centered on it, it can cover an area of 2 jang, or nearly 7 meters. As long as it is spirit rice, regardless of its quality, ordinary, premium, mutated, etc., the yield will double. Although the area is relatively small, the effect is extremely powerful. After the transplant was completed, Su Changqing released the companion Green Lotus and unleashed the Green Lotus domain. Knowing that the transplanting would take place in just a few days, he started cultivating the mutant rice seedlings in advance. Now there's no need to wait, seedlings can be planted directly after being transplanted from the green gourd. Moreover, any rice seedlings within 2 jang, approximately 6.6 meters, of the mutated mother rice are actually cultivated from the mutated rice seeds on the first batch of rice ears. 2 jang away, the rice seedlings change to mutated rice. Why? Because there aren't many seeds left on the first batch of rice ears. With that, Su Changqing waved his hand, and the golden rice seedlings flew out. The moment it landed, it used the wood spirit entanglement technique to control itself and burrow into the black soil. The whole process was very efficient. Before long, the entire 2nd mu of spirit field was filled with mutated golden rice seedlings. Su Changqing saw this and felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He noticed that mutated golden rice seedlings filled the entire Grade 2 spirit field, using 1,080 seedlings. Based on the calculation that 100 plants weigh 40 jin, these 1,000 plus plants would weigh at least 400 jin. If the special effects of the mutated mother rice are added, the yield of mutated rice within a 2 jang radius will double. Therefore, the final yield of this experimental planting should be around 500 jin. Compared to the 4,000 caddies of top-grade spiritual rice, it only accounts for 1/8. However, the mutated rice is stronger in terms of spiritual energy concentration. It's not just a little bit stronger, it's twice as strong. Next, as long as we use the Azure Lotus domain to accelerate ripening every day, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should mature before the Lunar New Year, allowing us to complete the first harvest. After installing the portable concealment array, Su Changqing returned to the wooden house. Instead of resting, he lay on the bed with his eyes closed, using the shared vision of the fire crows to check the condition of the entire acre of spirit field. Sure enough, when night fell, the water moon in the mirror flower water moon formation was activated. What could be seen from the outside was still the golden crow vine covering the spirit field, with no mutated mother rice or mutated rice seedlings at all. After confirming that there were no problems, Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief and then opened his eyes. It was still early, and he had no intention of resting. Instead, he took out a pound of top-grade yellow rice wine and began to drink it while studying the advanced spell, Fierce Sun Finger. He used all wood attribute techniques and spells to enhance his defense and recovery abilities. Before awakening his metal spiritual root, fire attribute techniques and spells were his only means of inflicting fatal damage on his enemies. Even if Lingnan hardly ever fights, he still has to learn. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. After some time, the wood elemental energy in his danchan was almost completely depleted. Su Changqing got up, opened the window, and waved to the second acre of spiritual field not far away. The accompanying green lotus flew over in a swirling motion. And that concludes tonight's forced ripening process. Junior brother Han. Senior brother Su. My house needs renovation, can you help me? Of course, let's set a time. Come over now if you're free. In the morning, after finishing his daily tasks, Su Changqing took out Han Su's communication talisman. He wanted to renovate the wooden house. Firstly, it increases fire resistance. Secondly, the space is a bit small now. As a foundation establishment stage spiritual farmer, there's no need for him to live in such a cramped room. During previous celebrations, friends would even have to sit on the bed when they came over. Now that we have some time, let Han Su come over and take care of it. Time flew by, and half an hour later, Han Su used the Earth's energy to jog all the way here. Its speed is almost the same as that of ordinary means of transportation. Su Changqing was brewing the orchid mist tea he had obtained from the market of scattered cultivators when he saw the other party arrive. He immediately offered him a cup with great enthusiasm. Han Su took a small sip and his eyes lit up immediately. Excellent tea. Su Changqing asked with a smile, Junior brother Han, you with earth elemental roots are extremely knowledgeable about house renovations. Do you have any suggestions? Upon hearing this, Han Su immediately put down his teacup and then looked at the wooden house next to him. I had thought before that this house of yours, senior brother, is a bit too cramped and the interior space is too small. With your current strength and status, there's absolutely no need for you to humble yourself. Su Changqing nodded slightly. Continue. Han Su pondered. Nowadays, most of the houses in Lingtian are being converted from wooden houses to earthen houses or stone houses. Firstly, the room is big enough. Secondly, it's more convenient to expand. Su Changqing couldn't help but think of his senior brother Li, who lived in a stone house. It is sturdy enough and also has a lot of space. Seeing that he was still thinking, Han Su continued, Senior brother, I suggest you change to a stone house. Oh. Su Changqing looked at him questioningly. Han Su explained, although converting a wooden house into an earthen house further improves stability, defense, and space, a stone house is not only stronger in these aspects, but also has a longer service life. You might as well go all the way from the start. Su Changqing chuckled and said, alright, let's do it your way. How many days will it take? Han Su pondered, it would take me at least 3 days by myself, but with a team, it could be done in about a day. The word team reminded Su Changqing of Wu Guangman and others from before, but if he asked them for help, then Han Su would be out of the picture. So he waved his hand and said, I only trust you. 3 days it is. These words deeply moved Han Su, who grinned and said, Don't worry, senior brother, I will never lie. You continue drinking your tea. I'll pack up the things in the house first. Su Changqing turned and went into the wooden house, putting everything into the green gourd. After everything was settled, Han Su on the other side had just finished drinking a cup of Yalan Mist tea. Although the tea came from the market town of independent cultivators, he had never actually tasted it before. Leaving aside the taste and texture, the concentration of spiritual energy is indeed quite high. Su Changqing stepped out of the wooden house and activated the wood spirit entanglement technique. With just a wave of his hand at the wooden house in front of him, everything from the roof, rafters, beams, pillars, and walls to the doors and windows was dismantled piece by piece. From a wooden house, it was soon turned into a pile of building timber. Seeing this, Han Su put down his teacup again and began to survey the terrain. If he has even a tiny bit of knowledge about formations, you can also incorporate Feng Shui principles. The houses built in this way are not only more upscale, but also more comfortable to live in. Next, the two began to discuss the area, number of floors, and size of the basement. On the ground floor, the original 1 floor has been increased to 2 floors. The first floor includes a kitchen, living room, and basement. The second floor has a study, a bedroom, and a balcony. Su Changqing also specifically instructed that a spot must be reserved for climbing onto the roof. In fact, he especially liked to lie on the rooftop and look at the starry sky in the summer. Combined with the sounds of insects chirping, frogs croaking, fireflies, and the night breeze, the atmosphere is truly immersive. Bang! Bang bang! As the ground continued to shake, the foundation left by the wooden house was gradually destroyed. Since we're going to rebuild, it's best not to continue using the old stuff. This is also to prevent accidents from happening in the future. At this moment, Hansu pointed to the rocky mountain in the distance and asked, "Senior brother, building houses requires a lot of stone. There shouldn't be any owner over there, right?" Su Changqing paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, it's just an ordinary rocky mountain." "That's good." Hansu breathed a sigh of relief. Su Changqing advised, "If you're going to move the stone, it's best to start from the left." Hansu asked in confusion, "Isn't it unowned?" Su Changqing chuckled, "The right side is covered with my dog Wang Guang's poop." Upon hearing this, Hansu immediately showed a look of disgust. "It's not that I think it's dirty. After all, disciples with earth elemental roots have to mine every day, and they are always dirty. Just thinking about dog poop makes me feel physically uncomfortable, it's just disgusting." In fact, the reason why Su Changqing had Hansu start from the left was that the dog excrement was insignificant. The most important reason was to prevent the other side from discovering the secret of the stone mountain. The left side had been explored before, it was all stone and there were no gaps. The only entrance to the entire rocky mountain is the one on the right that is blocked. The construction of the stone house. Because Hansu was a single person, his efficiency was relatively slow. He completed everything independently, from excavating the foundation trench, laying the subbase, building the walls, to capping and finishing the edges. That's why even someone with an earth spirit root needs 2 or 3 days to complete the process. Considering that Su Changqing needs to rest at night, he can't possibly squeeze in with Wang Wang and the guinea fowl if there's no shelter from the wind. Therefore, Hansu chose to complete the foundation, outer walls, and roof on the first day. More details will be covered later. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Hansu's efforts, the 2-story stone house was finally completed. As for the underground area, there was initially 1 floor, and later another floor was added. Today, this stone house has 2 floors, both above and below ground. Su Changqing took out the payment and handed it over, saying, "You've really worked hard these past few days, junior brother. 30 caddies of top-grade ling rice, 5 caddies of top-grade ling mai wine, and the paper cranes that were promised before." After taking over, Hansu took out 30 low-grade spirit stones and said, "It's no trouble at all. Helping you is helping myself." Although he did not return to the ley lines during those 3 days. While feeling exhausted, they also lost a sum of spirit stones. They didn't complain at all, on the contrary, they were diligent and hardworking. After all, without Su Changqing's help, Hansu would have lost the top-grade spiritual rice and the top-grade spiritual rice wine. They wouldn't encounter the opportunity of the 38th layer of the Earth's veins, let alone reach the chi refining perfection realm so quickly. The person in front of me may seem like a business partner, but in reality, he is no different from my benefactor. Afterwards, Hansu left his mark on the flying paper crane, tried to control it, and it rose up little by little. Once he had a good grasp of the situation, he left quickly, exhausted. Su Changqing watched the other person leave, then pondered, "For the past 3 days, he has been pacing back and forth here, but he hasn't figured out the problem with the 2nd acre of spirit field." This time, sending Hansu to renovate the house was also a way of testing the waters. I want to see if the other party, with their late-stage chi refining cultivation level and earth spiritual root, can detect anything. The result was obvious, even at such a close distance, and after living together for 3 consecutive days. Hansu was completely unaware. Now that the spirit field is protected by the mirror flower water moon array, there is no need to worry about outsiders spying on it. Their dwellings were upgraded from wooden houses to stone houses, which were more spacious and better defended. From now on, whether it's alchemy, weapon crafting, or cultivating techniques and spells, it will be much safer. Su Changqing's room has changed from the first floor of the wooden house to the second floor of the stone house. It not only has a study and a balcony, but also a place to climb up to the roof. Overall, it perfectly meets my needs. The only drawback is that the interior decoration is a bit lacking. It can be said that there are almost no decorations. Even the tables, chairs, benches, and beds are all old things from before. Su Changqing looked at the wooden bed in front of him and pondered, "When I go to the market for scattered cultivators, I'll buy some furniture and decorations on the way back." Then, he went to the study and used the remaining wood to build a 7-tiered bookshelf. List all the books you've read before, such as The Record of 100 Tales of Spirit Fields. In this way, not only is the space occupied by clutter reduced, the key is that you can also pretend to be very cultured. Afterwards, Su Changqing sat on the wooden chair and continued to study the blazing sun finger. Perhaps it was the blessing of the fire spirit root, coupled with learning that 9 flames profound technique. In a few more days, I should be able to get the basics of this fire attribute attack spell. I feel that I am now learning the techniques more efficiently than before. After an unknown amount of time, the emerald green gourd suddenly gave a response. Su Changqing's heart stirred, and a communication talisman appeared in his hand. Hello? It's me, senior sister Yu. I'm preparing to refine the yin-yang intertwining pill. Have you gotten your hands on the medicinal herbs yet? I've already bought them 100 red sun ginseng and 100 dark yin ling zi. Okay, come to Danta to meet me when you have time. The two ended their communication quickly. Su Changqing got up and went downstairs, but instead of leaving immediately, he went into the kitchen. Before leaving, prepare food for Wang Wang and the guinea fowl. The main problem is not knowing how long we'll have to stay in the fire zone. Moreover, the round trip itself takes some time. Today's kitchens are at least twice the size of what they used to be. Overall, the space is not only bright but also exceptionally spacious. That's why I feel happy when I'm cooking. About half an hour later, the food was ready. As for what kind of food it was? Of course, it's about what people eat, and what dogs and guinea fowl eat. Then, Su Changqing rode the large leaf grass and flew towards the fire zone. Along the way, they neither encountered any acquaintances nor experienced any accidents. We arrived at the fire zone without any problems. Sure enough, it was freezing cold outside. But here, it's still summer all year round. Of course, the temperature in the subterranean fire zone is lower in winter and not as hot as before. Therefore, a great many cultivators come here to escape the cold. The overall atmosphere was much more lively than usual. In fact, the alchemists in the Earthfire Zone rely on autumn and winter to make money. Why is the tasting ceremony held at the beginning of winter? That's the reason. Firstly, it will attract more people to come and have fun here. Secondly, they can raise prices on the spot, making the pills more expensive than usual. I don't know if it's because I've been here so many times that the security guard has become familiar with me. This time, Su Changqing only needed to register his information to enter the Dan Tower smoothly. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the 7th underground alchemy room on the 9th floor. Each alchemist who moves in has a fixed room number. Unless an accident occurs, or for some other reason. Otherwise, they'll stay in a certain floor or room indefinitely. The stone door to the alchemy room was very heavy, knocking from the outside barely produced any sound from inside. The only way to communicate is by using a communication symbol. Logically, the signal should be weak underground. But in Danta, it's like there's a signal amplification device installed, there's no problem at all. Therefore, Su Changqing took out Yu Kaiking's communication talisman again and quickly notified the other party. Before long, the stone door in front of them slowly opened. But this time, there was no billowing hot steam. There wasn't even the slightest sound, it was exceptionally quiet. Su Changqing stepped into the alchemy room, glancing left and right at the same time. He soon saw Yu Kaiking standing next to the Xianming cauldron, preparing for the alchemy process. Hearing the noise, the other person turned around and glanced towards the doorway. Su Changqing quickly greeted her, "Senior sister Yu." Yu Kaiking nodded slightly. "I'm so sorry to have troubled you to come all this way." Su Changqing chuckled, "It's nothing, we're partners." Yu Kaiking was taken aback for a moment, then sighed, "Yes." Without wasting any words, Su Changqing immediately took out the yang-positive medicinal herbs, Xiang ginseng and Jinyu vine, and the yin-negative medicinal herbs, Swanyan lingzi yin and Minjaya grass, and handed them to the other party with both hands. Yu Kaiking scanned the area with her spiritual sense and confirmed that they were indeed the 4 medicinal herbs she needed for alchemy. Her eyes lit up, "Great." In fact, at first, she only wanted Su Changqing to cultivate 1 or 2 of them. Unexpectedly, this time 4 types were brought in. Unfortunately, only the moongrass and golden crow vine are of the highest quality. The other varieties, such as Xiang ginseng and Swanyan lingzi, are only close to being of the highest quality. Now, with the addition of the auxiliary medicine Tai Chi flower, Yu Kaiking can refine the yin-yang intertwined pill at any time. If successful, one can use this elixir to break through to the golden core stage. At that time, I should be able to gain the appreciation of a certain immortal and become a core disciple. Seeing that there was nothing more for him to do, Su Changqing asked somewhat awkwardly, "Then, shall I leave?" Yu Kaiking waved her hand, "Don't rush. Do you want to receive the reward now, or wait until I successfully refine it?" "Is there a difference?" Su Changqing asked, slightly puzzled. Yu Kaiking explained, "If it's given now, it will only be spirit stones. If it's given after successful refining, it might be a yin-yang intertwining pill. You should know that these are earth-grade pills, and even a single one can cost thousands of mid-grade spirit stones." Without any hesitation, Su Changqing decisively said, "Senior sister, you will definitely succeed in refining the pill." It seems like praise, but it actually indicates that the second option is preferred. Yu Kaiking was not surprised by this and understood, so she said, "Okay, I'll give it to you later. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the outcome. Whether you get more or less depends on the outcome." In fact, she herself wasn't entirely confident. Su Changqing tentatively asked, "Senior sister, may I stay and watch you refine pills? This is the refining process of a high-grade elixir. I'm sure I can learn a lot of techniques from it." Yu Kaiking asked in surprise, "Why are you, with only a wood elemental root, watching me refine pills?" Su Changqing grinned, "This is a great earth elixir. I'd like to witness it." If it were anyone else, Yu Kaiking would have refused without hesitation, but the person in front of her was, after all, her business partner. "All right, come over on the 7th day. Refining even a single yin-yang intertwined pill takes 7 days and 7 nights. Throughout the process, the alchemist cannot rest and must remain vigilant at all times. The slightest mistake could render all previous efforts futile." Su Changqing's eyes lit up, and he bowed with great excitement, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." By the time Su Changqing left the earth fire zone and returned to the spirit field, it was already evening. Wan Wang and the guinea fowl huddled together in their nest to rest. The fortress stood motionless beneath the poplar tree, like a withered tree. Su Changqing was too lazy to cook, so he lay down on the bed and continued to study the blazing sun finger. He didn't close his eyes and go to sleep until late at night, when he gradually became tired. But after resting for only a short time, at 6 o'clock, he suddenly opened his eyes. Having farmed for years, their biological clock has been established. Unless I'm particularly tired, I always wake up on time. Minor tasks such as cleaning up manure and pulling weeds are now handled by the fortress. Su Changqing arrived at the second mu of spiritual field where the mutated mother rice and daughter rice were planted, checked the situation inside, and after seeing that there were no problems, he immediately summoned the companion green lotus and released the green lotus domain. He let them grow unchecked, then turned and walked toward the stone house. Today, after finishing his morning business, he planned to head to the Sangzhou market. Although it was a few days earlier than the time agreed upon by the Sun family. But there was no way around it. I had to go to the alchemy furnace in 6 days, and the two things just happened to coincide. Suddenly, a series of clanging sounds filled the kitchen. It lasted for almost an hour before it stopped. Su Changqing prepared all the meals that Wan and Pearl Chicken needed for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in one go. Of course, it wasn't put into their food bowls, but rather given to the fortress that didn't need to be patrolled, so that it could feed them on time. Actually, guinea fowl are alright, they have small stomachs and can't eat much. Wang is different, it eats a lot, can eat and sleep well, and poops a lot too. With everything prepared, Su Changqing flew towards Forging Peak on the large-leafed grass. Because of the freezing weather, there were no pedestrians on the road. The number of visitors to Zuki Peak does decrease in winter. There were hardly any vendors on the market. However, the battle on the arena was still raging on. Su Changqing observed this and estimated the time in his mind. It seems that the formal disciple competition will begin next spring. No wonder these people are training so hard. Just then, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Who? Li San-K. At this moment, the opponent is standing on the 7th arena, fighting against someone with a gold spiritual root. Because of their opposing attributes, Li San-K was in a very passive position and had to keep dodging. However, as time went on, he was not quickly defeated by the golden spirit root. While dodging and weaving, they even attempted to counterattack. The determination in his eyes. He looked so serious. Compared to a few months ago, he has undergone a complete transformation. Su Changqing was quite surprised. It seems that what happened last time was quite a blow to senior brotherly. The other party arrived so early, they probably don't want to be seen by acquaintances. Therefore, he did not go forward to cheer him on. After watching for a while, he turned around and walked towards Jianji. An hour later, they successfully arrived at Dongqing City, where the market for scattered cultivators was located. As usual, after some disguise, I investigated the proportion of spiritual rice in today's supply. The premium Lingmai rice is almost the same as last time, except for some adjustments to the top grade. The ratio of inferior to inferior products is 1:6. The ratio of high quality to low quality products is 1:5. The ratio of top quality items is 1:2. However, the proportion of second-grade spirit rice has changed considerably. The ratio of inferior to inferior is 1:1.7. The ratio of premium to high quality is 1:1.5. The ratio of the best quality to the best quality is 1:1.1. Overall, the price of second-grade Lingmai rice has decreased between inferior and superior grades. It looks like the new year is approaching, and many independent cultivators and spiritual farmers are selling off their inventory. Only the premium Lingmai rice is experiencing a price increase as demand rises. This indicates that many people are buying, but the quantity is still relatively small. Su Changqing saw this and thought to himself, I'll wait a bit longer. If the ratio can be increased to 1:1, I'll immediately sell some of my stock. Subsequently, he purchased 1,000 jin of high-quality spiritual rice from the second-grade spiritual fields in one go. Since it's only used to brew high-quality Ling rice wine, there's no need to buy too much. 500 caddies would have been enough, but the proportions this time were a bit tempting, so I couldn't resist. It should be no problem to use a 1,000 jin, 500 kilograms, wait for half a year. After leaving the Lingmai trading point, Su Changqing took out Sun Peng's communication talisman. He plans to first make a deal with the other party and receive a share of the liquor store's revenue from last month. The remaining time was dedicated to procurement. For example, buying some furniture and decorations for the house. Especially replace the bed. I've really had enough of sleeping on a wooden plank bed every day. I'm at the foundation establishment stage, there's no need to wrong myself. Then they would look for the recipes and furnace for alchemy, and the tools and books needed for weapon crafting. Of course, I'll also check if there's any information about puppetry. To put it bluntly, I'll be very busy today and won't have time to argue with the Sun family. Let's finish the transaction quickly so we can get down to business. Fellow deists CAI? I've arrived at the marketplace for rogue cultivators. This is a bit early. Then, shall I come a few days later? No. I'll get up right now. At this time, Sun Peng and his partner Lei Yuna were still lying in bed. Upon receiving Su Changqing's notification, he immediately jumped up excitedly. This immediately aroused Lei Yuna's dissatisfaction, and she asked with a resentful look in her eyes, "Why do you get so excited every time you receive a notification from this person?" Sun Peng chuckled, "You don't understand, this is our family's god of wealth." "The god of wealth?" Lei Yuna pouted, "You've been secretly keeping a lover on the side, haven't you?" Upon hearing this, Sun Peng's smile froze, and he said irritably, "I can't even handle you, and you dare to keep a mistress on the side." Upon hearing this, Lei Yuna gave a shy smile, "You rascal." Sun Peng changed his clothes and left in a hurry. Not long after, he arrived at the place he had agreed to meet with Su Changqing, the Panchun tea house directly opposite Changqing wine shop. It was still private room number B on the third floor. Su Changqing greeted him with a light laugh, "You've arrived." Sun Peng asked curiously, "Fellow deist CAI, why did you come ahead of schedule this time?" Su Changqing replied, "I won't be coming before the new year after this transaction." Sun Peng suddenly realized, "I see." Without further ado, Su Changqing transferred 500 jin of top-grade spirit rice and 2,000 jin of high-quality spirit rice wine from his small storage bag. Sun Peng's eyes widened in surprise. "So many?" he exclaimed. Su Changqing waved his hand, "Everyone said they wouldn't come before the new year, so we'll definitely give them more." Seeing this, Sun Peng first took out 5 mid-grade spirit stones, and then said with a nervous expression, "At first, I managed the wine shop, but later more and more people came to buy wine. Many people with status, position, and reputation in Dongqing City took the initiative to come to the shop, so my father took over the management himself." In fact, the high-quality spirit rice wine obtained from Su Changqing has become an indispensable social tool for the Sun family in Dongqing City. Once it's presented, the deal is essentially done. Su Changqing nodded, "Having cooperated with you so many times, I trust you." Sun Peng breathed a sigh of relief, "Thank you for your trust." He then took out a communication talisman and began contacting his father, Sun Rong. They soon learned that the 500 jin of high-quality Lingmai wine had already been sold out. If one jin, 500 kilograms, sells for 15 low-grade spirit stones, then 500 jin would be 7,500 low-grade spirit stones. 7,500 low-grade spirit stones are equal to 75 mid-grade spirit stones, as previously agreed. In the first 6 months, Su Changqing accounted for 60% and the Sun family accounted for 40%. 6 months later, regardless of how the business fared, Su Changqing owned 70% and the Sun family owned 30%. This is the first settlement, so the profit sharing will be done according to the initial agreement. Su Changqing obtained 45 mid-grade spirit stones. If it's 10 or less, Sun Peng can produce them immediately. He had so much at once, and his storage bag wasn't enough, he was a bit short of supplies. Seeing this, Su Changqing said, "Gather them as soon as possible, I have other things to do." Sun Peng nodded hurriedly, "Okay, you rest here, I'll be right back." Whether it's 500 jin of top-grade spiritual rice or 2,000 jin of premium spiritual rice wine, he didn't take any, or rather, he didn't dare to take any. You must not touch it until the accounts are fully settled. To speed things up, Sun Peng simply climbed out of the window and jumped down. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, he landed and ran straight into Changqing wine shop. Su Changqing sipped his tea while patiently waiting. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Sun Peng ran out of the liquor store. Instead of taking the stairs, he leaped up and nimbly jumped into the third floor. Su Changqing's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but say, "Taking the stairs won't take much longer, will it?" Sun Peng didn't explain, but instead took out a ledger and handed it over. We have kept very detailed records of all transactions, please check them. Su Changqing took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense, and all the contents were imprinted in his mind. The person in front of me wasn't lying, the record was indeed very detailed. The time, gender, weight, and number of spirit stones were all remembered clearly. At 3:45 a.m., male, 5 caddies of high-quality spirit rice wine, and 75 low-grade spirit stones. The ledgers contained almost all similar entries. Su Changqing even noticed Sun Peng's name and asked in surprise, same name, same surname. Sun Peng replied awkwardly, it was indeed me. Ha! Su Changqing was stunned. Sun Peng explained, that's right, everyone likes the high-quality Lingmai wine you brew, and many acquaintances want to pull strings and use connections to get in. Every time someone does this, they make a note of it using my name. Su Changqing understood. He had no complaints about this. It doesn't matter who I sell to, as long as I can make money. After confirming that everything was correct, Sun Peng took out 45 mid-grade spirit stones and said sincerely, fellow DSCAI, please rest assured that our Sun family is completely sincere in this cooperation and will never act recklessly. Given the current popularity of high-quality Lingmai wine, these 2,000 caddies can be sold out within a month. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Changqing Wine Shop will soon become a pillar industry for the Sun family. Su Changqing smiled slightly, okay. The profits from this trip to the Sangzhou market were decent. 500 caddies of top-grade spirit rice yielded 5 mid-grade spirit stones. 500 caddies of high-quality spirit rice wine yielded 45 mid-grade spirit stones. That adds up to exactly 50 mid-grade spirit stones. The actual cost is less than 5 mid-grade spirit stones. The transaction was completed, and the two then parted ways. Su Changqing began looking for places to sell furniture and decorations. Thankfully, this is not a typical city. Otherwise, you simply can't buy anything related to cultivators. Among all the independent cultivators in the market, there are 3 most popular ones. They are respectively called Craftsman's Workshop, Spiritwood Residence, and Treasure Pavilion. Almost all of them are shops selling furniture, decorations, and daily necessities. Moreover, it is only open to cultivators, and business is booming. Su Changqing slowly entered the Lingnu residence. A female receptionist with an oval face stepped forward. Esteemed sir, what would you like to buy? Su Changqing said, I want to buy some furniture and decorations, preferably with special effects. The female receptionist smiled warmly, then you've come to the right place. In the entire market of independent cultivators, we at Lingnu Residence dare to claim second place, and no one dares to claim first. Seeing the other party's arrogant tone, Su Changqing said calmly, talking is meaningless. I can judge for myself whether I am powerful or not. The female receptionist, realizing she couldn't be fooled, became even more serious, please follow me. Our Lingnu residence is most famous for its various wooden furniture. Su Changqing followed behind the other person, observing them carefully. I must say, although Lingnu residence talks big, it really does have the ability. These wooden furniture pieces are not made of ordinary wood, but of fine wood that is over 10 years old. The female receptionist pointed to a bed and said, this is our most popular bed, called the Nanmu bed, which is very popular among the immortals. Su Changqing squinted, observing with his eyes while simultaneously probing with his spiritual sense. The Nanmu bed is about 9 feet long and more than 5 feet wide, with an overall simple and elegant design. The bed frame is made primarily of century-old Phoebe Genese wood, with an overall dark brown color and a warm luster. The 4 corner posts of the bed frame lean slightly outward, and the tops are carved with cloud patterns. The edges of the bed are carved with lotus scroll patterns, the lines of which are smooth and graceful, making it quite elegant. The female receptionist explained, we've installed 4 notches at the top of the bed frame to inlay spirit stones, so you can cultivate even while you sleep. Su Changqing touched it with his hand, it felt smooth and delicate like jade. He couldn't help but nod, it's really good. The female receptionist wore a smug expression and continued, if you purchase now, we will give you a free soft cotton and linen mattress. A snow-white silk mattress. A brocade bed canopy in the same color scheme. These are high-quality tassels woven with silver thread. Su Changqing thought for a moment and asked, can I lie down and try it? The receptionist readily replied, of course, please go ahead. Su Changqing immediately lay down on it, and sure enough, it was completely different from his own wooden bed. The mattress and quilt were exceptionally soft. Lying on it gives you a feeling of being deeply enveloped. The unique fragrance of Nanmu lingered around my nose. Once I lie down, I don't want to get up, and I even want to sleep in. The female receptionist didn't urge them, but stood aside and watched with a smile. After a while, Su Changqing slowly got up and asked, how many spirit stones? The female receptionist smiled sweetly, it's on special now, only 15 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. This price is neither high nor low, but if we take it down directly, it's no different from being a vengeful seed. Therefore, Su Changqing did not take out any spirit stones, but instead said, "Let's look at something else." The female receptionist was not surprised and continued her enthusiastic introduction. Tables, chairs, cabinets, screens, lamps, and tapestries were all brought out. Overall, all the furniture and decorations at Lingnia residence are quite nice. After circling around and returning to the entrance, the female receptionist asked with a smile, "Has the immortal master made up his mind?" Su Changqing replied, "I'm satisfied with everything, except the price is a little high." The female receptionist blinked, "Well, let me ask the manager if we can give you a discount." A sly glint flashed in Su Changqing's eyes. "Go ask, I'll continue my stroll." Then, in front of the female receptionist, he walked towards the craftsman's workshop across the street. Although, the food here is indeed very good, Su Changqing still understood the principle of comparing prices from different vendors. Craftsman's workshop sells few items. Whether it's furniture, daily necessities, or decorations, everything must be customized in advance. The price is quite high, and ordinary cultivators simply cannot afford it. Of course, the quality is indeed very good, and they also offer after-sales service. Wanbaoj sells a wide variety of things, including everything from ordinary quality spiritual artifacts. They went down to the cheapest tables, chairs, and benches. In terms of price, some are very high, while others are extremely low. Moreover, they all source their goods from independent cultivators, resulting in large quantities but inconsistent quality. The important thing is that once you buy it, you don't care anymore. There's absolutely no after-sales service. After comparing prices at 3 different places, Su Changqing eventually returned to Lingnia residence. It was the same receptionist with the oval face. "Master, you're back." Su Changqing asked, "Have you reached an agreement?" The female receptionist smiled and said, "The shopkeeper said that if you buy a lot of things, you can enjoy a 10% discount." Su Changqing didn't want to waste time, so he nodded. "A 10% discount it is." "Okay." The receptionist's eyes lit up. Next, Su Changqing bought things at both Lingnia residence and Wanbaeo pavilion. Lingniuju buy more here, so enjoy a 10% discount. A Nanmuwood bed, 1 piece, and 13 low-grade spirit stones. Bluestone screen, 3 low-grade spirit stones per screen. 5 glass lamps, each containing 1 low-grade spirit stone. A vine carpet, 3 meters long, sells for 2 low-grade spirit stones. Then I bought some things at Wanbaoj. A set of peachwood table and chairs costs 5 low-grade spirit stones. Storage cabinets, 3 for 1 low-grade spirit stone. 1 set of cooking utensils, a cast iron wok and a ceramic steamer, costs a total of 2 low-grade spirit stones. 1 set of tableware, wooden lacquerware bowls and plates, and 1 low-grade spirit stone. 1 tea set, celadone tea set, 2 low-grade spirit stones. The total expenditure on home furnishings and daily necessities this time amounted to 29 low-grade spirit stones. If it were a truly ordinary independent cultivator, it would take at least a month to earn that much. Su Changqing put all these things into the emerald green gourd and then quickly left. Besides buying furniture and daily necessities, the most important thing I wanted to do when I came to the market was to get a set of alchemy equipment and a set of weapon crafting equipment. If possible, it would be best to find a few prescriptions for elixirs. After all, Lazhuangguan, a traditional Chinese medicine, has run out of new tricks up its sleeve. However, any pill formulas, cultivation methods, or spells that could flow into the market of independent cultivators were either incomplete or extremely low level. Not long after, Su Changqing arrived at Yudingzai. When buying things at the Sangzhou market, there are only 2 options. Or, it's a more formal shop like this. Or it's a small workshop in some remote corner. If he had enough time, Su Changqing would really like to look for small workshops. After all, someone who can establish themselves in the market of independent cultivators must have some skills. But now, he only stays for 1 day. Therefore, finding a reputable shop like this is the most convenient and quickest way. Although the price is a bit high, at least the quality is guaranteed. It was still a female receptionist, quite sweet-looking, with 2 shallow dimples. "Welcome." Su Changqing went straight to the point. "I want to buy alchemy equipment and weapon crafting equipment." "Okay, please follow me." The female receptionist led the way. The entire area of Yudingzai is very large. Various kinds of tripods, furnaces, and wine vessels are displayed. It categorizes quality and price based on the floor level. The first floor is mostly filled with low-quality items. The second floor is at least of excellent quality. Following this logic, the third floor must be the best. Different floors offer different qualities and prices. The female receptionist, seeing that Su Changqing looked like an ordinary rogue cultivator, led him around the first floor, giving various introductions. "This black iron medicine cauldron is the best-selling alchemy equipment on the first floor. It is made of black iron, which is resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, and has a large interior space." Su Changqing asked curiously, "How many spirit stones?" The female receptionist smiled slightly. 25 low-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing frowned. Is there anything else? The female receptionist assumed it was too expensive, so she pointed to one next to her and said, "This is the most common alchemy furnace, cast in bronze, and called the bronze furnace. It only costs 20 low-grade spirit stones." Su Changqing waved his hand. "I don't think the price is too high, but rather that it's too ordinary." The female receptionist paused for a moment, then realized and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. If you need a higher quality furnace, please go to the second floor." Su Changqing urged impatiently, "Lead the way." Okay. The female receptionist's face tightened, and she hurriedly led the way. Then, the two climbed the stairs to the second floor of You Dingzai. The items here are half the number compared to the first floor. Regardless of its quality, it looks more premium. Furthermore, there is a customization counter on the second floor. As long as you have the money and the materials, you can have the blacksmiths at You Dingzai forge the item according to your requirements. Su Changqing was quite curious. How is the price of this custom-made item calculated? The female receptionist explained, "It depends on the quality of the materials and the quantity required. For example, common materials such as black iron, refined iron, and brass would cost around 1 mid-grade spirit stone for custom orders. For higher-grade materials, such as black iron, secret gold, and meteorite iron, the custom price is around 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Top-tier materials, such as Xianbing crystal marrow, Yuming cold jade, and primordial meteorite iron, cannot be forged even if one wanted to. After all, this is just a shop located in the market town of scattered cultivators. It doesn't have that kind of capability. Only blacksmiths from immortal sects, or those from immortal cultivation families with a lineage, possess this skill." Su Changqing lost interest immediately after hearing this and turned his attention to the alchemy furnace on the second floor. The female receptionist pointed to the best-selling alchemy furnace and said, "This is the mysterious ice spirit furnace. It is made by pouring mysterious ice from the bottom of a 1,000-year-old cold pool. The furnace body is as transparent as glass, and there are naturally formed spiral heat dissipation channels inside." Su Changqing raised his chin. "How's the alchemy going?" The female receptionist quickly replied, "The success rate will increase by 10%, and the efficacy of the medicine will be enhanced by 20%. Su Changqing thought to himself, "I wonder how effective the mysterious nether cauldron is in the pill tower." Seeing his silence, the female receptionist mistakenly assumed he wasn't interested and pointed to another furnace, saying, "This is the Starfall secret gold cauldron, forged using meteorite iron as the main material and mixed with 9 rare metals. It increases the success rate by 20% and the efficacy of the medicine by 30%. Su Changqing snapped out of his daze and looked over. It was discovered that the body of this Starfall secret gold cauldron was actually engraved with the 28 constellations. It looks very high-end, even with a touch of mystery. The female receptionist, experienced in her work, immediately understood when she saw the interest in his eyes. The price of the mystic ice furnace is 5 mid-grade spirit stones. The price of the Starfall secret gold cauldron is 7 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing nodded slightly. "Not bad, it's in line with the pricing of the independent cultivator market." The female receptionist had a very sweet smile. "Master, if you haven't made up your mind, you can tell me your needs so I can make a more accurate recommendation." Su Changqing asked, "Will you send the pill formula?" The female receptionist nodded. "Of course, the mysterious ice spirit furnace will give you a book of introductory alchemy techniques, and the Starfall secret gold cauldron will give you a recipe for a foundation spirit pill." If Su Changqing was a little hesitant at first, he has now thought it through. Although the mystic ice furnace is cheaper, it only increases the success rate by 10% and the medicinal effect by 20%. The Starfall secret golden cauldron not only increases the success rate by 20%, but also enhances the efficacy by 30%. The key point is that he's given a recipe for a foundation spirit pill as a gift, and he's even more appealing in terms of looks. For beginner-level alchemy furnaces, Su Changqing prefers the Starfall secret gold cauldron. But we're not in a hurry to take it. We need to check out the equipment for refining first, and then settle the accounts together. Soon, the female receptionist led him to another area. Alchemy and weapon crafting are separate processes and are not combined. Compared to alchemy, which only requires one alchemy furnace, this weapon crafting equipment alone has more than 3 types. Su Changqing pondered and said, "You can recommend a set of beginner-level weapon crafting equipment." The female receptionist pointed to a set next to her and said, "The red iron forging hammer is made of red iron. It is heavy and generates high temperatures when struck, which helps to melt metal materials. It is priced at 18 low-grade spirit stones. Jade carving knife. The blade is made of jade, sharp and containing traces of spiritual patterns. It can be used to carve runes on refining materials. It is priced at 25 low-grade spirit stones. Brass crucible, high temperature resistant, suitable for smelting various metals and ores, priced at 9 low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing asked, "What about the molds?" The female receptionist immediately replied, basic mold, 1 set of mid-grade spirit stones, ordinary spirit weapon mold, 3 sets of mid-grade spirit stones, ordinary magic weapon mold, 7 sets of mid-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing asked the question that mattered most to him, what should I give you? The female receptionist flashed her cute little tiger teeth. We're giving away a free introduction to weapon forging worth 15 low-grade spirit stones, a detailed explanation of spirit runes worth 25 low-grade spirit stones, and a simple spirit weapon forging diagram worth 35 low-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing said earnestly, the Starfall Secret Gold Cauldron, plus a set of entry-level weapon refining equipment, a set of basic molds, and a set of ordinary spirit weapon molds, give me a fair price. The female receptionist's eyes lit up. If you spend more than 10 mid-grade spirit stones in one transaction, you will automatically become a senior member of our Jade Cauldron Pavilion and enjoy a 10% discount. Now, you only need to pay 11 mid-grade spirit stones to get a 3-year warranty. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. 11 mid-grade spirit stones plus 52 low-grade spirit stones, no matter how you calculate it, a 10% discount should be 10 mid-grade spirit stones, right? The female receptionist's smile remained unchanged. My service fee is in there. Su Changqing didn't want to argue, so he waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, just hurry up and get it done. Okay. The female receptionist turned and left. In this way, Su Changqing consumed 11 mid-grade spirit stones. We acquired a Starfall Secret Gold Cauldron, a set of crafting equipment, a set of basic molds, a set of common spiritual weapon molds, a recipe for the Jiling Dan. Also included are Introduction to Weapon Forging, detailed explanation of spirit runes, and simplified spirit weapon forging diagrams. With everything settled, he left, Yu Dingzai with the female receptionist seeing him off. Now, all the necessary items have been procured. In addition, there's no need to come here to deliver rice or wine before the Lunar New Year. Therefore, from now until the Lunar New Year, you can focus on your own spiritual field. Su Changqing strolled along the streets of the market town for wandering cultivators, surrounded by them hurrying about. I don't know if it's related to winter, but there are fewer stalls now. Time to go have some fun with the ladies. Yaoxiang Pavilion is still the same as always, lively, crowded, and with a great atmosphere. It was filled with a delightful aroma. Compared to the last time I came, there was a new batch of faces. However, the quality has not deteriorated. Whether they were courtesans, dancers, young prostitutes, or even male prostitutes, they were all very beautiful. Previously, those who were less attractive were all assigned to the first floor to receive guests. The higher you go on the second and third floors, the better the aesthetics and the higher the quality. But nowadays, many attractive people are actually assigned to the first floor. Surrounded by a group of beautiful women, Su Changqing went up to the second floor. Looking at the rows of high-quality prostitutes in front of him, he couldn't believe it. Is this the kind of selection available on the second floor? Previously, this level of quality, appearance, and physique would have required at least a third-floor apartment. But nowadays, let alone the second floor, there are quite a few on the first floor as well. It seems that the quality and number of users of Yaoxianga have improved. Subsequently, Su Changqing chose a slightly naive and beautiful young woman. The other person has a very nice name, called Moon. Her eyebrows resembled newly cut willow leaves. Her eyes were like pools of spring water. Her nose was straight and elegant. Her lips were naturally red without any lipstick. She was wrapped in a plain gauze dress with wide sleeves, and a small golden bell hung on her slender, fair wrist. Immortal, drink some wine. Ewer tried her best to flirt, but her skills were not yet proficient, and she failed to get into the mood several times, which made her neck turn red with frustration. Su Changqing took the wine glass, took a small sip, and asked, I haven't been here for a long time. There are a lot of new people at your invitation pavilion lately. Upon hearing this, Ewer's eyes dimmed, and she explained softly, the throne changed hands, factions were destroyed, and we come from the same place. Oh, Su Changqing asked in surprise. Ewer smiled sadly, does the immortal know that I was once a princess? Su Changqing couldn't help but turn his gaze to the other side, looking at the fresh faces, regardless of their previous status or position. But here, both men and women have a unified title. Girl. The only thing they could do was to serve the immortals around them well. If you're lucky, someone might pay to buy your freedom, and you'll be freed from your misery. That night, Su Changqing spent a wonderful evening with Ewer at the Yaoxiang Pavilion. The next day, he returned to the Dongting Immortal Sect aboard a giant flying sword. As soon as I landed, I saw a familiar face. Who? It's still Lee San-Kei. So early, he's still fighting in the ring. This time, the opponent is a fire elemental. The battle was a one-sided crushing defeat from the very beginning. Fire overcomes wood. Both their spiritual roots and attributes are countered by their opponents. Even so, Lee San-Kei did not give up and looked for an opportunity to fight back. And then, he actually found it. A ball of fire burned away the wall formed by the vines, but Lee San-Kei, who was hiding behind it, disappeared. Just as the fire spirit root was filled with doubt and uncertainty, a rustling sound suddenly came from under his feet. He looked down and his pupils immediately contracted. Countless seeds transformed into dense, thorny vines in the blink of an eye. Starting from the feet, it wraps around the whole person like a snake coiling around a python. At first, the fire elemental root could still struggle a few times inside, but after a short while, it went silent. With a thud, he fell straight down on the ring. At this moment, Lee San-kei, covered in burns, appeared from the other side of the ring, but he felt neither the joy of victory nor the pain of injury. In his eyes, there was only that one resolute determination. Lee San-kei won? He lost at least dozens of times during this period. To turn the tide and win despite being at a disadvantage in terms of attributes, impressive. The onlookers were abuzz with discussion. From the corner, Su Changqing had witnessed the entire battle and murmured, the second level of wood spirit entanglement technique. Everyone has their own life. My own choice. Su Changqing, as an immortal being, plays the role of an observer. Therefore, he did not disturb Lee San-kei as he stepped off the stage, but quietly left. Not long after, they returned to their own small plot of land. Woof woof. After not seeing each other all night, Wang Wang, who had been huddled in its den, excitedly ran out. Get closer. He was urinating at the same time. It managed to draw a winding straight line. Inside the henhouse, the guinea fowl clucked twice, its eyes calmly fixed on the scene. 5 fire crows circled directly above the spirit field, cawing loudly. Beneath the poplar tree, the fortress spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Welcome home, master." Looking at the scene before him, Su Changqing felt a strong sense of satisfaction. When Wang Wang got close, he squatted down and angrily rubbed the dog's head. After having a great time, they took their purchases and went into the stone house. First floor, a living room and a kitchen. The living room is furnished with brand new mahogany tables and chairs, as well as lacquered wooden bowls and plates. The kitchen replaced the old ones with new cast iron woks and earthenware steamers. Second floor, 1 bedroom and 1 study. The ordinary wooden bed in the bedroom was burned as firewood and replaced with a fragrant and soft high-grade Nanmu wood bed. A bluestone screen is placed near the bedroom door to block out the bed and increase privacy. 5 glass lamps were placed, 1 in the living room, 1 in the kitchen, 1 in the bedroom, 1 in the study, and 1 was kept as a spare. The vine rug was divided into 2 sections, 2 meters were laid on the bedroom floor, and 1 meter was laid on the study floor. 3 storage cabinets, 1 in the living room, 1 in the bedroom, and 1 in the study. Basic elixir, introduction to weapon forging, basic explanation of spirit runes, simplified spirit weapon crafting diagram. The knowledge inside has been imprinted in my mind with my spiritual awareness, so it is all placed on the bookshelf. After finishing, Su Changqing stood at the door, looking at the brand new bedroom and study, and suddenly frowned. I feel like something's missing? He went back down the stairs to the first floor and headed straight for the kitchen. But instead of cooking, we went to the basement entrance, opened it, and began to delve deeper into the basement. The basement space is more spacious than before, and its area is almost the same as the upstairs. Moreover, it has been expanded from 1 floor to 2 floors. The basement level is mainly used to store brewing equipment and miscellaneous items. The wines are premium Lingmai wine, top-grade Lingmai wine, and top-grade yellow rice wine. Take the high-quality spirit rice wine to the market where you practice asceticism. Share this premium Lingmai wine with your friends. I'll keep the premium yellow rice wine for myself. The second basement level is divided into 3 areas. They are the alchemy area, the weapon crafting area, and the cultivation room. The first 2, as their names suggest, are for placing alchemy furnaces, refining equipment, and molds. The training room was mainly for Su Changqing to test his cultivation techniques and spells. Overall, a brand new home has been furnished and will not change much for at least 10 years. Su Changqing was very satisfied and grinned. I still have 5 days to go find senior sister Yu. I can try to refine the foundation spirit pill myself, and even try to forge ordinary spiritual weapons. Suddenly, life became fulfilling. In the past, all I knew was farming and cultivating various spiritual plants. Nowadays, it can also be used for alchemy, weapon crafting, and even the preparation of spiritual food. As the time spent cultivating immortality increased, the number of skills learned also increased. Next, he set up all the alchemy and weapon-making equipment. When we returned to the basement, we even made a special trip to get a small bottle of premium yellow rice wine. In a way, this can be considered moving to a new home. However, Su Changqing had no intention of informing his friends. Privately, I'll just grab Wang Wang, pearl chicken, 5 fire crows, and fortress for a drink. With the Lunar New Year approaching, everyone is very busy, especially those who want to participate in the formal disciple competition, who are probably trying to improve themselves in every possible way. The best example is Lee San-kei. Every morning, they would go to the forging peak to fight and hone their combat experience and skills. Presumably, Hubagui and others shared similar thoughts. Only Su Changqing didn't feel any urgency because he didn't want to participate in the competition. Soon, a sumptuous meal was prepared. To celebrate, Su Changqing even added some meat. I stir-fried a plate of spirit beast meat with top-quality chili peppers. I also stewed a pot of top-quality winter melon and pork rib soup. The premium ling rice is plentiful. Enjoying a delicious meal. Sipping a small glass of wine. It has a unique charm in the cold winter. After eating and drinking his fill and washing the dishes, Su Changqing sat on his newly bought peachwood chair and began to study the second pill formula, the foundation pill. This is a pill taken during the foundation establishment stage, which accelerates the absorption and refining efficiency of spiritual energy. I learned it in no time. Jai-lingam, beginner upward arrow. Effect 1, enhanced spiritual awareness plus 15%. Effect 2, spiritual energy absorption efficiency plus 20%. Effect 3, temporarily increases meridian resilience by 10%. Su Changqing nodded slightly, as expected of a pill that can only be taken by those in the foundation establishment stage. Its effects are almost the same as those of high-quality spirit rice wine. Should I sacrifice 7 years of my lifespan to upgrade the foundation pill to mastery? Yes. Remaining lifespan, 699 years. Gilead's elixir, miraculous healing. Effect 1, enhanced spiritual awareness plus 50%. Effect 2, spiritual energy absorption efficiency plus 80%. Effect 3, temporarily increases meridian resilience by 30%. Special Effect 1, long-term use permanently increases meridian resilience by plus 10%. Special Effect 2, there is a chance to form a spiritual energy vortex, increasing absorption efficiency by another 50%. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. That's interesting. When the spiritual energy tide appears next spring, we can try it out. Of course he wants to sell this Kailing pill. The labor-strengthening pill is for independent cultivators in the qi refining stage. The foundation establishment pill is for independent cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. However, they shouldn't expect to get their hands on any special effect elixirs. Su Changqing kept the top grade or even the finest pills for himself. The main ingredients of the Jai-lingam are iron sand, green vine, cold pool water, red flame grass, and spirit rice. Su Changqing had none of the other 4 ingredients besides the spirit rice. Therefore, if you want to refine the foundation spirit pill, you still have to make a trip to the Red Maple Valley market. We can only officially begin once all the materials have been procured. In the past, Su Changqing might have hesitated. It takes quite a long time for a paper crane to fly back and forth. But now he's upgraded from a ragtag bunch to a fast-moving giant. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, I decisively walked out the door. To make it even faster, a trace of fire elemental power was even injected. The wood elemental energy was instantly ignited, and the large-leafed grass shot out. In the blink of an eye, the person disappeared into the distance. Not long after, Su Changqing arrived at the Red Maple Valley Market. It's quite lively here. The place was bustling with noise and crowded with people. The trading points of the 5 major factions were almost overflowing with people. Unsurprisingly, many people here want to participate in the formal disciple competition after the new year. Iron sand and cold pool water are commonly used raw materials for refining weapons, and they can be purchased from the Spirit Weapon Workshop. Both greenwood vine and crimson flame grass can be purchased from both Nunzin Society and Daimyo Alliance. Although prices inside the immortal sector are higher than outside, the quality is guaranteed. Considering that alchemy would be followed by weapon crafting, and not wanting to travel back and forth, they decided to pursue their goals. Su Changqing simply bought all the materials he needed at once. Beneath the Starfall secret gold cauldron, orange mortal fire burned fiercely. As the temperature inside the cauldron gradually rises, changes occur on its surface. The tail fire tiger, the chamber fire pig, the beak fire monkey, and the winged fire serpent from the 28 mansions all lit up, echoing each other in the 4 positions of the golden cauldron. Each time a star representing fire lights up, it signifies a rise in temperature. If all 4 lights are on, it means you can begin refining the elixir. Su Changqing seized the opportunity and threw the high-quality iron sand he had purchased into it, and a hissing sound immediately rang out. The iron filings bounced back and forth inside, looking like ants struggling on a hot pan. Under high-temperature calcination, its vitality begins to be lost, and it decomposes little by little, leaving behind the pure part while the impurities are directly oxidized. Soon, it turned from silvery gray to reddish brown. This step is called subduing the fire. It is specifically used to quench metals, remove impurities, and eliminate toxicity. After a while, Su Changqing saw that it was almost ready, so he used a wooden spoon about the length of his arm to scoop out the reddish-brown iron sand that had shrunk to half its original size and put it into the mortar and pestle that had been prepared next to him. Before the temperature dropped, he threw in several more crimson flame grasses. A series of hissing sounds rang out. A wisp of red flame also appeared. Seeing this, Su Changqing remained calm and showed no reaction whatsoever. Currently, all changes are normal and there are no surprises. He watched helplessly as the crimson flame grass burned to ashes, then picked up the greenwood vine that had been washed clean and even had its outer skin peeled off, broke it into several sections by hand, and threw them in one by one. At this point, the temperature inside the cauldron had become quite high due to the addition of iron sand and red flame grass. As soon as the vine was added, its surface began to char and become crispy, and a small amount of juice was extracted from it. But little by little, the amount increases over time. Once it is completely turned into a green slurry, pour it into the slightly cool water of the cold pool. With a hissing sound, the contents inside reacted violently, and a burst of white-hot air shot out. The ashes of the crimson flame grass and the sap of the greenwood vine completely merged with the water of the icy pool. It suddenly became murky and emitted a pungent, fishy smell. Su Changqing seemed not to smell it, and expressionlessly threw in his own top-grade spirit rice. There was quite a lot of it, at least a handful. Next, start stirring clockwise with a wooden spoon. Round and round it goes, until it stops after 49 laps. At this point, with continuous stirring, the liquid inside was no longer as turbid as before. Especially that fishy smell, it seemed to have disappeared, and never appeared again. Su Changqing walked to the side and used a pestle to crush the cooled iron sand, which had been placed in the mortar and pestle, into fine powder, and then poured it all into the golden cauldron. Glug! Glug glug! The reaction was quite strong, with bubbles constantly emerging. The temperature seems to have suddenly risen again. Su Changqing picked up the wooden spoon again and stirred it counterclockwise, making a full 81 revolutions. The liquid inside is sometimes clear and sometimes murky, constantly changing. It looked as if something inside was constantly undulating, which appeared somewhat strange. As the stirring ended, the fire tiger, fire pig, and fire monkey that had been lit up around the golden cauldron dimmed, but the winged fire snake remained unlit. At the same time, the hornwood dragon, the Lu golden dog, and the ginseng water ape lit up one after another. This situation indicates that the internal temperature has reached a threshold and has stabilized. Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. This is my first time truly refining pills, and I am indeed a little nervous. Fortunately, I have already reached the master level, so it is impossible for me to make a mistake. The liquid, a mixture of iron sand, cold pool water, green vines, and red flame grass, gradually oxidized, evaporated, and decreased over time. However, this was bound to happen. This means that the impurities inside are further removed. What remains will be the very essence of the essence. At the previous pill-tasting event, Su Changqing had personally witnessed how Fang Xiaozi refined top-grade foundation spirit pills, and he was thoroughly familiar with the techniques and steps involved. All that's left to do is wait. Wait until there's only enough liquid inside for one bowl of water before making a move. Time passed second by second, and no one knew how much time had gone by. Suddenly, one after another, the hornwood dragon, the Lu golden dog, the ginseng water ape, and the winged fire serpent dimmed. Subsequently, Bai Wu, one of the 7 constellations of the white tiger in the west and representing the moon, lit up. This is a signal if the stars representing the moon on all 4 sides light up. This indicates that the temperature inside the golden cauldron is dropping and a fire needs to be added promptly. Su Changqing leaned closer to take a look and found that the liquid inside had decreased, just enough for one bowl. Upon seeing this, he immediately activated the 9 flames profound technique, activating the fire elemental power within his chi. In an instant, his palms turned crimson, and he slammed them down on the golden cauldron in front of him. Intense heat erupted in an instant. Whew! The mortal fire beneath the golden cauldron also turned crimson. The raging flames quickly burned the firewood to ashes and then went out. Thus, the only thing maintaining the temperature of the golden cauldron was the fire elemental energy in Su Changqing's danshan. He had known this step would come, so he remained calm and composed. As the fire elemental energy in the chi was gradually consumed, the liquid inside the cauldron solidified, becoming less turbid and more viscous. Not long after, the Fang Ri2, which was directly opposite Bai Wu, lit up. When the sun and moon are in the sky, yin and yang are in balance. Sizzle! A wisp of smoke with the smell of medicinal herbs wafted out from inside. Upon seeing this, Su Changqing not only did not remove the viscous liquid, but instead covered the golden cauldron completely with the lid. Moreover, it continues to transmit fire elemental power, showing no sign of stopping. The light didn't stop until the stars representing the sun and moon heart moon fox, void sun rat, Pleiades sun rooster, star sun horse, extended moon deer, and dangerous moon swallow all lit up at the same time. He took several steps back and silently estimated the time in his mind. Being reserved is also a skill. Many alchemists overlook this step, assuming it's done, and proceed directly to produce the product. In fact, this step not only compresses the liquid medicine, but also releases the impurities that remain deep inside. The quantity will definitely be less, but the quality will absolutely not be inferior. Of course, if you only care about quantity and not quality, you can make your move now. This is Su Changqing's first time refining a foundation spirit pill, and he has to make it a success no matter what. Therefore, he didn't care how many pills were successfully made, he only pursued the final quality. Before long, a buzzing sound came from the golden cauldron. The air inside seemed to have reached its limit. The lid of the cauldron began to sway left and right, as if it might be lifted at any moment. Seeing this, Su Changqing waved his hand, and with the transfer of spiritual power, the lid of the cauldron rose into the air. With a whoosh, the compressed hot air inside gushed out. The already hot alchemy room was heated even more, with the temperature rising several degrees. Su Changqing, who had a fire spirit root, wasn't too uncomfortable. After the heat dissipated, he stepped forward and glanced at the medicinal liquid in the golden cauldron. It has changed from a murky color at the beginning to a bluish-yellow color now. If it was a full bowl of water before, it should now be only half a bowl of water left. Su Changqing activated the 9 flames profound technique again, gradually drawing away the fire energy from the golden cauldron, and then divided the remaining medicinal liquid in 2. The elixir is now complete. The foundation pill was successfully refined, but due to the scarcity of materials, only 2 pills were produced. They look like a pair of twins. Its color is greenish-yellow, and it is round and smooth like jade. It exudes a unique fragrance of grass and trees. If we disregard quantity and only look at quality, the color, weight, roundness, and aroma concentration of the top-grade foundational pills were exactly the same as those refined by Fang Ziazi. In other words, Su Changqing's first real alchemy attempt, and the foundation establishment pill, which can only be taken by those in the foundation establishment stage, was of the highest quality right away. He resisted the urge to swallow, and in a flash of thought, he transferred everything into the green gourd. It's not too late to eat it next spring when the spiritual energy tide erupts. After all, the content of what elemental energy drops sharply in winter. It would be a waste to eat it now. Su Changqing then began the cleanup work. Removed the ashes from inside and below the golden cauldron. Used wooden spoons, mortars and pestles, etc. Everything was cleaned spotlessly, without a speck of dust. To be honest, he always felt that he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. Previously, when washing dishes, I only focused on getting them clean, so the effect might not have been very noticeable. After switching to a complete set of alchemy equipment, there was practically no impurity left. Even the smallest spot makes me incredibly upset. I have to get rid of it. After everything was settled, Su Changqing turned and walked towards the steps, quickly returning to the second floor. It was already late at night outside. Wang Wang, Guinea Finch, and Fortress had been resting for a long time and were not making any noise. Even the 5 fire attribute fire crows have returned to the stone house and are now standing in a row, looking dazed. Seeing this, Su Changqing took out a handful of top-grade spirit rice and began to feed them one by one, starting with the largest crow, which occupies the middle position, all the way up to the 5th crow. After feeding them, he specially infused each fire crow with a trace of warm fire spirit power. They originally lived in the fire zone, feeding on various fire attribute foods year-round, and especially entering the crevices of the earth to devour some fire crystals. However, nowadays, because they have to circle the spirit field every day, they cannot go to the earth fire zone. Therefore, whenever Su Changqing had time, he would use his own fire elemental power to infuse it, which is the same principle as supplementing nutrition. If a fire crow does not replenish its fire energy for a long time, it will lose its vitality. At that point, your mood and emotions will worsen, and you'll start to give up. Of course, once the golden crow vine grows new nodules and gathers fire energy again, they will have a food source. Su Changqing placed a porcelain plate in front of the 5 fire crows, then walked to the balcony. Outside, the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs from summer are long gone, replaced by the whooshing sound of the wind. A cold wind blew, making the weather freezing, and all was silent. Tonight, the clouds are obscuring the moon, and only a crescent moon can be seen. The faint moonlight could not illuminate the spiritual field below. As a result, the outside world appeared gray and gloomy. Tick-tock. Suddenly, something fell from the sky. Then it made a rustling sound. At first, there were very few, just 1 or 2 occasionally. As time went on, the number increased, eventually becoming densely packed. Su Changqing scanned the objects with his spiritual sense and found them to be quite small and predominantly white. He exclaimed in surprise, "This seems to be called snowflakes, right? It is formed by cold water droplets freezing on ice crystals, and usually appears before snow or hail." At this moment, these things began to fall from the sky, and the situation was self-evident. Sure enough, not long after, soft, fluffy snowflakes began to fall from the sky. When it lands, it collides and rubs against the grapple, making a rustling sound. To be honest, it actually sounds kind of nice. At the same time, an extreme chill spread silently. Wang Wang, who was sleeping, subconsciously curled up. The guinea fowl, huddled together, shrank even further into the corner. The fortress, however, remained completely still, like a dead tree trunk, showing no reaction whatsoever, as if it had truly made the area under the poplar tree its home. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. The snow came early this year. He turned and went back to the bedroom, closing the balcony door behind him. The advantages of the stone house became immediately apparent. You could no longer feel the slightest breeze. Inside the room, the 5 fire crows had already poured the fire spirit liquid into a porcelain dish, the same amount as before. Even with 5 drops put together, it was still only a tiny bit. Seeing this, Su Changqing did not absorb it, but instead put it in a small gourd. In fact, he did not refine the fire spirit liquid produced by the fire crow during this period. Instead, he put it all into the same small gourd and waited until it was completely full before using it. Afterwards, he took off his formal disciple's robes, climbed onto the soft Nanmu bed, covered himself with a snow-white silk quilt, and closed his eyes to fall into a deep sleep. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. After waking up, Su Changqing opened the window. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind, mixed with falling snow, blew in. The outside world, or rather the vast spiritual field, is now covered by a layer of snow. Both the guinea fowl and the hamsters stayed huddled in their nests, too lazy to come out. Only the honest man's fortress still carefully patrols the sacred fields and stone houses. Clean up dog poop. Clean up the chicken droppings. Of course, because it was winter and snowing, there were very few weeds. The entire inspection process has become much simpler than before. Seeing this, Su Changqing closed the window, then got dressed and quickly went downstairs. The heavy stone door was pulled open, and a fierce, cold wind, carrying dense snowflakes, attempted to invade this unexplored territory. At this moment, Su Changqing activated the 9 Flames Profound technique, and the fire spiritual power in his dantian surged out, causing his entire body to radiate intense heat from the inside out. With a whoosh, the wind was stopped, and the snow evaporated into mist. Then, stepping through the thick snow, he walked towards the second acre of spiritual field. Upon entering, they discovered that many of the golden mutated spirit rice plants were covered in a layer of pure white. The original opulent and luxurious style suddenly became low-key and understated. Su Changqing nodded slightly. It's alright, it will definitely be ripe before the new year. Compared to ordinary spirit rice, the mutated spirit rice is stronger in every aspect. Its resistance to extreme cold and heat is several times greater. A little bit of wind and frost does them no harm at all. Therefore, Su Changqing only glanced at it before dropping the companion lotus and turning to walk towards the chicken coop. If he remembers correctly, he can touch the eggs again today. At this moment, the guinea fowl in the coop stared at the outside world with their round eyes wide open. Suddenly, a familiar face came into view, and instantly filled my entire pupil. Even the outside light was blocked, and the chicken coop was suddenly pitch black. It's that huge chicken brother again. Each time, he would have to push the evil hand down to his lower body, to explore. The eggs are going to die again. Of course, guinea fowl have become accustomed to, or rather, numb to, this situation and no longer have any expectations of it. I just hope that after the huge hen takes the eggs, he won't have any bad thoughts about me. Sigh. Being a chicken is really hard. Because it was freezing cold outside, Su Changqing didn't want to go out. Although I'm not afraid of the cold, the main problem is that there's nothing to do. Therefore, after making breakfast, he took a bowl of tender yellow steamed egg custard to the second basement level. But this time, it wasn't about refining pills. After all, it had only been a few hours since the last one ended. Upon arriving at the weapon refining area, Su Changqing looked thoughtful as he gazed at the various weapon refining equipment before him. These crafted equipment are: Hematite Forging Hammer. Function 1 Material Shaping. Function 2 Spiritual Energy Guidance. Jade Carving Knife. Function 1 Rune Engraving. Function 2 Spirit Rune Modification. Brass Crucible. Function 1 Material Smelting. Function 2 Attribute Harmony. Basic Mold. Function 1 Shaping of Ordinary Utensils. Function 2 Standardized Production. Common Spiritual Weapon Mold. Function 1 Shaping Ordinary Spiritual Artifacts. Function 2 Pre-installation of Formations and Runes. Of course, there were also stoves, bellows, and cooking platforms, all of which were given to Han Su when he built the second basement level. Currently, these are sufficient for forging common basic tools and ordinary spiritual artifacts. Therefore, Su Changqing plans to give it a try today to see if he has any talent in this area. For the first time, you definitely can't choose a spirit weapon. Even the most ordinary spirit weapon is difficult to obtain. Trying something without any experience will not only result in 100% failure, but also waste time and materials. He set his sights on the basic mold, intending to forge a scythe. As a spirit farmer, it makes perfect sense for me to forge a sickle, right? It's mainly simple, without too many complicated steps. Although Su Changqing had already imprinted all the introduction to weapon refining, detailed explanation of basic spirit runes, and simplified spirit weapon refining diagrams into his mind, it was as if he had memorized them completely. However, there is a big difference between memorizing and applying. Slurp. Su Changqing finished the steamed egg custard in one gulp, then put the porcelain bowl aside. He put his right hand into the stove and rubbed his thumb and forefinger back and forth. A faint orange flame appeared, instantly igniting the firewood inside. The first step in forging is to set up the furnace and start a fire. Then, Su Changqing pulled the bellows next to him. Whew! Whew! As the drum was pulled, the flames in the furnace grew ever stronger. It quickly changed from orange to cyan. The temperature at this time is about twice that of the orange flame. It has reached the level required for basic forging. Therefore, Su Changqing proceeded to the second step, which was to melt iron into molten liquid. Place the brass crucible next to you on the stove, and when the inside starts to glow red and emits hot air, immediately put the purchased iron ingots inside. The whole process was very quiet, with almost no noise. Before long, the red-hot iron ingot began to melt into molten iron, starting from the bottom where it was first heated. Some impurities turned into black slag, floating on the surface and edges of the molten iron. Seeing this, Su Changqing scooped it up with a spoon and quickly dumped it into a ceramic jar next to him. Once the iron ingot has completely melted into molten iron, immediately pour it into the sickle mold. A standard mold is a complete set, which includes almost all the tools needed for daily use. The items include sickles, shovels, hoes, hammers, rakes, and more than 20 other types. When the molten iron in the mold turns dark red and is in a semi-solid state, it will be ready. Su Changqing quickly took it out and placed it on the hard anvil. Then, use pliers to hold it in place with your left hand. He swung the hematite forging hammer with his right hand. Then, he began to lightly tap the ground, one tap after another. For a moment, the sound of clanging and banging echoed continuously on the second basement floor. With continuous hammering, the blade gradually becomes thinner and sharper. Once it has fully taken shape, immediately use iron tongs to immerse it in the cold pool water. When hot and cold meet, a hissing sound is heard, and a pungent fumes rise up. As time goes by, the red-hot sickle gradually cools and sets, eventually completing its forging process. Su Changqing picked up the crescent-shaped sickle from the icy pool, examined it closely, and after a while said, "It's still missing a hammer." Actually, he didn't expect to succeed on his first forging attempt. "Although it's just the most basic equipment, I have no experience whatsoever." Judging from the current situation, although it has not reached the top quality, its luster, hardness, toughness, and sharpness should be considered to be of average quality. Just then, Su Changqing had a sudden thought and looked at the attribute panel. Forging skills, beginner upward arrow. Effect 1, loss rate reduced from 50% to 40%. Su Changqing suddenly realized that although refining weapons was not like refining pills, one could not improve the quality of a weapon by using a pill formula. But if I succeed just once, I can master this skill. Once you get the hang of it, you can consume your lifespan to improve. To put it bluntly, you can fail countless times, but as long as you succeed just once, you'll take off. Should I sacrifice 5 years of my lifespan to upgrade my forging skills to master level? Yes. Su Changqing replied with great anticipation. In an instant, he was like a blacksmith's apprentice, starting from the basics and gradually improving his skills. Not long after, he emerged from the profound state of enlightenment and returned to normal. Remaining lifespan, 701 years. Forging skill, masterful hands. Effect 1, loss rate reduced to 10%. Effect 2, yield rate increased to 90%. Effect 3, the success rate of obtaining rare items increases to 80%. Special Effect 1, make the most of everything, even the smallest scraps can be incorporated. Special Effect 2, innovation and renewal. Each successful forging process grants the object a special effect. Su Changqing blinked. It seems, all right. Forging is forging. Refining is refining. Forging is a skill that even ordinary people can master. Only weapon crafting is a skill that cultivators can master. In other words, if you successfully forge a piece for the first time, you will acquire the forging skill. That means that if you successfully refine a weapon on your first attempt, you will also gain the skill of weapon refining. In this way, he doesn't need to spend decades or even centuries accumulating experience like others. If you succeed just once, you can instantly become one of the most powerful weapon refiners in the entire cultivation world. Su Changqing frowned. If that's the case, why hasn't the art of alchemy appeared? Is it because of my posture? Or is it for some other reason? From the previous Lizhuang pill to last night's Jilling pill, they have all been of top quality. The Lizhuang pill, in particular, has been successful not just once, but many, many times. The green gourd now contains at least 100 of them. Even after the foundation pill was successfully refined, the art of alchemy still did not emerge. This indicates that there must be some reason, or something is incorrect. Su Changqing thought and thought, but still couldn't come up with a solution. Shaking his head, he didn't want to waste time and immediately focused his attention on the ordinary spiritual artifact mold. If the speculation is correct, as long as one weapon is successfully crafted once, one can obtain this skill that countless apprentices with gold and fire spiritual roots dream of. At that time, there will be no need to go to the forging peak to find blacksmiths like Zhu Tong. You can forge spiritual weapons and even magical artifacts yourself. As the saying goes, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. He scoffed. A blue wooden needle in front of me broke in two, and the spiritual light that appeared on its surface was extinguished in an instant. Su Changqing threw it into the nearby trash can, frowning as he said, failed again. This was his third attempt. Forging and refining are indeed worlds apart. When forging, as long as the temperature, material, and time are well controlled, it can be done with the help of molds. Even when crafting a basic wood attribute spiritual weapon like the green wood needle, one still encounters various problems. The first time, the released crimson flames were too hot and burned up. The second attempt to bring the temperature down failed after a few seconds of haste. Now, on the third attempt, although the lessons learned from the previous two attempts had taught them the specific temperature and time, the jade carving knife applied too much force when carving the runes, causing it to split in two. Su Changqing took a deep breath. It seems that forcibly refining spiritual artifacts won't work. I need to master the technique of inscribing runes before I can try again. Although there is a detailed explanation of spirit runes basics, but this thing explains spirit patterns, not runes. In simple terms, runes are equivalent to drawing symbols. To put it more deeply, it is a carrier that contains the laws of heaven and earth and spiritual energy. Some are symbols. Some have patterns. Some are patterns. The more complex and ancient the design, the greater its power. The most common entry-level spiritual weapon, the greenwood needle, only needs to be engraved with one rune, which is a very simple one, a wind-breaking pattern. However, Su Changqing did not possess the necessary skills, or even understand them at all. He went ahead despite his lack of knowledge, and the result could only be failure. Moreover, and most importantly, he lacks the metal spiritual root, and therefore cannot achieve a subtle level of perception of the metallic materials within spiritual artifacts. The only way is through trial and error, and through repeated judgments. Aoki needles are made from only two materials. One type is the green vine. One type is iron ingots. The former is fine, as long as the quality lasts for more than a year. However, the latter, whether more or less, will significantly alter the quality of the magical artifact. For example, the third azure needle, although it had been forged from the mold, could be cut so easily, indicating that too little iron was added. Shaking his head, Su Changqing cleaned up all the trash, then picked up the porcelain bowl next to him and walked towards the steps with some disappointment. When they returned to the ground, they found that it was already afternoon. Unexpectedly, I ended up spending several hours in the basement this time. He went to the balcony, where the cold wind blew, and he gradually calmed down. The previous string of failures had left me somewhat disoriented. Of course, the success of forging the side led him to mistakenly believe that refining magical weapons was equally simple. They were thoroughly humiliated. No wonder most of the apprentices on the forging peak have the golden spirit root. There's a reason for that. If we cannot have a microscopic sensitivity to metallic materials, the cost of trial and error will be too high. As someone with a wood elemental root, Su Changqing naturally understood the properties of wood attribute materials. Moreover, because it has a fire elemental root, it does not require ordinary fire when refining. Once it's formed, its quality will definitely not be low. The problem lies in the absence of the key refining process. Golden spiritual root. Su Changqing thought for a moment, and with a thought, a communication talisman appeared in his hand. He did not notify the owner of the talisman immediately. Instead, they carefully observed with their naked eyes while continuously scanning with their spiritual sense. Sure enough, even if it was just a seemingly ordinary, ubiquitous communication talisman, the runes on it are not simple. They are at least much more complex than the wind-breaking rune. A wisp of wood elemental power was infused into it, and the communication talisman immediately began to flicker with a faint spiritual light. 2 breaths later, a sound came from the other side. "Hello? Bai Linger, it's me. Su Changqing? You finally found me. Ahem. I'd like to ask you something. What can I do for you? I've recently become very interested in runes and want to find some books to study them." "Well, a roasted sweet potato. Not enough. 3. Hee, I'll recommend a few to you right away." On the other end of the communication talisman, Bai Linger's eyes flashed, revealing a triumphant smile. Then, she earnestly recommended several books about runes. Rune Origin. It tells the story of the origin, history, and evolution of runes. Basic Runes. It covers all the basic runes of the Immortal Sect. Runes Beginner's Guide. It provides a very thorough explanation of the knowledge and skills that beginners should master. Although there are only 3 books, Bai Linger's professionalism is evident. Su Changqing asked impatiently, "Where should I buy it?" A sly glint flashed in Bai Linger's eyes. "Come to the Imperial Water Pavilion, I have it here." Su Changqing thought for a moment and said, "It's a bit late today." Bai Linger quickly said, "It's not too late, it's not too late. If you come now, you'll just be able to run into the myriad fish formation." The thousand fish formation? Su Changqing asked in confusion. Bai Linger explained, the Imperial Water Pavilion inscribed runes on the fish, thus giving it absolute control over Black Lake and all its tributaries. Su Changqing's first reaction wasn't shock, but rather a raised eyebrow. What if these fish get caught? Bai Linger said nonchalantly, so what if I catch one? Anyway, the most common task in the Imperial Water Pavilion is to arrange for a novice talisman master to find a fish to inscribe runes. Everyone was eager to do it. Why? Not only can you easily get 20 points, but you can also be rewarded with 2 low-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, it can improve your rune inscription skills. Many novice talisman masters take this opportunity to practice. Su Changqing took a deep breath. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Okay, remember to let me know when you arrive. Bai Linger ended the call proactively. After carefully putting away the communication token, Su Changqing couldn't help but look up. The sky remained a hazy gray. I wonder when this snow will stop. It's quite a distance from Lingtian to Yushui Pavilion. It'll probably be midnight by the time we get back. He turned and went back to the stone house, went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, and roasted a few sweet potatoes as well. You can't go back on your promises. Half an hour later, the sky outside was getting darker and darker. Su Changqing immediately mounted the large leaf grass and flew towards the direction of the Imperial Water Pavilion. There were hardly any people to be seen along the way. People are less inclined to go out in winter. As they flew over the area of the spirit field, tributaries gradually appeared. Good heavens, there are still anglers stubbornly holding on. The person was covered with a thick layer of snow, yet they remain unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Su Changqing was very curious and deliberately moved closer to ask, fellow deist, did you catch any fish? Upon hearing this, the other person raised their head and said rather smugly, no. Su Changqing was taken aback. You're still smug about not having it. The fisherman grinned, I'm the only one who persevered to the end. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing lost interest in asking any further questions and continued flying towards the Imperial Water Pavilion. Just then, a male disciple flew in from the other side and respectfully called out to the fisherman, who looked like an ice sculpture, Master. The fisherman glanced at him sideways. What is it? The male disciple hurriedly said, Master, that guy named Masha has already run from the Imperial Water Pavilion to the Spirit Beast Valley, specifically challenging Chu Chu to a duel. No one can stop him. The fisherman scoffed, what do I care about the squabbles between the younger generation? The male disciple's expression changed slightly, and he whispered a reminder, didn't the Valley Master ask you to manage the Spirit Beast Valley well before attending the Nanguang banquet? So many annoying things happening every day, they just keep me from fishing. The fisherman looked annoyed, but he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After a few breaths, the snow that had been covering him began to fall uncontrollably. On the other side, Su Changqing approached Black Lake again. We can already see the 9-story Imperial Water Pavilion, which is formed by the condensation of water. Because of the freezing weather, many tributaries are frozen. But here, the Black Lake water remained unchanged. Forget about freezing, you can't even see a single snowflake. Whoosh! Splash! As Su Changqing continued to approach, he suddenly heard the sound of the lake water rippling below. He hurriedly looked down to check. The water surface churned and boiled, with thousands of fish tails shattering the ripples. Red carp emerged from the waves. The silver carp leaped out of the water. Grass carp, crucian carp, fish I recognize, fish I don't recognize. They all emerged from the Black Lake, numbering at least tens of thousands. They sometimes dash forward. Sometimes it circles clockwise. It seems to be following some kind of pattern. Moreover, without exception, all of these fish have identical runes engraved on their surfaces. Any angler who sees this scene would probably never want to leave. Compared to the dumbfounded Su Changqing, the surrounding Yushui Pavilion disciples were already used to it. This scenario doesn't happen every day, but the myriad fish formation will be automatically triggered whenever there's something unusual about the black tortoise or the tang snake underwater. Su Changqing used his spiritual sense to scan, attempting to imprint it. But for some reason, I just couldn't succeed. Although these runes look exactly the same, upon closer inspection, you'll find that the runes are interconnected, creating a very mysterious effect. The water elemental energy here has become much stronger. Seeing this, Su Changqing had no choice but to abandon the idea of branding and head directly to the Imperial Water Pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, he immediately took out Bai Linger's communication talisman. Hello? I have arrived. Wait a moment, I'll be right there to pick you up. The communication was very brief. After all, the two are about to meet, so there's no need to waste their spiritual energy here. Something terrible has happened. That's the blue sky. Oh dear, it's a complete disaster. Su Changqing was waiting for Bai Linger, with disciples of the Imperial Water Pavilion passing by from time to time. You can always hear news about the blue sky from these people. They all looked quite excited, even shocked. They all ran towards the Imperial Water Pavilion as fast as they could. Su Changqing saw this and was curious, but because he was an outsider, he couldn't go in for the time being. Fortunately, Bai Linger didn't keep him waiting too long. It appeared very quickly. Today, she was wearing a plain-colored rukan, a type of traditional Chinese dress. The style is quite elegant. However, she is still so lively and cute. You've finally arrived. Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Linger chuckled and explained briefly, I just happened to run into my father when I went out. Su Changqing flipped his hand, and 3 roasted sweet potatoes appeared out of thin air. He handed them over while asking, it's so lively inside, what happened? Bai Linger's eyes lit up when she saw the roasted sweet potato. She quickly picked it up with both hands and replied, Lan Tian, who was ranked number 1 among the formal disciples of the Imperial Water Pavilion, was beaten up today. No, to be precise, he was beaten up. Su Changqing was surprised, there don't seem to be many people who can defeat Lan Tian, right? Bai Linger munched on a roasted sweet potato and mumbled, it seems to be someone named Mocha. Mocha? Su Changqing vaguely remembered this name. Zhao Ziyu and senior brother Chu have both mentioned this before. This person was born in the northern desert and awakened 3 spiritual roots, wood, fire, and earth. It is said that he has already mastered the advanced blazing fire technique to its maximum level. Among all the foundation establishment stage disciples of the immortal sect, his strength ranks among the top, and even Chu Qiu is wary of him. Unexpectedly, Lan Tian was targeted by this person. Su Changqing then followed Bai Linger into the Imperial Water Pavilion. The first floor is filled with many disciples with water elemental roots, including some talisman master apprentices. Everyone was talking about how Lanchen got beaten up by the motorcycles today. It's clear that the impact is significant. This motorbike is absolutely lawless. The people of the northern regions are truly devoid of any manners. This is not over. We, the people of Yushui Pavilion, share the same fate, whether it is one of us or the other. That's right, if they dare to beat up Lan Tian today, they'll dare to beat up me tomorrow. You dare to challenge me? For a time, the first floor of Yushui Pavilion was filled with smoke and fumes. The situation only calmed down after the manager intervened. Su Changqing scanned the area but didn't see Lan Tian. The other party shouldn't be here. Bai Linger waved her hand, come on, my father is on the 3rd floor. Su Changqing nodded, okay. Then, the two stepped up the steps formed by the water. When we arrived on the 2nd floor, we immediately saw the blue sky. At this moment, he was surrounded by a group of people. Among them were Huo Wan, Shi Gandang, Rong Yan, and Jian Hangzhen, whom I had met before. In addition, there are some high-ranking formal disciples in the Imperial Water Pavilion. Their expressions were all filled with anger. Su Changqing squinted and took a closer look, and found that the blue sky looked truly miserable. His once handsome face is now swollen like a pig's head. His body was covered in wounds, with burn marks everywhere. There was even a trace of fear remaining in his eyes. Clearly, this battle with Masha must have left him with a lingering trauma. But the more this happened, the more curious Su Changqing became about this person named Mocha. Doing this will offend more than just the blue sky. Judging from the reactions of the disciples of the Imperial Water Pavilion, everyone is very angry. Unless Masha no longer needs runes, talismans, or incantations. Otherwise, things could get out of hand after this commotion. Bai Linger said gloatingly, this is the first time I've seen Lan Tian look so miserable. Su Changqing asked in a low voice, don't you two get along well? Bai Linger blinked her big, watery eyes, how should I put it, I always feel that this person is very hypocritical. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing was quite surprised. He had the same feeling when he first saw the blue sky. This person always had a kind smile on his face. He will nod in response when others greet him, but deep in his eyes, there was a profound indifference. This shows that Lanchen looks down on people who are inferior to him from the bottom of his heart. Soon, Su Changqing followed Bai Linger to the 3rd floor of the Imperial Water Pavilion. As soon as I came up here, I felt like I was in a completely different world from downstairs. The 3rd floor is larger than I imagined. It consisted of rows of numbered rooms, such as 301. I thought it was a residential area, but it turned out to be a floor specifically for making talismans. It seems that these cultivators with water elemental roots separate their work in life. Everyone on this floor is either a talisman master or a family member of a talisman master. Bai Linger, Bai Zuer. One is in the late stage of chi refining, and the other is in the early stage of foundation establishment. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be qualified to enter the 3rd floor of the Imperial Water Pavilion. But they have a good father, a high-level talisman master who has reached the foundation establishment stage. That is why the two women can come and go freely without being affected in any way. Soon, Su Changqing met Bai Linger's father. This person's name is Bai Xiaotian. Beneath his sword-like eyebrows were a pair of sharp, cold eyes. Years of drawing runes have made his hands have distinct joints, and even his palms are soaked in ink. He was wearing a dark-colored robe with cloud patterns, and the hem was embroidered with wave-shaped water patterns. Overall, it gives people a calm and reserved feeling. Judging from her appearance, she should be around 40 or 50 years old. For cultivators, this age is not old, and may even be considered quite young. Bai Linger skipped and hopped forward. Father. Su Changqing followed closely behind, quickly cupping his hands in a respectful bow. Senior Bai. Bai Xiaotian glanced at his youngest daughter and saw that her mouth was covered in food. He felt a headache coming on. Can't you wipe your mouth? Other people's daughters are either making progress or on their way to making progress. My own youngest daughter is either sneaking food or on her way to sneaking food. Although he has made progress in drawing talismans, he is still a long way from becoming a talisman master. Fortunately, his eldest daughter is doing well and is now a junior alchemist, so he doesn't have to worry about her. Bai Linger retorted confidently, you wipe it after eating only half of your meal. You. Bai Xiaotian almost blushed. To calm himself down, he simply shifted his gaze to Su Changqing and looked him up and down with a scrutinizing look. You're the Lingnong that Linger often mentions, the one who cooks so well? Yes. Su Changqing nodded. Bai Xiaotian asked curiously, why are you, with a wood elemental root, suddenly interested in runes? Su Changqing explained, as my number of spiritual fields increases and my strength improves, I need to use runes for almost everything, whether it's formations or spiritual artifacts, so I want to learn more about them. Bai Xiaotian nodded slightly. It seems that you are a person who is eager to improve. That's good. I admire people like that. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing felt that there was something more to the other person's words. At this moment, Bai Linger stood on tiptoe and waved her dirty right hand in front of her father's eyes. Father, where's the book? Bai Xiaotian looked down and asked, why don't you just send a few books? Why do you want me to annotate them myself? Bai Linger retorted confidently once again, how could a wood elemental spirit farmer understand it without annotations? Bai Xiaotian was stunned. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. It wasn't that he was angry, but rather that he suddenly realized there seemed to be a tiny bit of truth to it. Su Changqing stood to the side, his expression already betraying his barely suppressed emotions. After a while, Bai Xiaotian came to his senses, then flicked his sleeve, and several books about runes appeared in his hand. Take these. Bai Linger took it, turned around and presented it to Su Changqing as if to claim credit. I kept my word. Su Changqing bowed again, saying, thank you, Senior Bai, thank you, Linger. After expressing his gratitude, he finally took the book into his hands. He looked down and saw that it was covered with the marks of time, and even the titles of the books were blurred. It seems that Bai Xiaotian will take it out and look at it from time to time. That is why one can become a high-level talisman master during the foundation establishment stage. He probably dedicated half his life to the art of runes. Suddenly, Bai Xiaotian waved his hand and said, you can go now. Su Changqing bowed for the third time. All right, I'll head back to the spirit field now. Before leaving, he took out several kinds of food and gave them to Bai Linger. I'm so grateful to them this time. If these books were taken out, they would definitely be snatched up by apprentices with water elemental roots. She only turned and left when she could carry no more. Returning from the third floor to the second floor, I noticed that there were far fewer people here. It seems that all the formal disciples from earlier have left, including Huo Wan and the others. There were only 3 people. One is the Blue Sky, which is severely injured. One of them is the manager of the Imperial Water Pavilion. There was another one, who appeared to be a female doctor. They paid no attention to passersby, not even glancing at them. Seeing this, Su Changqing stopped watching and quickly went to the first floor of the Imperial Water Pavilion. Sure enough, even the number of water elemental disciples gathered here has decreased. Although some people were still discussing the blue sky and the motorcycle, their emotions were much more stable than before. Su Changqing observed this and thought to himself, this Masha probably wants to test the strength of his opponents before the formal disciple competition begins, and maybe even take down a few in advance. Someone like Lan Tian, although he is the #1 formal disciple of Yushui Ge, sounds very impressive. But you should know that he has already been defeated by several people. One of them was Chu Qiu. Therefore, if Masha still wants to take on more challenges, his next destination is likely to be the Valley of Spirit Beasts. Thinking of this, Su Changqing quickly walked out of the Imperial Water Pavilion and then took out Chu Qiu's communication talisman. I wanted to notify them in advance so they could prepare. As a result, the other side didn't react at all. Seeing this, Su Changqing roughly guessed what was going on. He put away Chu Qiu's communication talisman and then summoned the big leaf grass. Of course, it wasn't to go to Spirit Beast Valley to check on the situation. Instead, they went home. If you can notify them, then notify them. It doesn't matter if we don't get notified. After all, he was just an ordinary spiritual farmer. He neither wanted to participate in the formal disciple competition nor wanted to get involved in this controversy. Honestly, farming and gradually increasing lifespan and strength is better than anything else. An hour later, Su Changqing returned home. Wanwan, Pearl Chicken, Fortress, and 5 fire crows have already rested. Seeing this, he did not disturb them, but went to the study, lit the glass lamp, and planned to look at the books that Bai Xiao Tian had annotated. When the first book of Rune Origins was opened, a rich aroma of paper and ink wafted out. The first page is the table of contents. Origin of runes, the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. 2. Ancient period, the initial formation of the rune system. 3. Medieval transformation, the popularization of talisman paper and low-tier runes. 4. Early modern development, the integration of runes with artifacts and formations. The contents are not complicated. With Bai Xiaoshan's annotations, it becomes even more accessible and easier to understand. Normally, Su Changqing would use his spiritual sense to scan and directly imprint the information into his mind, forming a memory. But this time, he kept watching, even becoming engrossed. Time flew by, and the day I had agreed to meet with senior sister you arrived. Thinking that the other party might be so engrossed in alchemy that he forgot to eat and sleep, Su Changqing specially prepared a sumptuous spiritual meal, and then rode the large leaf grass towards the Earth Fire Zone. Earth Fire Zone, Dan Tower. Su Changqing came here again. Since the security guards all recognized him, he didn't need to wait for a guarantor. He registered his information and went inside. The internal alchemy tasting ceremony has ended, and the place has returned to its usual tranquility. Occasionally, one might spot an alchemist, but they always seem to be in a hurry. The journey was smooth and Su Changqing arrived at 97 without any obstacles. It is Yu Kaiking's private alchemy room, number 7 on the 9th underground floor. The heavy stone door was tightly shut, and no sound could be heard from inside. Su Changqing flicked his wrist, and Yu Kaiking's communication talisman appeared. As the wood elemental power was infused into it, a faint spiritual light began to flicker. A full minute passed, and Yu Kaiking still hadn't answered. This made Su Changqing somewhat worried. Could it be that something happened inside? Filled with doubt and skepticism, he tried again. This time, the connection was finally established after 10 breaths. A weary voice came from the other end of the line from Yu Kaiking. Hello? Senior sister Yu, I've come as promised. Okay, I understand, please wait a moment. Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief as he put down the other party's communication token. It seems my worries were unnecessary. I reckon senior sister you didn't notice it just now. After a while, the heavy stone door slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, a thick cloud of hot steam billowed out from within. This wasn't the first time Su Changqing had witnessed this scene, it was the same whenever someone was refining pills, so he didn't pay any attention and simply walked in. But halfway there, the originally scorching temperature suddenly turned into a chilling cold, which spread throughout my body in an instant, as if it were freezing my body. What's going on? Su Changqing's expression changed slightly. The hot fog met the cold air and instantly turned into raindrops. It started to fall, tick-tock. At first glance, it sounds like rain. Fortunately, the fog finally dissipated. Taking this opportunity, Su Changqing got a clear look at the situation in front of him. The orange fire was burning fiercely, like a restless fire serpent. The Xianming cauldron above was covered with a layer of glistening frost. As for Yu Kaiking beside her, she looked quite weak, and her eyes were slightly dim. Even so, she still maintained the Xianming cauldron and the earth fire. Su Changqing approached cautiously and asked in a low voice, "Senior sister, are you all right?" After a long while, Yu Kaiking said in a muffled voice, "I won't die." Ha! Su Changqing was stunned. Yu Kaiking took a breath and continued, "I have not rested for 6 days and 6 nights in order to refine this batch of yin-yang intertwined pills. Feeling hungry? Time for a Lizhuang pill. Feeling sleepy? Take a waking pill." As for the elixir, it was eaten like food. Su Changqing's eyes widened, "Is it that hard?" Yu Kaiking frowned slightly, "You can just watch from the side." Su Changqing thought for a moment and then asked, "Then, when do you take a break?" Yu Kaiking frowned and said, "What does it have to do with you whether I take a break or not?" As Su Changqing explained with a smile, he took something out of his pocket. "It's like this, I specially prepared some spiritual food. I simply, Yu Kaiking was in a bad mood, so her attitude was a bit poor. She wanted to vent her anger, but she was attracted by a fragrance and was stunned. This is Sichuan peppercorn flavored braised pork ribs with rice. This is a spirit pepper beast meat egg roll. This is a sweet rice wine with egg drop soup. This is..." Su Changqing pulled out 6 dishes in one go, all of them fresh, fragrant and delicious. Yu Kaiking stared, her eyes wide, and couldn't help but lick her lips. "You did all of this?" Su Changqing nodded, "Yes, I made them all myself." Yu Kaiking's neck immediately turned red, her cheeks burned, and she felt extremely ashamed. Someone kindly cooked her a delicious meal, and she responded with such a terrible attitude. Ordinary food would not even be glanced at, but this is spiritual food. Not only is it delicious, but it also contains all sorts of amazing effects. Su Changqing was surprised to see the other person suddenly fall silent. "Don't you like it?" Yukaiking said in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. It's all right. However, we are currently at a crucial stage in refining the yin-yang intertwining pill. You can't be distracted, you can't rest. Therefore, no matter how tempting the spiritual food may be, she remained steadfast in her resolve and continued refining the elixir, not daring to let her guard down. He kept repeating to himself, it'll be soon, it'll be soon. Su Changqing stopped speaking and watched silently. As time ticked by, the battle between the Xianming cauldron and the earth fire intensified. This yin-yang intertwined pill is no ordinary pill, it contains both yin and yang energies. Taking it can harmonize the yin and yang in the body, allowing the body to return to the initial stage, similar to that of a fetus. Yukaiking's purpose in refining this pill was to break free from her own limitations. Once successful, you can then try for the golden elixir. She didn't care about either her character or her personality. Any golden elixir will do. Whew! Hiss! The intense heat of the earth fire and the chilling cold of the Xianming cauldron alternated. Faced with this situation, even Su Changqing, who was in the mid-foundation establishment stage and possessed two kinds of spiritual roots, was finding it difficult to withstand. It's easy to imagine how distressed Yukaiking, who was closest to the victim. But she persisted. Buzz! Buzz! Just then, the Xianming cauldron roared and then shook violently. The two people in the alchemy room were stunned by this sudden turn of events. With a loud boom, the lid of the Xianming cauldron soared into the air, and the yin and yang energies inside completely spiraled out of control in that instant. The Xianming cauldron resonated with the yin energy, unleashing a surging cold wave that instantly froze even the earth fire that was originally resisting it. Immediately afterwards, the ground and walls were covered with a layer of frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing that Yukaiking was not moving, Su Changqing ignored the spirit food, rushed behind her, grabbed her and ran towards the door of the alchemy room. Fortunately, this loss of control of yin and yang only affected the Xianming cauldron and the area around the earth fire, and did not spread to the entire alchemy room. However, it seems that this alchemy room is now abandoned. Su Changqing led Yukaiking to the door and immediately triggered the mechanism button on the wall, and the heavy stone door slowly opened. What just happened? I reckon it exploded. Ordinary pills shouldn't cause such a commotion. After the two came out, they found several alchemists looking in their direction. Su Changqing asked with concern, "Senior sister, are you alright?" Yukaiking appeared distraught, muttering to herself, "Failed. It's a complete failure? It just failed so suddenly? Everything was normal just now. They've already lasted 6 days and 6 nights. Senior sister you." Su Changqing grabbed her frail and cold shoulders and shook her violently. At this moment, Yukaiking finally came to her senses. She stared blankly at her business partner in front of her, and then turned her head without saying a word to look into the alchemy room. As expected, the oven exploded. The Xianming cauldron was completely destroyed. The repair time will be at least 1 month. In an instant, 2 streams of tears flowed down Yukaiking's cheeks. Su Changqing gently comforted her, "Senior sister, it's just one failure. I have the materials. Let's rest for a while and then continue." Yukaiking shook her head, "You don't understand. The reason why this alchemy failed was not just due to a lack of experience and skills." Su Changqing was very curious, "What do you mean?" Yukaiking took a deep breath, "It should be related to my spiritual root." Spiritual root? Su Changqing was quite surprised. Yukaiking said sadly, "I originally had dual spiritual roots of water and fire, but when I was young, I accidentally touched this ice hairpin on my head, and then my water spiritual root mutated into an ice water spiritual root. That's why he wasn't accepted as a core disciple." Su Changqing still didn't understand, "But what does this have to do with the failure of alchemy?" Yukaiking explained, "The yin-yang intertwining pill is unlike other pills. It requires a balance of yin and yang. If either side is too strong or too weak, it won't work." Su Changqing suddenly realized, "So that means your fire elemental root is being suppressed by your ice and water elemental root." Yukaiking nodded, "Yes." Su Changqing pondered, "There must be a solution, right?" Yukaiking pulled the ice hairpin off her head and stared at it with a complicated look in her eyes. "I originally hoped that it could speed up the mutation of the water spirit root, but now it seems that it will take a long time. Perhaps, I will have to find some rare and precious materials." Rare and precious materials? Upon hearing this, Su Changqing took out the ice soul pearl. "Is this what senior sister is talking about?" Yukaiking was dumbfounded upon seeing this. Su Changqing casually made up an excuse, "This is something I acquired by chance. If you need it, I'll sell it to you at the current market price." Yukaiking gazed at the ice soul pearl, which emitted a mesmerizing blue light, and suddenly smiled, "You really are my lucky star." Then, she took out a pile of mid-grade spirit stones. "How many?" "A full 500. Su Changqing's eyes were dazzled. "Senior sister, you are so rich and beautiful." Yukaiking took the ice soul pearl in her hand and waved her hand, "With this one, I don't need to look for it outside. Of course, I'll give you more." Su Changqing immediately patted his chest and said, "From now on, my senior sister's affairs are my affairs." Yu Kaiking's almond-shaped eyes were bright and alluring, like dewdrops in the spring mist. She asked softly, "Where do you live?" In the dead of night, Su Changqing returned to the stone house. Before parting, Yu Kaiking said that she would come to Lingtian to find him after she finished dealing with the matters of the pill tower. The specific time was not mentioned. He didn't say what he was going to do. Su Changqing was somewhat surprised by this, but he didn't ask any further questions. He remained in the study, reading books about runes. Although one can use their spiritual sense to imprint the information above into their memory, but the specific meaning and implications still need to be understood personally. Time flies, and the day has come when the spiritual plants mature. Before them lay golden, mutated spirit rice. Except for the mutated mother rice, which remained largely unchanged in size, all the mutated daughter rice had grown to 2 meters tall. The sunlight was fairly abundant, coupled with the forced growth of the lotus seedlings in the Qinglian field. This makes them look much more robust now compared to when they lived in the Rocky Mountains, shining with golden light. The aroma is enticing. Each mutated rice plant has 6 heavy ears of rice hanging on it. In particular, there were as many as 12 of those centered around the cultivation of mutated mother rice. This is because the mother rice has a special effect after undergoing 2 mutations. It's called double production. Any rice planted within a 2-jang radius of it will increase its yield, specifically in the number of rice ears. Mutant rice. Mature. Undamaged. Abundant spiritual energy. Yield 520 jin. Su Changqing scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found that it was roughly in line with his previous prediction. 1 mu of second-grade spiritual field can be used to plant a total of 1,081 mutated spiritual rice plants, including mutated mother rice. Its yield is approximately between 400 and 600 jin. The main reason is that the yield of the miraculous rice within a 2-jang radius of the mutated mother rice will double. Immediately, Su Changqing brandished the sickle he had forged himself. Harvesting 1 mutant rice plant increases its lifespan by 10 days. Harvesting 500 mutant rice plants increases lifespan by 5,000 days. 1,080 mutant rice plants were harvested, with a lifespan increased by 10,800 days. This harvest adds 29 years to the lifespan. Current remaining lifespan, 730 years. Before long, only the mutated mother rice in front of us remained. Su Changqing had no intention of severely destroying it, since he needed it to double its production. Therefore, simply break off the 9 golden ears of rice on top. He was still a little unaccustomed to the empty second mu of spiritual field. I couldn't help but sigh at how fast time flies. But this time, they did not take out the mutated rice seedlings to continue planting. First, it requires slash-and-burn agriculture. 2. Fertilization is required. 3. Chinese New Year is a few days away. Therefore, Su Changqing plans to plant after the New Year. He has already made plans. The first mu of spiritual land will continue to be planted with top-quality spiritual rice. The second mu of spirit field will then be used to cultivate mutated spirit rice. The third mu of spiritual land will be used to grow some melons, fruits, and other food ingredients. This is the best option right now. First, the annual assessment tasks of the immortal sect must be completed. Secondly, an additional 800 jin should be sent to Li Lingbai. In addition, Hu Bagui received a dividend of 150 jin. Han Su was paid 50 jin of millet for loosening the soil. The remaining portion will be used to brew more wine. Therefore, the first mu of spiritual land is equivalent to a minimum guarantee. If we don't plant the spirit rice, we can only consume our existing stock. The importance of the second mu of spiritual land is self-evident. As for why the third mu of spiritual land was chosen to be planted with melons and fruits, this is because the formal disciple competition will begin after the start of spring, allowing franchisees to work together and make a fortune. No one ever thinks they have too little money. Besides, what they earn are spirit stones. This thing is extremely important to cultivators. Not only can it be used as currency for transactions, but it can also absorb the attribute-less spiritual energy within it. Looking at the scythe in his hand, Su Changqing pondered, "Recently, my understanding of runes has become more and more profound, and I can try refining weapons again. If I succeed, I will be able to master this skill. At that time, by using the method of spending money to level up, you can directly reach the maximum level. In this way, even without the assistance of a metal spiritual root, one can become a qualified blacksmith." Thinking of this, Su Changqing put away his sickle and then turned to walk towards the stone house. Soon, he arrived at the second basement level. The alchemy room is on the right. The weapon refining room is on the left. Directly in front is the training room. He turned left and entered the weapon refining room. This time, I'll be refining the beginner-level spiritual weapon, the greenwood needle. The main reason is that the materials and runes for this thing are relatively simple. Su Changqing activated the 9 flames profound technique, urging the fire elemental power in his danshan. His right hand immediately turned crimson, radiating intense heat. Then, with a whoosh, a crimson flame ignited. He tossed the object into the nearby stove, lit the firewood inside, and then placed the brass crucible on it. As the temperature gradually rose, he immediately placed an iron ingot into it. While waiting for it to turn into molten iron, he pulled out half a piece of green vine. To refine the greenwood needle, you must first peel off the outer skin, then force out the bitter juice inside, and then inject semi-solid molten iron. However, this is only step 1. The next step, step 2, is to put it into the spirit artifact mold. Then use fire to scorch it from every angle, 360 degrees. Once it has fully taken shape and the spirit patterns have emerged, you can proceed to step 3. Inscribe runes on it. The more spirit patterns there are, the more complex the runes, and the greater the power. Su Changqing had already mastered the first 2 steps. After skillfully adjusting the materials and temperature, they were placed into the magic artifact mold. 10 minutes later, the Aoki needle took shape under the scorching heat of the crimson flames. Su Changqing opened the mold and carefully examined the inside. Before long, a slender spirit rune quietly appeared. The number of spirit patterns indicates the quality of the spirit weapon: ordinary, high quality, and excellent. The presence of a spirit pattern indicates that this greenwood needle has reached the quality of an ordinary spirit artifact. Now all that needs to be done is to refine this spirit rune and then use it to inscribe the wind-breaking pattern. Once the runes are formed, it signifies that the crafting of this magical artifact is complete. Because it was the 4th time, and it went exceptionally smoothly, Su Changqing was a little nervous. He took deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. The temperature was just right for modifying spirit patterns and inscribing runes. Su Changqing immediately took the greenwood needle out of the magic weapon mold and stuck the green jade carving knife into it. It's not broken. This means the molten iron was just right. That leaves only the most important step: modify the spirit patterns and inscribe the runes. Su Changqing had long remembered all the basic runes, including the wind-breaking pattern, clearly, and they were deeply imprinted in his mind. Therefore, he refined the spirit pattern as much as possible, gradually making it conform to the arc and shape of the wind-breaking pattern, before he began to carve it. Breathing was almost non-existent. My heartbeat is getting slower and slower. His eyes were fixed on it. Almost all attention is now focused on this small greenwood needle. As time passed, the wind-breaking pattern was gradually carved out on the basis of the spirit pattern. When a closed loop is formed, the greenwood needle trembles slightly and emits a humming sound. At the same time, Su Changqing's attribute panel changed accordingly. Weapon crafting skills, beginner.